if you clicked on this video hoping that I wouldn't have a Jax bias throughout the majority of it, then this might not be the right video for you. I am so sorry, but I just had to make that clear from the very beginning. Hello everyone, my name is Caitlin and welcome back to my channel. So I am very excited about this video today, and I know that this is probably going to be my longest video to date, and so I will try to keep this short and sweet, but it has been a little while since I've given you all a refresher on what this series is all about. So if you are new to my love story series, then welcome. This is a series that I've created for us to relive our favorite childhood ships, or ships from just anything really at this point. So I pick one and we cover absolutely every aspect of their story from start to finish. And today we're going to be talking about one that I actually didn't grow up with, but I know a lot of you guys did, and that is of course the love triangle of Emma, Jax, and Daniel from Every Which Way. So if you're not familiar, Every Which Way was a tween drama series that aired on Nickelodeon. It is the English version or remake of a very popular Spanish novella called Grachi, and as a lot of you may know, I'm a very big fan of the telenovela format. I have actually tried to watch Grachi on numerous occasions, but for some reason I just really couldn't get into it. I talked about this a little bit more in my top 10 Nickelodeon series video, and so you can go and watch that if you'd like, but I put off watching Every Which Way for so long because I really did want to watch the original first, but then I finally caved and watched it after it was so heavily requested by you guys that I make a video on it. And I'm really glad that I did watch it because I just completely fell in love with it. I watched it for the first time about a year ago just for fun, and then I finally decided to make this deep dive video back in December, and so this video has been a long time coming. And honestly, I don't think that we need that much background info before we jump right into it, but basically the series follows a young girl named Emma who has just moved to Miami. In the first episode, she discovers that she's a witch and possesses magical powers. These powers were passed down to her by her mother, who passed away when she was little. In the first episode, we meet the boy next door, Daniel, Emma's new bestie, Andy, and of course our mean girl, Maddie, who is also a witch. And I know that I mentioned that this video is on a love triangle, but if you aren't familiar with the show, the third part of our triangle doesn't come into play until the second season. So with all that being said, let's jump right into chapter 1. So, as I said, Emma and Daniel meet in the very first episode. While moving into her new house in Miami, she sees him across the street disposing of some dirty socks outside. She's immediately enamored with him as she begins to stare at him in a trance. He then notices her and smiles until butterflies start to appear around her. He then begins to stare in confusion as the butterflies then start to swarm him. This causes Daniel to panic as he is allergic to butterflies. So this isn't exactly your everyday meet cute, and I don't even know if it can even be considered as one since they technically don't share any words. But obviously this is coming directly from the novella, and it is quite the concept and quite comical. I don't know if it's just like so bad that it's good or if it's just so odd that it's good, but either way, I'm intrigued. So Andy then comes outside and sees Emma hiding behind a chair. She asks her what she's doing, and Emma goes on to ramble about seeing a really cute guy across the street. She says that she felt butterflies and then there were actual butterflies, and so she hid. Andy concludes that it must have been Daniel, but the coast is clear because he's gone now. The next day, Andy tells Emma that they won the swim meet, and I am surprised that they won a swim meet, or that there even was a swim meet so close to the first day of school. Maybe this is just Emma's first day at school. Who knows? But she says that luckily all of those butterflies didn't do too much damage on her little crush Daniel. Emma shushes her, but she tells her not to worry and that no one's listening. Emma then heads to the office, and while there, a butterfly flies out of her bag. Daniel then walks in and sneezes, surprising Emma. This causes her to knock a pencil holder off of the secretary's desk.
I'm so sorry I startled you. You're Emma, right?
How do you know?
I'm assigned to show you around the school today. I'm Daniel.
I know. I mean, that's nice.
So I guess this is technically our meet cute, but I definitely feel like their interaction from the previous day is what makes this moment even better, because otherwise I feel like it would be a little bit bland. Because ironically, I think I prefer the craziness of their previous interaction over this moment. But either way, it's a fine little introduction. So the butterfly then appears again as Daniel goes to say more, but he ends up sneezing instead. He then admits that this is weird, but asks if there's any butterflies around. Emma says no, awkwardly laughing before asking why, and then he explains that he's allergic to them. Emma asks how allergic as he sneezes again. She then nervously tries to catch it while he has his back turned. But then he turns back around and sneezes directly into her face. He quickly apologizes before concluding that there's gotta be a butterfly in here. This causes Emma to panic, thanking him for showing her around the office before quickly grabbing her stuff and leaving. He tries to call for her to wait, but she's already gone. Later, Daniel finds her in the hallway, and this upsets his ex Maddie as she causes a storm to go off inside. Maddie asks if he's with her as it begins to rain, before she reminds him that he's her boyfriend. He emphasizes ex-boyfriend, and Emma asks if anyone's noticed that it's raining indoors. Daniel then rushes to Emma's side to shelter her. Once Maddie leaves, the rain stops, and Emma asks if this is normal for Miami. He admits that it's not, but says that it's normal for Maddie, which is kind of a crazy thing to say. Although I do feel like it is quite funny that Emma is the only one freaking out about this indoor thunderstorm. Now, in their gym clothes, Emma thanks Daniel for showing her around. He says that it's not a problem and that it got him out of homeroom and math. He then adds that he hates math and that their new teacher seems like a total snooze. Emma then informs him that that would be her dad, and then trying to recover from this, he quickly says that he meant snooze as in slang for fun. But Emma just tells him that it's okay and that she'll be sure to make fun of his mom when he meets her. He gives her a funny look, and then Emma goes on to ramble, talking about if she hypothetically met his mom on the street or something. Daniel smiles at her amused, and she asks if they can rewind back to, well, before they even met, as she's been embarrassing herself since then. He tells her not to worry and calls it cute. Awkward, but cute. She smiles back at him before he leaves to continue the tour. Then once he's around the corner, he rags at himself for saying that, all while a butterfly appears near Emma again. She tries to chase it, telling it to go away, and then he tells her that he didn't mean it like that. She then says, no, not him, she was just talking to herself. Then while Daniel is facing away from her, Emma begins to lift off the ground. And I feel like this moment in particular is one that is often used to showcase the terrible special effects in this show. And it is quite funny to watch, but honestly I feel like that's part of what makes this show so charming is these awful special effects. And honestly, I wouldn't want it any other way. Their never-ending tour then brings them to the trophy case. Emma asks if he plays a lot of sports, and Daniel says a few. He's captain of the swim team and soccer team, and he runs track and plays baseball. Emma then teases him by calling that just a few. He asks if she plays any sports, and she asks if scrapbooking counts. He then jokes that it depends, asking her how competitive she is about it. Emma says very, and that she has the paper cuts to prove it. And I just feel like her interest of scrapbooking is so 2012 of her, which makes sense because that is around the time when this show was airing. Just then, Maddie comes over. She tells her to step away from her boyfriend as she links arms with Daniel. He's quick to push her away and say that he's not her boyfriend as she rolls her eyes at this. Emma then introduces herself, but Maddie is quick to say that nobody cares. This causes Daniel to say that she's being rude, and Emma excuses herself. And that pretty much wraps up our first episode. And I would say that it's a pretty decent pilot. Obviously, it wasn't just about Emma and Daniel. There was all of this other stuff about Emma discovering that she's a witch and all of that. But I do still think that it was a pretty good first episode, and even just summarizing it here, I kind of forgot that so many iconic moments appear in the first episode. But I do have to admit that I think that the show does get a lot better after the love triangle is introduced. Unfortunately, like I said, that's not until the second season, and so the first season is pretty tame in comparison. But at the same time, I could also see some viewers preferring the less chaoticness that the first season has to offer. But speaking of chaos, we then get a little bit in the second episode. Basically, Andy and the guys conduct a science experiment that fills the whole school with smoke. The school gets evacuated, and during this, Maddie traps Emma in the bathroom. While outside, Emma's dad asks Andy if she's seen Emma. She says no, and then Daniel is quick to ask if she's missing. He then worries that she could still be in there. We then cut to Emma trying to open up the door and calling for help, while Daniel runs back inside. He starts calling for her, and she yells back that she's in the washroom. He is then shocked to see the amount of padlocks that are on the door as he tells her that it's jammed. He then tells her to stand back and that he's going to bust down the door. So Daniel breaks down the door, but as he's doing this, Emma casts a spell to transport herself out of there, which I feel like is a bit of an odd response to have to someone saving you, but in Emma's defense, she does stress over how much of an embarrassing situation this is, and I'm not really too sure how intentional that spell spell was, and so I'll let it slide. And then of course, if you are familiar with this show, Emma isn't exactly good at transportation spells. And so every time she does one, herself or whatever she's transporting ends up in the pool. And this time is no exception. Back outside, Daniel comes out confused over what just happened. Emma then comes over soaking wet and he runs to her happy that she's okay. He then hugs her before realizing that she's wet and backs away. And that's basically it for this episode. In the following, Emma accidentally turns Andy into a goat and she eats her homework. Then at school, we see her panicking over not having it. Andy asks her what she's going to do, and then in comes Daniel asking what she's going to do about what. She is surprised to see him and lets out a nervous laugh before sharing that she doesn't have her chemistry homework. He asks what happened to it, and Andy says that a goat ate it. At lunch, we see Emma working on her homework when Daniel comes over and asks her how it's going. She says that she's almost done, and he tells her that she better hurry as lunch is almost done too. She then sees his food and complains that she's starving, so he tells her to keep working as he has an idea. He then says heads up and tosses her a grape that she catches in her mouth. She smiles as he tells her great catch. She then tells him to keep it going. So then he gets up and throws her another grape that she still manages to catch. He then tells her that she's really good at this, and she jokes that she's glad all of those summers at grape catching camp are paying off. So first I fear we have to address the elephant in the room, which is those CGI grapes. I wonder if she was really bad at catching them or if it was just like a we'll do it in post situation, but I mainly wanted to emphasize this moment because it does come back later, and when I say later, I mean like way later, like 2 seasons later, to the point where when it came up again, I didn't even remember it in the first place. But this grape throwing bit is apparently their thing, and so try your best to remember it. Anyways, Maddie and her friends then come over. She asks him what's going on, and before he can answer, Sophie says that she thinks they might be on a date. Except they're at school, so it must be lunch. Maddie tells him that they need to talk, but he tells her that he's busy. Maddie argues that he can't be since he's alone. Emma then goes to say otherwise, but she silences her. Daniel then tells her that this is exactly why they're not getting back together, because she can be so rude. She then fakely apologizes before grabbing Emma's homework and taking it away from her. Emma then tries to get it back to the point where they're playing tug-of-war with it. Daniel tells them to stop it, but then the two end up ripping it in half. He then takes one of the halves before telling Emma that it's okay as she didn't tear all of the answers. He then asks Maddie why she would do that. She of course lies, saying that she just wanted to check her answers. Daniel tells Emma to wait as he has a stapler in his locker and runs to get it. Now alone, Maddie asks Emma what part of staying away from Daniel doesn't she understand, but Emma argues that she can't tell her who she can and can't be friends with. Maddie then attempts to cast a spell on her that would make everyone give her the cold shoulder, but instead she just ends up freezing her. Daniel then comes back with her pages all taped together, but then stops in his tracks when he sees Emma. He then panics, asking Maddie what's wrong with her. He then covers her with her jacket and asks the guys passing to help him get her to the nurse's office. Nurse Lily then tells them all not to worry and says that she's seen this before and that she's not frozen, she just has an inverted cold. She then has to push them out of the room multiple times because Daniel and his friends don't want to leave her. And they also don't exactly seem to believe her story. But luckily for Emma, Nurse Lily also happens to be her like witch guardian, and so she is able to get her back to normal. We then move on to our big swim meet, and if memory serves, I think that this is the only really big swim meet that we actually see within the series, which is funny just because of how often it's mentioned that Daniel is the captain of this swim team, and also just the swim team in general is like mentioned often, and yet we don't actually see much of the swim team swimming. But at the swim meet, we see Daniel shyly wave to Emma. She smiles and waves back at him. Later, Maddie says that she's going to spell one of these swimmers to make them do the doggy paddle. Emma tells her that she can't do that and that Daniel wouldn't want her to cheat, but then she just argues that she doesn't date losers. She then goes on to spell Daniel to do the doggy paddle by mistake. Emma then gets upset with her and tells her to undo the spell, but unfortunately Maddie doesn't know how. Emma then spells him to swim faster than a fish and he wins, all while still doing the doggy paddle, but then Daniel gets disqualified for not doing the right stroke. That night at the 7, which is like their cool hangout spot, Daniel has to fulfill the terms of a bet for losing the swim meet. So then he gets up to dance the salsa in front of everyone. While he's doing this, Emma then gets up as well and tells him to follow her lead. They then dance together, and I just love the look of relief on Daniel's face after she does this. After everyone leaves, Daniel pays for Emma's order, getting her a slice of pizza and some pineapple juice. She thanks him, but then he's quick to say no thank you, that she saved him today. Emma says that she thought thought it was fun, and then he complains about his day already being humiliating enough. He then talks about the swim meet and how strange it was, that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't swim. It was almost like it was magic or something. This then causes Emma to let out some nervous laughter and ask magic before she says, "Wouldn't that be silly?" And he says silly and bad. She then questions him about this and asks if he wouldn't want to have magical powers. If they were real, of course, which they aren't. He simply argues that it's cheating, and she says of course it is. On their walk home, Emma tells him that she hopes that his disqualification gets overturned, but even if it doesn't, that was pretty amazing. He then says that all of the cheering really inspired him to keep going and that he owes Maddie one, which is very annoying because of course it was Emma who started the cheering, not Maddie. Emma then goes to correct him, but then all she says that was nice of her.
Good night. A rainbow at night? That's crazy.
Rainbow? It must be the streetlights with the...
I gotta take a picture of this.
So even though this isn't exactly much, I still feel like this is a fairly iconic moment. When I watched the show for the first time, this was definitely one of those things that I remembered going back into it, which is funny because now I feel like it's a little bit of a nothing moment. But this got me thinking that early season 1 really loved showcasing Emma's feelings through her magic, with this rainbow moment and the butterflies, and this is something that isn't really continued as the series goes on, probably because her powers become more developed and she learns how to control them better. But looking back, I really do like this aspect in the beginning. I feel like it was a cute way of showing young love and not being able to control your feelings, and having those reflected in her powers I feel like was a really creative way of doing that. So Daniel is then interrupted by a phone call from his coach. He then tells him that the disqualification was overturned and so he won the race. Emma congratulates him and he goes to hug her, but then she takes a step back. He then says that he should go tell Maddie about this since she's the one who helped him win the race. Emma agrees that he should, and then they say bye to one another. So I'm not too sure what all of that was about. The following day, Daniel texts Emma that his parents need a babysitter, and so then he invites her over for dinner. Later, Andy asks if this dinner with Daniel is like a date. Emma admits that she doesn't know since it's with his whole family. Plus, he said that Maddie starting the chant reminded him that she has a good side. Then, while going through her clothes, Andy asks if these are her date outfits. She then suggests that since this is their first date, she might want to look a little bit more glamorous. Which is funny because I feel like if anything, their last date at the 7 was more of a date than whatever this is. But this then leads Emma to cast a spell on herself to make her look like Nicki Minaj. Which is a moment that I think we can all agree didn't exactly age well. But then Emma completely transforms into a full-on Nicki Minaj cosplay. Which honestly makes sense. I'm not really too sure how she thought she would turn out based off of how she worded that spell. But now unable to reverse the spell, Emma heads downstairs to meet up with Daniel. He is surprised to see her dressed like this, and Emma says that she is so excited for dinner. He then asks if she's sure that she's ready for dinner at his house with his parents, and she painfully says, yep, can't wait. And then at the dinner, Daniel's siblings and father are both trying to hold in their laughter at Emma's appearance. Moving on to episode 6, where Lily ends up getting turned into a monkey in front of Emma and Andy, and just then Daniel knocks on the door looking for band-aids. The girls panic and Emma nervously tells him that everything is perfectly fine, before quickly instructing him to go away. Andy then encourages her to stall him as she hands her some band-aids and pushes her out the door. So she nervously greets him and he asks if she's okay. Emma says that she's good, great, excellent, before asking why he asked. And he says because she was just in the nurse's office and then worries that she has another inverted cold. But Emma says that she's fine before handing him the bandages. Monkey nurse Lily then makes a noise and Daniel asks her what that was. They then overhear Andy as well, and then he asks if that was Andy. Emma lies, saying yes and that she was nervous about having to get a shot and so she came with her. He then tells her that he's glad that he ran into her as a bunch of them are going to the beach after school. He then nervously tries to ask her if she will go with him, but then Andy interrupts. She tells Emma that she needs to get in there right now, and Daniel tells her to stay strong. Emma then tells him that she would love to go to the beach with him and that she'll see him then. At the beach, Maddie sees Daniel texting Emma and gets jealous. This then brings her to cast a spell on her own phone to turn it into Emma's. She then texts Daniel saying that she's too busy for him. Meanwhile, Emma ends up being actually too busy, but with monkey nurse Nurse Lily, and so she ends up not making it to the beach. The next day, Emma tells Andy that she's gonna go find Daniel and apologize. She hopes that he's not too mad at her for bailing on the beach yesterday, as he hasn't been answering any of her texts. And then Daniel approaches Maddie and Emma in the hall. He greets Maddie happily and Emma not so much. Maddie then asks for him to walk her to class, just like old times, and he says sure, putting his arm around her and walking off. And this is something that I really dislike about season 1 Daniel. It's like every time Emma does something wrong or things like go astray between the two of them, he is so quick to go back to Maddie. And I just feel like that is so unfair to Emma. But at the same time, I feel like that also maybe shows just how toxic his relationship with Maddie was. And so he probably feels that he has some sort of like obligation towards her, which would explain why he always goes back to her so quickly. Like it's almost like he's programmed to think that if he's not with Emma, then he's supposed to be with Maddie. But that still doesn't make it any less annoying, and it still makes me feel bad for Emma. Later, she approaches Daniel at his locker. She tells him that she just wanted to, but then he tells her that he's kind of busy right now. He tells her that he's reorganizing his locker, and she says that she totally understands as she reorganizes hers once or sometimes twice a week. He smiles at this, and then she tells him that she just wanted to apologize for yesterday. She says that things were just really bananas, and she's sorry she missed going to the beach with him. She then admits that there's nothing that she'd want to do more. She then leaves and Daniel goes after her. He asks her what happened and why she was so but just then Emma sees Monkey Nurse Lily behind him. She lets out an oh no and he asks what's wrong, but she quickly says nothing and that she's gotta go. He stops her asking what's going on, but she apologizes saying that it's an emergency. She then promises that next time she'll make it to the beach. In the following episode, Maddie's mom pays Emma to watch Daniel's siblings. Andy thinks that this is suspicious, but Emma argues that she already said yes and so she's not turning it down. Andy then corrects that she's not turning Daniel down, and Emma yells back no before admitting that that might be an unintentional side effect as she blushes. Andy then reminds her that his siblings are called the Terrible Three for a reason, but then Emma reasons that she has magical powers and so they're even. The T3 then plan to spill a mixture all over Maddie, who they think is their babysitter, but then it spills on their dad instead. Daniel then makes them apologize to Emma, who would have been hit with their attack if their dad didn't come in first. They apologize and explain that they don't like Maddie, but they do like Emma, and so does Daniel as he talks about her all the time. Daniel's friend Mac then comes in and Daniel asks him to watch his siblings while he takes Emma home. Once they get to Emma's, he tells her that he's glad that her dad's not here because there's something that he wants to tell her.
So, as the captain of the Sharks, I get this really cool old school jacket with a big letter I on it. It stands for Iridium. It's called a
Letter jacket?
Yeah, that. And I wanted to know if maybe, can I have some water?
Now, this moment just makes me laugh, and I really don't want to offend anyone by saying this, but I need to speak my truth, and in my opinion, Nick is definitely the weakest actor on the show. And I know that people do rip on the show a lot for the bad acting, but I actually found that most of the cast grew into their roles throughout the course of the show, whereas I can't exactly say the same about Nick. I just found a lot of his line delivery to be very stiff, and I do think that this moment in particular is an example of his not so great acting, but I still love the guy, don't get me wrong. I'm also a little bit disappointed that nothing ever came from this moment, because I feel like Emma wearing his Letterman jacket would have been really cute, but unfortunately we never actually see that happen. But meanwhile, Maddie is actually upstairs in Emma's room looking for her special book of spells. She then overhears this conversation between Daniel and Emma, and then this causes her to spell Daniel to always say the opposite of what he means. So Daniel then drinks some water before telling Emma that he's just going to say it.
I think you're really ugly. The ugliest girl I've ever seen.
I am? You do?
I mean, you're just awful. And I would never want to give you my letter jacket.
So we'll definitely get more into this later, but I just wanted to touch on the fact that this is now the second time that Daniel has been negatively affected by magic. The first being at the swim meet and now this. And they've both been in ways in which his free will was taken from him. And maybe I'm being a little bit dramatic because this show is literally about magic and everybody is affected by it, but I do feel like it's oftentimes that Daniel is the one who suffers the most. So I just mainly wanted to draw your attention towards that as we move forward. So Mr. Alonso then comes home. Emma tells tells him that Daniel was just leaving. He asks if babysitting went all right, and Daniel says that it was awful, and he calls Emma a horrible babysitter. He then says that he's not sorry and that he knows exactly what he's saying, but of course he says all of this with a very panicked look on his face. He then tries to leave before saying again that he is so not sorry. Emma then says that she is and that she thought that they were friends. He tells her that they're not, and she yells back that she's glad that they cleared that up then before showing him out. The following day, Daniel tells their friend Tony that everything he says is the opposite of what he means. But before we can get into this, I do have to give a little bit of a backstory on Tony. So he is a magician who also happens to have a crush on Emma, and in a previous episode he asked Daniel if he could ask her out, and he told him to go for it, because this was back when he was upset with her for not coming to the beach. Back to their conversation, Tony tells him that if this is about him liking Emma, then he can just tell him, but then Daniel writes that it's not. Tony goes on to say that it's okay if he likes her, and Daniel writes that he does, but this isn't about her. He then asks him again if it's okay that he asks Emma out, and Daniel tries to say no but yells yes instead. And then Maddie comes over and takes advantage of her spell. She asks Daniel if he wants to get back together with her, and he says yes. Luckily though, this spell doesn't last long, and in the following episode, Ursula, Maddie's mom, finds out about this spell and orders her to remove it. That night, Daniel climbs through Emma's window. She jumps up asking what he's doing, and he explains that she wouldn't answer any of his calls and her dad keeps closing the door on him, and then Emma says decided to go all stalker on her and climb through her window. He then asks that she hear him out and admits that he doesn't know what came over him. It's almost like he was possessed or something. What he wanted to tell her was that he likes her. She's quirky, a little bit cheesy, and she definitely talks a lot. Emma then sarcastically says, "Gee, thanks," and he tells her that he meant it as a compliment. But lately he can't say anything right. He then sits down and explains that yesterday he kept saying the opposite of what he meant, and then Emma comes to realize what must have happened. He then says again that it was like he was under a spell or something, and then Emma panics saying, "What? No," and that it definitely wasn't hers. She then rambles over the fact that she can't cast spells and that that's totally preposterous. He then smiles at her and asks if she sees what he means. That she's funny, strange, and unpredictable, which are just 3 adjectives that every girl wants to be called. But he says that now that he thinks that he can say what he means, he wants to tell her that he thinks about her all the time and wants to go out with her. So I feel like this should be a really big moment. I mean, it's the first one where he's told her how he feels and has asked her out, but I gotta say, I definitely expected a little bit more from Daniel here. Or just like from the show, I feel like this moment just feels like an ordinary conversation between the two of them when I feel like it should be a little bit more special. Although I do like the idea of him just like not being able to hold it in any longer. But then Emma asks what about Maddie. He tells her that he's going to talk to her and tell her that it's over for good. He then admits that she didn't used to be like this, but lately all she seems to do is lie and manipulate. Whereas Emma's different. With her, what you see is what you get, and he loves that. But then she tells him that if they're going to go out, then she has to tell him the truth. He says that whatever it is, she can tell him, and he promises that he won't judge her. Emma then apologizes to Lily under her breath before going to say that she's but just then a voice calls for Emma. Daniel asks her who that was as she quickly tries to shoo him back out the window, but then he pauses as he recognizes that voice, and then in comes Nurse Lily. Daniel asks if the two of them know each other outside of school, and Emma stutters that she's her, and then Lily fills in her cousin's brother's sister's stepson's aunt. She then goes to leave, and Daniel asks Emma what it was that she was going to tell him. She says nothing important, but then he argues that it sounded important, something about telling him the truth. Lily then overhears this and walks back, saying that Francisco just texted and that he's on the way home. So he needs to leave out the window that he came from. He tells Emma that he'll talk to her tomorrow and smiles at her as he goes, stumbling on his way out since he can't take his eyes off of her. After he leaves, Lily scolds Emma for wanting to tell Daniel about her powers, which is funny because there's also another issue with Daniel and Lily and the witch's realm, but that doesn't come up until the 2nd season. Later, Daniel breaks up with Maddie. She asks if there's someone else that he'd rather be with, and he stutters, looking down. He then admits that there is someone else and that it's Emma. After school, Daniel invites Emma to his son, that'd be a plot twist. After school, Daniel invites Emma to his brother's birthday party. He says that it's small and that it will probably end in disaster, but it should be fun until the disaster disaster part. And Emma says that she's in. At the party, Daniel tells her about gifting his brother an iguana for his birthday. She says that he'll love it and that he'll never forget his first iguana. Like this is a common pet that every kid has, or maybe that's the joke. I don't know. Emma then says that she loves the song that's playing and says that she iguana dance. He then asks her if she iguana dance with him, and then Andy calls them geeks, rightfully so. Nonetheless, Daniel brings her over to dance. Meanwhile, Maddie gets mad at Daniel for not wanting to get back together with her, and then she goes to cast a spell to turn him into a lizard. She then pulls back before she finishes the spell, but her and her friends aren't sure if she pulled back quickly enough, and so then they all rush over to Daniel's. They then find his brother's iguana and assumes that it's Daniel, and then they kidnap him. Later, Emma goes into the garage looking for him, and then his brothers blame her for opening the door and letting the iguana out. Before school the next day, Emma checks her phone and Andy scolds her for this. She says that looking at her phone isn't going to make him text her any sooner. Emma says that she's just worried as he hasn't responded to any of her texts, and so then Andy tells her to just walk over there as he lives across the street. But Emma argues that she can't just show up there, especially not after iguana date. Gate. Not date. That would be a different thing. Oh, that's not even what she says. But Emma argues that she can't just wander over there, especially not after the great iguana escape. Andy says that she's sure he doesn't blame her or is ignoring her because of that. But Emma concludes that it's gotta be the iguana and says that she only left the door open for a minute. At school, Emma checks her phone again. Andy begs for her to tell her that it's Daniel, but she says that it's just an alert from misinformation. So misinformation is like a gossip blog for all of the students at Iridium High, and when I say all of the students at Iridium High, I mainly mean our main characters, or at least our main love triangle, because that's all that misinformation seems to care about. Andy asks her what it says, and Emma yells that Daniel and Maddie are back together. Overhearing this, Daniel then comes from around the corner asking her, what? Emma then shows him her phone, repeating that he got back together with Maddie. Confused, Daniel takes the phone, stuttering that he didn't, that misinformation is misinformed, and Emma tells Daniel that she didn't see him in study hall this morning. He explains that he got excused and that he was looking for the iguana. Emma apologizes and asks if there's anything that she can do, as she admits that she feels so guilty. He tells her not to, and that if it got out through the garage, then it must be somewhere in the house. Which I'm glad that somebody finally said that, because I'm like, it's not like she opened the garage door, so I don't know why she was blaming herself so extremely for this. He then tells her that she can help as he's organizing a search party for it. She tells him to count her in and then nudges Andy to volunteer as well. Then while out searching, Daniel tells Emma that iguanas are known for traveling long distances without any food or water. She then asks if he's serious and he laughs before saying no. He just made that up to impress her. He asks how he did and she admits not bad. She then asks where he disappeared to last night, that she went into the garage to find him, and then, well, iguana gate happened. He explains that he was at the 7 helping Diego with a little emergency. She asks what kind and he stutters, remembering the mess that Diego made, and that he apparently made canned eyes explode. Emma asks what canned eyes are and he admits that he doesn't know. It's probably one of those fantasy card games those two play, like Space Cowboys Chase Through History or something lame like that. Emma then admits that she loves Space Cowboys. He is surprised and then admits that he's been trying to get astronaut Billy Ray Gamble to join the Revolutionary War for weeks now. She then trails off asking if he just said that it was lame to impress her, and then he admits that Maddie used to say that it was lame all the time, and so he just figured that all girls thought that. But Emma thinks that it's cool, and then she teases him that the most popular guy in school is a closeted geek. She probably doesn't say closeted, no, she says secret, but whatever.
Come on, Danny. Own the geek.
Okay, but you have to own your thing too.
What's my thing?
The glitter, duh.
Oh, I own the glitter.
So I feel like this is their first real moment. I know that we've had a lot of moments leading up to this, but this is really the first time that we've seen them have a conversation and bond over something, and I really like this moment. I like that they both have this shared interest in this geeky card game, and I also like how it opens our eyes a little bit to the trauma that Daniel carries because of his previous relationship with Maddie. And my only thing is that I feel like this scene lacks just a little bit of chemistry that I need for me to truly root for them. Don't get me wrong, it's a cute moment, moment, but it's just missing something. I remember when I watched the show for the first time, I was just completely uninterested in Emma and Daniel in the first season. And I do think that a lack of chemistry was a main reason for that, as well as like their story just being a little bit basic, like girl next door falls in love for the guy next door. I don't know. I need a little bit more substance than that to get me like really invested. But I will say that this scene is still a nice addition to the timeline and probably one of my favorite moments that they share in this first season. Later, Emma gushes to Andy that when Daniel held her hand, she got butterflies. The good inside the tummy kind. And it's a good thing that they were only tummy butterflies this time, otherwise that scene could have gone in a very different direction. Emma then admits that she just wishes that they could find the iguana. Andy suggests using an iguana locating spell, and Emma says that she would, but she's afraid that it would end up in the pool. So then Andy suggests that they do a play-by-play over the events of the previous night, starting with the last time that they saw Daniel. We then get a flashback of Emma going over to the garage to look for him, and then she finds him there shirtless. Emma panics, covering her eyes, and stuttering over his mom wanting him to help her with something. He tells her that he's ready and she stumbles into the door as she leaves. Andy then concludes that it was the both of them who left the door open. And I know what you're thinking. The last time we saw Emma in that episode, she was also looking for Daniel in the garage and she was alone. And I was very confused, but I think that this moment happens after that one and we're just only hearing about it now. I don't know. I think this is a little bit of a plot hole, but it could be that I'm remembering things wrong. So they wrap up the search party and then Daniel walks Emma home. She's wearing his jacket as he thanks her for the help. Emma tells him that she'll make more posters tonight, and he tells her that she might want to go easier on the glitter. But she argues the more noticeable, the better. Over dramatically, he then tells her that he takes it back and tells her to glitter her heart out. He then nervously asks her if she wants to walk to school together on Monday. She nods and he smiles at her as he leaves. Just then, Emma notices an iguana on her couch. And of course she picks it up and then in comes Daniel. He tells her that he forgot his jacket before he's shocked to see her with the iguana. Emma stutters as Daniel asks her if that's iguana. And just to clarify, the name of the iguana is also iguana. Because this show just loves giving characters not real names, like, I don't know, the principal, but we'll get to that later. Emma then nervously says that she doesn't know. He then gets closer to it and confirms that it is. She hands it over to him, telling him that she'll take his word for it. He asks her why it's here and she tells him that she doesn't know, she just came in and found it on her couch. He then asks why she has an iguana bed and bowl then, and Emma panics, telling him that she has no idea where any of that came from and that she's just as confused as he is. And Daniel, now upset, asks her if she's had him this whole time.
No, I told you I came in and found it sitting on the couch. Maybe he waddled in from the wild?
Oh, right. Yeah, and carried his food bowl in bed with him from the wild.
I'm not very well versed in wild iguana behavior, but it's possible.
I gotta go. And I'm taking iguana back to its rightful owner, Tommy.
So I'm kind of torn on this because on one hand, I want Daniel to trust Emma enough to believe that she wouldn't lie and deceive him like this. But then on the other, we're only like 12 episodes in at this point, and so they haven't really known each other for that long, and like all the evidence does lead to her. So I do understand why he is jumping to this conclusion. It's just unfortunate that he is. Especially because it's so obvious to us what happened and not to them. Luckily though, it doesn't take Emma and Andy long to figure out what happened, as Andy recognizes the dog bed as Sophie's and they realize that Maddie and her friends must have stolen the iguana and then planted it there to frame her. Before school the next day, Maddie goes over to Daniel's to further her plan, as she tells him that she thinks that Emma took the iguana. At school, Emma finds Daniel and asks if they can talk, but instead, Daniel just tells her that his brother cried all night. He felt so guilty that he lost iguana, but all this time, she had him. Emma says that she didn't, and so then he asks how it got into her house, and she stutters before admitting that she thinks that Maddie put him there. And then here comes the line that really grinds my gears as Daniel tells her that now she's reaching. Because I'm sorry, what? Like, I know that he hasn't known Emma for that long, but he has known Maddie, and this is the most reasonable explanation that she's given so far. I feel like him calling that reaching is just delusional. I mean, he said himself not that long ago that he was reminded that Maddie had a good side. And so he is aware that most of the time, at least lately, she's been showing her bad side. And I just feel like they've been on again and off again for so long that he should know that this is very much so something that she is capable of. I don't know if he's just been so heavily manipulated by Maddie that he isn't able to see this as a possibility, or if he was just like so clouded by anger, but either way, it made me mad. Anyways, he continues saying that Maddie has done some pretty shady stuff. Yeah, he says that. But she has nothing to do with this. She wasn't even at the party. Emma argues that that doesn't mean that she couldn't have taken the iguana. And Daniel asks how she could have gotten into her house then and sarcastically asks if it was magic. And then Emma proudly says, as a matter of fact, yes. She then stutters before saying the truth is she's, but then Maddie interrupts. She tells her that the next word out of her mouth better be sorry because she should be. And then at the same time, they both yell at one another that they know what they did and that they took the iguana. Maddie says that that's outrageous and that she has an airtight alibi. She was at home watching poodles, shih tzus, and tiaras. Emma yells back that they both know that that doesn't prove anything, that she could have just sent it to her house. Daniel asks her what she means by that, and Maddie argues that she's so guilty that she can't even come up with a decent lie. Emma argues, or she just can't make lying look as good as some people. She then goes on to ramble that she's not saying that she's lying, she just doesn't do it very much, and so she wouldn't be very good at it. Maddie then turns to Daniel, saying that she's saying all of this so that they won't get back together, but then Emma yells back that that's what she's doing.
Not the getting back together part, since we never broke up or officially dated.
You were never officially or unofficially dating.
Can you guys stop fighting? I just want the truth.
And I'm giving it to you. The truth is...
You wouldn't dare.
The truth is... We're both...
Not responsible.
So I actually have a lot to say about Tony, but as this is the first time where he's done anything that relevant, I feel like I should wait a bit. But in regards to this, I love him. Actually, I love him in general. So I guess you can keep that in mind, but I particularly like him standing up for her like this. So Tony says that he knows that Emma didn't take the iguana, that she wouldn't do that, and anyone who really knows her would know that. Daniel argues that that doesn't prove anything, that he wants it to be true, but he knows what he saw. Tony retorts that he knows what he feels, plus he knows that she didn't take the iguana because he was the one who found him. Tony says that he called Daniel to let him know, but he didn't answer, and so then he took the iguana to Emma's. And Maddie quickly says that he did not. Tony asks her how she would know, and Maddie stutters because before she pulls him close and asks him how he got into Emma's. Tony says that her dad let him in. She asks how he got the bowl and the bed, and he argues that he stopped off at home first. She asks why he didn't take him to Daniel's, and he says because he knew that Emma felt bad about leaving the garage door open, and so he wanted her to be the one to bring him back. Daniel thanks him, admitting that he doesn't know what to say and that it all makes sense now. Kind of. Later, Emma thanks Tony and offers to tell him how the iguana really got there, but he says no, that he trusts her and he knows that she would never do anything to hurt anybody. And I just find this whole situation to be so interesting, because the one thing that I kept saying to defend Daniel in this situation was that he hasn't known Emma for that long, but the fact that Tony spent even less time with Emma than Daniel has, and yet he still knows her better than him is just astonishing. And I'm actually surprised that they even gave this plot point as compelling as it is to the guy that she's not supposed to end up with, but I guess that they just wanted to separate them somehow, and I will admit that giving something better to the other guy that's not supposed to be the end game is something that this show is good at doing. The following day, Daniel tells his friend Diego what happened, and he notes how bad the situation is. Daniel says that he knows and that he can't believe that he accused her of stealing the iguana. He then asks for him to help him get out of this, but Daniel just says that he dug himself a deep hole and he included Maddie in it, which is bad. Daniel says again that he knows and admits that he's just going to have to apologize. His eyes then go wide with an idea, as he says that he might have to invite her to the beach volleyball game on Saturday. Diego calls this a great idea, sarcastically adding that all girls want to go out with you after you accuse them of stealing reptiles. But he just says that he's going to take his chances and asks that he wish him luck. And yeah, I feel like it's pretty obvious that I'm Team Diego on this one. I really don't think that this is a very good plan. Maybe apologize to her first, maybe do a little grand gesture, and then ask her to the beach ball thing. But at the same time, we had a similar situation earlier on in the season with the whole calling her ugly by accident, but he didn't really mean it, that thing, and then just coming through her window and asking her out. It does kind of make sense that this is the solution that Daniel comes up with, and this also sounds like something that would have worked on Maddie, which is his only other relationship reference. So I don't know. But none of this actually matters, as at the end of this episode, Tony asks Emma before Daniel is able to. Daniel overhears this from his very inconspicuous position by the door, and Emma agrees, saying that that sounds fun. We then actually don't get much in this episode, besides learning that Tony actually knows that Emma is a witch. Earlier in the series, he saw Emma use magic, and we were told that she erased his memory, but it's revealed in this episode that she actually didn't, and she trusted him with her secret instead. And once again, I love Tony. I love Emma and Tony, but the unfortunate reality is that Emma isn't interested in Tony in that way. And it's just so incredibly obvious based off of all of their interactions, which sucks because if she was, I would easily be Team Tony all the way. Before we move on though, in this episode, Mac tells Daniel that he should ask Maddie to the beach ball to make Emma jealous. In episode 14, Emma casts a transportation spell, which of course means that she ends up in the pool, and it just so happens that Daniel is swimming laps when she does. We later see Emma return home soaking wet with Daniel and wearing his jacket. Her dad is quick to ask if she's okay and why she's wet, and Emma says that she fell into the pool. He then notices that Daniel's not wet and asks if he just let her fall in, and then Daniel explains that no, he was already in and he had a change of clothes, and then Emma interrupts saying that this isn't his fault. Tony, who is also there, then asks if she's alright. He then replaces Daniel's coat with his super absorbent cape. The next day, Daniel longingly watches Emma and Tony enter the cafeteria. Mac tells him again to ask out another girl to make her jealous, and this time Daniel caves and goes up to Maddie. He asks her to the beach ball and then looks over to Emma to make sure that she saw him. And then this brings us to the beach ball, where Maddie and Daniel come face to face with Emma and Tony. Maddie asks Daniel to set up her stuff, and Tony rubs it in his face that he has a reserved spot for the two of them. Emma then tells Daniel that it's nice to see him and wishes him luck before leaving with Tony. Before the game, Emma wishes Daniel good luck again. He thanks her before Tony says that she was talking to him. Emma then frantically says that she was talking to the both of them. Later, Emma and Daniel reach for the same water bottle at the drink stand. They smile at one another before Daniel lets go, saying after her. But then she tells him to go ahead. He's been running around playing volleyball all day, while she's just been watching him running around playing volleyball. This then causes Daniel to smile and ask if she's been watching him. She's then quick to say no and then yes, but she's been watching everyone play, not just him. He then asks her if she's going to the 7 for the after party, and she says that she thinks so and that Tony is DJing. She asks if he's going, and he says that he is. She then dances around asking if he and Maddie are back together, but then also mentioning that she came with Tony, and so it's kind of like the pot calling the kettle, you know. Confused, Daniel then asks if he's the pot or the kettle. Emma clarifies that she's the pot before getting confused and going back and forth on this. He then laughs before telling her that the kettle is not back together with Maddie. He then asks if the pot is dating Tony, and she smiles before telling him that Tony is just a friend. He then smiles back at her before Tony, who has been watching this entire exchange behind a nearby tree, comes over and interrupts them. She tells Daniel that she'll see him later, and he smiles back at her saying definitely. Moving on to the 7 for the after party, Maddie pressures Daniel into playing his guitar for everyone. He tells her that he doesn't like playing in public, but then Emma comes over telling him that he'll be great. He's then quick to say okay. We then see Daniel on stage getting ready to perform. He then tells the crowd that this is a song that he wrote, but then he stutters saying that he doesn't. But then he decides to just play the song. He then sings about how it doesn't matter where she is, he's always going to want to be with her, and that he loves everything about her. And of course, there are many shared looks between Emma and Daniel throughout the song, meaning that the she that he's singing about is obviously Emma. Back at Maddie's, Daniel tells her that they won't be going out anymore, and he, for the second time, admits that he's interested in someone else and that someone else is Emma. But now we unfortunately have to take a pause for some non-ship related context. And first of all, I'm actually surprised that this hasn't come up until now, but I think it just goes to show how tame the first season actually is. But Emma is the chosen one. This means that she will eventually grow to become the most powerful witch in all of the realm. And the villain of the first season is their principal, and she was also a chosen one, but she has since gone rogue. So she is evil, and she is plotting to steal Emma's powers on the night of the eclipse. And she plans on using Diego to do this. And so Diego is also another magical creature called a Kanai, and this basically means that he has control over all of the 4 elements, and he also has some other magical abilities, but I guess they're not really relevant in regards to our love triangle, which isn't even a love triangle yet. Like, oh my gosh, we need to get through this season. So Emma and Andy learn about what the principal is plotting, and in this episode, they're discussing how they need to keep Emma's special magic book, the Hexerin, with them at all times until the eclipse. Daniel overhears this and asks if they're talking about the eclipse that's a week away, and Emma panics, asking how he knows that. He says that it's been all over the news, and Emma freaks out over this before Andy tells her to calm down, reminding her that he's talking about the actual event, not the stealing of her powers. He then tells Emma that he knows this really cool spot by the beach where they can but then Maddie interrupts, asking if he's asking her out. Daniel doesn't get to answer this though, as they are then interrupted by their teacher coming in. During class, Andy and Daniel are then called upon to give a presentation, and beforehand he leans over to Emma, asking that she wish him luck. She smiles at him saying luck, and he smiles back. Maddie is then annoyed by this, causing her to cast a spell on Daniel that makes it sound like he's full of helium. He then gets scolded by their teacher for talking that way, and Emma turns to Maddie upset. And this is our cliffhanger of the episode, and so in the following one, Emma undoes the spell. And now we're on to episode 17, where Emma has come down with a case of witch's cold. And then after school that day, Daniel knocks on her window. She runs over to it and opens it, teasing him as she asks if he doesn't use doors anymore. But then Daniel says that he wanted to make sure that her dad wasn't home, as he doesn't think that he likes him very much. And listen, I know that entering through a window was supposed to be like a more romantic endeavor. I mean, he does it with her bedroom window often, and I think that's fine. But this is like another level of ridiculousness. Also, his excuse makes absolutely no sense, especially considering the fact that they're like a foot away from the front door. But Daniel says that he heard that she was sick, and so he brought her over some chicken soup. She thanks him and then brings it to the kitchen. He then asks if it's okay if he comes in, and she says sure. And so then this results in Daniel awkwardly crawling through her living room window. Emma then goes to get herself some soup, but then Daniel runs over and tells her to go back to the couch while he takes care of her. She smiles at this before complying, but as I mentioned earlier, this is a witch's cold and not just a regular cold. So then while Daniel is getting the soup for her, she sneezes and a giant unibrow covers his face. Later, Emma looks at Daniel in disgust as he says that this is the best soup in town, and that his mom says that it'll shake the ugly right out of you. He then rambles about how he's not saying that she's ugly. He thinks that she's beautiful, and it's just a saying. Emma then sneezes again and his shirt changes into a red button down. She then looks at him concerned before letting out an oh no. And then Daniel thinks that she's responding to what he said about her being beautiful, and so then he asks her if she doesn't think so. She then goes on to ramble about this before asking if he could make her some tea. Daniel says sure and asks her what kind she would like. Emma says hairball while looking at his eyebrows, before quickly correcting herself and saying herbal. And boy am I getting some bunked flashbacks right now. So Emma then tries casting spells to fix her sneeze spells, but none of them work. Also, Daniel clearly doesn't know how to make tea or has just never made tea before, as he asks her if she wants 3 or 5 tea bags. But just then, her dad returns home. Mr. Alonso pauses when he sees Daniel. Daniel is quick to say hi to him and ask what he's doing there. Francisco then reminds him that he lives there, and then he asks if he's wearing his clothes. Daniel then looks down, and then Francisco asks what's on his face. He then angrily tells Daniel if he thinks that dressing like him is his idea of a joke, but Daniel stresses that he didn't and that he has no idea how this happened. Francisco then gets closer, asking again about the caterpillar on his face. Daniel touches his eyebrows in confusion before rushing to grab a mirror. He then grabs Mr. Alonso's coat to cover his face and rushes to leave. Now alone, Emma's dad tells her that she needs to stay away from Daniel. Emma explains that he wasn't making fun of him and that it was her fault, but he tells her that he means it, no more Daniel Miller. Although as far as I can recall, he doesn't actually follow through on this thread. Back at home, Daniel tells his siblings that something strange is going on, and he asks for them to help him figure out what it is. One of them suggests that it's Emma. Daniel says that a lot of strange things happen when she's around, but she's so good and kind. He then says that it's like there's something around her that's messing with them. His sister blames Maddie, and his brothers agree. They think that she's trying to break them up by making him think that Emma is the one doing all of these things to them. He admits that this does sound like something that Maddie would do, even though, let me remind you, a couple episodes ago, Emma accused her of doing just that, but he wouldn't listen to her. Anyways, he then tells them to figure out how Maddie is making all of these things happen. The following day, Emma overhears that Sophie beat Daniel with her purse, thinking that he had a squirrel on his face. She says poor Daniel and that she should go look for him and take off the unibrow, which is really something that she should have done the moment that she woke up, but I digress. She then goes to fix things, and she does. Later, Daniel finds Emma in the hall. He asks her if she notices anything different about him, and Emma looking over him before saying no. Daniel then panics and reaches for his eyebrows, but Emma says just kidding and that his eyebrows are back to normal. She then goes to leave, but he calls for her to wait. He then tells her that there's this dance next week. It's kind of silly, but he's singing at it this year, and he wanted to know if she would go with him. Emma says that she'd love to and asks when it is, but then he tells her that it's next Friday.
There's an eclipse that night.
Yeah, it'd be really cool. We can watch it together.
I can't. I'm sorry.
Why? Is it because of Maddie and how she'll try to make our lives miserable if we go together?
Yes, that's exactly why.
Well, I don't care about that. Besides, we can weather the Maddie storm together.
I still can't, I'm sorry.
And poor Daniel, honestly, like I understand Emma taking the first excuse as to why she can't go with him, but I still just like feel bad for him at this point. Not just because of her backing out for the dance, but also because of the whole eyebrow thing that I'm still not quite over yet. But this scene actually isn't over yet either, as we then pick up from it in the next episode. So Daniel runs after Emma, calling for her to wait. When he catches up to her, he tells her that she's fast and that she should try out for the track team. But Emma says no way and that she's fast but not very coordinated. At her old school, she ran the 100-meter dash the wrong way. Daniel then says that that's what he means and that she always makes him smile. She smiles back at him and then he asks her what's going on. Why did she run away from him when he thought that they kind of liked each? But then she interrupts, saying that it's not that she doesn't like him. It's just that right now isn't a good time and that she can't go to the dance with him. He says that he gets it and then asks if it's because of Tony, but then Emma says no and that she's sorry before leaving. So I feel like this whole scene is a little bit unnecessary. We basically end up in the same place that we already were at the end of the previous episode, but then looking over the rest of this episode, we don't exactly get much demo content in it, so then I wonder if this was just to give us something in this episode. Either way though, I feel like I could have done without it. Back at home, Daniel's siblings tell him what they learned through their spying, which is that Emma is a witch who has been chosen for something. Emma, Andy, and Tony are all involved and there's this magic book. And honestly, they gathered quite a bit of information for just one day. But that's also not exactly surprising considering how openly they talk about magic on this show. It reminds me of Miraculous Ladybug when they go behind like a rock or something to transform. Like they're not hiding it well. But Daniel's siblings then show him their plans for a witch catcher, and Daniel argues that Emma isn't a witch and that they don't exist. In the end of the episode, Daniel sees Emma and Andy sneaking into Maddie's house and follows them. Once he finds them in Maddie's room, he asks them what they're doing and why they're going through her stuff. Andy says that they can explain, but just then Maddie comes around the corner asking Daniel what he's doing there. So Emma and Andy rush to fix things as Daniel makes up an excuse for why he's there. He then covers for the girls by trying to stall Maddie from entering her room. And I gotta say, especially after the whole iguana incident, I was very impressed by Daniel here. To see him cover for Emma like this, especially when it was something that he didn't necessarily agree with, I think shows a level of trust that they definitely didn't have earlier. And it for sure gave Daniel some bonus points from me. I did not expect him to respond like this in this situation, but I was very glad that he did. Honestly, it might be another one of my favorite demo moments from this season, even though it's not like a direct moment. Later, Emma answers her door thinking that it's going to be Andy, but is then surprised to see Daniel. Once inside, she thanks him for distracting Maddie, and he asks her why she was there. She stutters before saying that she had to get something back that she took from her. He asks her to be more specific, and she nervously tells him that it was a book. Thinking this over, he then says that that's, and Emma tries to finish his sentence by saying totally believable, but then he says the opposite. He then apologizes but admits that she's not making any sense. She tells him that she knows and then rambles that it's like when you're watching one of those cop shows, and then he finishes her thought saying that, and then you miss a key piece of information. She agrees with him, and so then he asks her what that key piece of information is. But then she says that she can't tell him. He seems fed up with this, and so then she tells him that he has to trust her and that it's for his own good. He goes to argue with this, but then they're interrupted by somebody at the door. Emma then tells him to hide and quickly ushers him under the kitchen table. The very in the open kitchen table with like nothing covering it, no tablecloth or anything. And then in comes the principal. Daniel then overhears her call Emma a witch and accuse her of using magic to disappear. Emma tries to cover for this, but then she calls her a witch again and the chosen one. And then she says that she's going to take her powers. Daniel then sneezes, and to protect him, Emma sends him to the pool. This then leads the principal to realize that Emma's weak spot is her friends and how much she cares about them. Later, Emma answers her door and a very wet Daniel enters. He says that they need to talk, and Emma says that she knows. He then nervously walks in and goes to look under the table where he was hiding. He then gets scared over the sound of the kettle going off and jumps back, hyperventilating. Emma then comes back with a towel and wraps it around him. As she tells him that it's just the kettle. Daniel then admits that he's a little bit freaked out as he wipes his face. She then offers him a cup of tea as he backs away from her. He then apologizes for getting her floors all wet, and she tells him that she can explain all of this. But he's not so sure. He then stutters that he was in her house, but then a second later he was in the pool. He then admits that he doesn't know how to finish his sentence. Emma then confesses that she didn't mean to send him to the pool, but she can't quite seem to master transportation spells.
Your what? Your spells? Are you trying to explain all this away by telling me you're a witch?
Yes.
I can't believe this.
It's a lot to take in. Trust me, I know.
Why didn't you tell me?
I wanted to tell you, but I was worried you'd be all freaked out.
You think?
So being a predominantly Disney Channel fan, I am no stranger to the secret reveal moment. And I gotta say, this isn't exactly a great one. Like, I feel like on paper it's fine, but while watching the scene, Daniel's reaction isn't exactly what I'd want it to be. In his defense, he has gone through a lot in this season, and this explanation is long overdue. And he also just got teletransported to the pool, so I understand that he's going through a lot right now. And honestly, this is probably a pretty realistic reaction. But at the same time, this is a drama series for tweens about witches and magic. I don't really need it to be realistic. I just need a good reaction, especially when it's coming from the show's main love interest. And so I was a little bit disappointed by this moment, but it just goes to show something that I feel like Jack shippers often talk about, which is the fact that Daniel never really accepted Emma for being a witch, which is obviously something that we will delve into more later on in the series, but I do feel like you can tell that by this moment as well. Next, we see Daniel is back at his house, and then Diego runs in and tells him that he has magic powers. They also fill him in on everyone else's magic abilities, and that tomorrow during the eclipse, the principal is going to use Diego to steal Emma's powers. And when she does, it'll turn Diego into a pile of dust. Daniel says that he needs some time to sort through all of this and come up with a rational decision, but they argue that they don't have time for that. So he says, no questions about it, we help Emma. And I feel like this is the right answer, and I'm sorry if I'm giving you whiplash, but I love this moment, especially in contrast to the previous scene where I was disappointed by Daniel. I am glad to see that even though he is just learning all of this new information now and is still needing time to process, he still doesn't hesitate to help Emma no matter what he's feeling. Back at home, Emma hears a noise, and so she goes to open her window. She thinks it's the Hex, but then it turns out to be Daniel.
Is it you, Hex?
No, it's me.
Daniel,
Okay, so quite the cheesy moment, but on paper, I like this a lot. It shows that after some reflection, Daniel has realized why she didn't tell him and that she was just trying to protect him. And he's also probably now realizing all of the times that she tried to tell him but then didn't. And I love how now that he knows all that she's going through, he just wants to be there for her and protect her. And with that, we have actually reached our first season finale. And we pick up right where we left off. After their embrace, Daniel tells her not to worry and that he won't let anything bad happen to her. Butterflies then start to appear outside, and so Emma tells him that he better close that window. He asks if there's an evil army of ogres coming, but she says more like a large cloud of butterflies. And then this leads Daniel to rush and close it. He then lets out a nervous laugh before calling it a close one, and Emma apologizes. She admits that she just can't control the butterflies when she gets nervous or excited. They just appear. He tells her that it's okay and that it's kind of cute, except for the part where she almost killed him. And she tells him that she wants to explain everything from the beginning, but then he cuts her off, telling her that Andy already did. He then steps closer and grabs her hand as he asks her what she's going to do. Later, Daniel gets a text and tells Emma that it's time. They're going after the principal. Emma protests, telling Daniel that she's going with him, but then he argues that that's what she wants. He tells her to stay there and not go anywhere. He's got this. They're Imo-siwa. Emo-siwa? Emo-siwa. I don't know. I don't remember. The first time that he said this, I had to Google what that was and what it meant because I had never heard that before. But apparently this was a trend back in 2014. But it's just awesome said backwards, and I really don't understand it, and I don't know why he used it, other than the fact that the beginning kind of sounds like Emma, like Emo-siwa. if I'm saying it right, but like I have never heard this before in my life and I don't understand why they included it. So Daniel then joins his friends at school as they all plan on attacking the principal with water. They then do this and she melts, but I'm sure anyone who has seen Wicked knows that water doesn't actually melt witches. That's just a silly rumor. And so thinking that the principal has been defeated, everyone goes and gets ready for the dance. That night we see a sad Emma waiting for Daniel to come get her. Andy then arrives asking what's taking so long. She asks if she went to his house and Emma says that she called and his parents said that he was getting ready, but he's not there anymore and so they assume that he left. She then asks Andy if he stood her up. Andy says that Daniel wouldn't do that and she's sure that he'll be here any minute. Emma then urges her phone to ring and it does. She excitedly picks it up hoping that it's Daniel, but it's the principal. Plot twist of the century. She then tells her to meet her at the school theater as she has something that she wants. She then pans to show Daniel there with her. Daniel stresses to her that he's fine and tells her not to come, but then the principal says that she'll see her soon before she hangs up. We then learn that Daniel is stuck in bubblegum quicksand. He tells her that she's not going to get away with this, and then tries to get out of it, but then she tells him to not even try or else he'll sink more. Back at home, Emma panics, asking Andy what they should do. She then concludes that she has to do something as she runs to the door. Andy pulls her back, asking her where she's going, and Emma says to rescue Daniel, and she's going alone because she can't put anyone else at risk. So Emma enters the theater, demanding that she let Daniel go. Daniel warns her that it's a trap and urges her to leave. Emma then tries to do something, but it doesn't work, and so then she complies, grabbing a hold of Diego's hand so that she can steal her powers. The principal then does the spell, and Daniel yells no. And then in comes the hex. The book then helps Daniel get out of the quicksand. He then uses it to break the force field that the three of them are under. He then tackles the principal in a rage, and Emma collapses. He then goes over to her and asks her if she's okay. Everyone then runs to leave, but then the principal begins casting spells at them. Emma then tries to cast one back, but it doesn't work as her powers are too weak. In the end, Emma and Maddie then have to join forces to defeat her, which they do. Afterwards, the girls collapse and Daniel rushes over. He tells her that she did it as he helps her up. And now, with the villain defeated for good, it is time for our dance. At the dance, Daniel performs his song from before. Emma and Maddie think that they've lost their powers, and Daniel takes Emma on stage and kisses her. It's not my personal favorite type of a first kiss from a show. It's kind of just like a, yay, they finally kissed sort of moment, whereas I personally prefer more of a scene between the two of them with like some dialogue and then a kiss, but that could just be me. And I also understand that this kiss is a direct copy from the original, but I'm sure that that payoff was a lot more satisfying after like an 80-something episode run. The next day, Daniel greets Emma at school. He tells her that she looks the same. He then rambles, saying that because she lost her powers, he thought that she might look different. And then he admits that he didn't mean to say that. What he meant to say is, and then he steps forward, grabbing her hand before telling her that he doesn't care whether she has powers or not. He likes her just the way she is. And I just have to call his bluff on this one because I definitely think that it's the or not that he likes just like a little bit more. She then tries to cast a spell to fill the whole hallway with flowers, but it doesn't work, and so she assumes that they're gone for good. Daniel tells her that she's still here and that's all that matters. He then excuses himself for class, giving her a kiss on the cheek before leaving. Emma goes to leave too, and then after she picks up her backpack, we see a flower sprouting underneath it. And then the whole hallway is covered. Daniel is already gone, but now we have learned that her powers are back. And that is how we end our very first season of Every Which Way. As I mentioned near the beginning, I definitely think that the first season, I don't want to say is the weakest, because I do think that that is a matter of taste, but it's definitely the most subdued. In this chapter, I feel like we were really able to just focus on Emma and Daniel. I think mainly because he didn't know about her powers yet, whereas as the series progresses, I feel like the magic and the relationship plot lines are a lot more intertwined. And I do think that the show gets better in season 2 and onward, but then at the same time, I've also heard the complete opposite from other people. I honestly feel like it just depends on what you prefer to see, and for me, I prefer the chaos. One thing that I will miss though is the Sims background music that was used heavily throughout the first season and then not so much as the series progressed. Also enjoy this like hallway set that we saw in this final scene, as it never appears in the series again. But with all of that being said, let's move on to chapter 2. So we begin with Daniel seeing Emma and Andy walking to school on their first day back. He waves at her and Emma notices him, but just then they are interrupted by a guy loudly passing by them on his dirt bike.
I mean, you should come with, and, maybe... There's Daniel!
Daniel!
Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! Daniel! D That's a double torque upright dirt bike. I thought they weren't real, just a dirt bike urban legend.
So I feel like this is a pretty good introduction back into our ship, while also giving us a little bit of a tease at the arrival of a new character that's here to shake things up. So far, I feel like it's very much so giving Diego in the second season of Violetta, and honestly, the coincidences don't stop there, but I guess since they are both tween novellas, then that makes sense. Once inside, they explain Tony's existence away by saying that he's gone to a magic academy, and Daniel's friend Mac has moved to Texas. And that just makes me want to go see Bunked, like see how easy that was to explain a character's existence away. Like, it's really not that hard. Diego then comes over wearing mittens to control his powers, and then he asks Emma how she's been controlling hers.
How do you control your powers? Remember? They still haven't come back yet.
No.
Bummer. Not really. It's kind of nice knowing no one's gonna try to disintegrate my girl. Wish I could say the same.
Now, this may seem like another nothing moment, but I really wanted to highlight it because I do think that Daniel's reaction is very telling, especially because of just how quick he is to speak for her and talk about how great it is that she doesn't have her powers anymore. And I just can't help but think about what connotation that gives off, not only to the viewer, but also to Emma, who is standing right there. But now it is time to meet our new love interest. So we then learn that Emma's dad has been promoted to be their new principal. So we then see our new character, Jax, meeting Mr. Alonso on his first day, as he tells him about the school. We then learn very quickly that Jax is also a wizard, as he does things like make a pen levitate and change all of his grades to A's. Just then, Emma walks in. Francisco introduces the two, explaining that Jax has just moved here from Sydney, and then he asks her to show him around.
Don't you want someone who's been going here longer? I've never even been to some places like the band room, the workout room, the basement biology lab. That place is just scary.
I'm sure you'll do just fine.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll do just fine.
So I guess this would be our second meet cute, if you can even classify it as one, since this isn't really that much of a moment. But I feel like we do have to remember the terms in which Jax entered the show, which at first I feel like he was just to be the other guy. Like in the beginning, I don't think that he was ever like a legitimate option for Emma, but more as just like a tool to pass the time until she ultimately gets back together with Daniel. And that's honestly part of the reason why I do find them more interesting. But I will say that I do like the look that he gives her when she's going over all of the places that she hasn't been to. And I think it's funny that Emma and Daniel met with him showing her around the school, and now we're going through the same thing but with Jax. Meanwhile, Daniel stresses to Diego that with Emma's dad as the new principal, he can't afford to mess up. Diego argues that he thought that he spent all summer trying to win him over, and he agrees that he did, sort of. We then have flashbacks with Daniel constantly messing up in front of her dad. But he decides that none of that matters, as nothing's gonna go wrong from now on. Back to Gemma, Emma continues her tour by showing him the trophy case, which is just a staple for an Iridium High tour. He asks about her dad being the principal, and she says that he was promoted after their previous principal, and then she stutters, unsure of how to put it, before she decides to say that she had a bit of a meltdown. He then asks if she's won any of these trophies as he picks one up, and she laughs before telling him that he's obviously new here. Otherwise, he would know that she's way too clumsy to have won anything. And I'm honestly starting to get a little bit of deja vu because I feel like we had this exact same conversation with Daniel in the season prior.
You don't look so clumsy to me.
You've only known me 10 minutes. Give it another 5. I'm sure I'll trip and knock my lunch tray on you.
Are you asking me out for lunch?
No. Sure. Daniel and Angie are waiting for me, but you're free to join us.
Not what I had in mind, but if you insist, just let me drop my bag off in my locker.
So I know that it's still quite early, but I feel like based off of all of the hints that I've been dropping, I feel like it's going to come to nobody's surprise when I say that I'm a little bit more Team Jax than I am Team Daniel. And so it's safe to say that I did really like this interaction. I feel like Jax is just so different in comparison. Like, I find his confidence and effortless in flirting to be honestly a breath of fresh air, and I feel like it puts them immediately in the shipping category. And honestly, right now I'm just excited to see how he changes the dynamic. After Jax leaves, Emma makes a "what was that" motion in regards regards to their previous interaction, before she heads to her locker as well. Once there, the Hexerin flies out of her locker and she scolds it for being there. She then tells him to get back in before someone sees him. But it's too late, as we then pan to see Jax watching this exchange. Emma then leads him to the cafeteria, finishing her tour of the school, which I must say was a lot quicker than Daniel's tour was. She asks if he has any questions and he says just one, asking if there's any but then they're interrupted by Katie and Sophie. Afterwards, Andy asks Emma how her tour went with the new kid. Emma asks how she knows about that, and Andy retorts that everybody knows. Misinformation posted all about it. Emma notes that she doesn't know why, it was boring and nothing to blog about, but then Andy tells her that witnesses claim they saw them canoodling. Emma argues that they weren't, and Andy tells her that she better hope Daniel doesn't see this. But Emma tells her that he wouldn't care and that he trusts her. Andy then calls her out for lying to him about having her powers back, but then she argues that Daniel was just so happy and she didn't want to change that. She decides that it's better that Daniel doesn't know. She knows that it's lying, but argues that it's for a good cause. And just like, immediately I don't like this. I feel like it was one thing for her to keep her powers from him when he wasn't even aware of the fact that they were a possibility, but I feel like it's another when she's actively lying to him about not having them back. That being said though, I do understand why she's making the decision to, especially after their last interaction where I feel like he made it pretty clear that he doesn't like them. So although it sucks, like at the same time it's almost like I don't blame her. Later we see Emma in a meeting with Lily, where she tells her that she can't date Daniel anymore. And this is because the Witches' Council doesn't agree with humans and witches dating. And I'm getting some crazy flashbacks to Wizards of Waverly Place right now. Emma argues that they can't tell her what to do, but Lily says that they can. And so then Emma argues if the council wants her to stop seeing Daniel, then they're going to have to come and say it to her face. And I think you guys can all tell where this is going. We then end the episode with Jax approaching Emma while she's talking to Hex again in her locker. He asks if that's an Iridium High thing, and Emma jumps back, stuttering over the fact that she didn't see him there. He asks her if she talks to all of her books, and she nervously says just the science ones. He then tells her that he heard that she's walking home and offers her a ride. Emma stutters before saying no thank you and that she lives really close. She then quickly says that she has to go. She wishes him a safe walk home before nervously rambling over the fact that he's not walking. She then runs off so quickly that she drops her wallet. Jax calls for her to wait, but she's already gone. So as far as first episodes go, I would say that this one is pretty heavy on the Jax content, which is fair because he is like a new character and so they're trying to introduce him. But I do find this to be a common theme throughout this second season, which is that she spends more time with Jax than with her supposed boyfriend. So I'm not exactly too sure how they expected us to root for that boyfriend when we didn't actually see much of them interacting. I also find it funny how Jax rides a dirt bike in this episode and it's kind of like a thing, whereas I can't remember one instance where it's brought up again afterwards. In the following episode, we see the consequences of Emma's comments to Lily as the council appears on her doorstep. They tell her that she can't date a human, but Emma argues that she's not going to break up with him just because a bunch of random strangers showed up at her door and told her to. She then argues that Daniel isn't hurting the magic realm or anyone, and that he even helped her defeat the principal. And speak of the devil, Daniel then shows up. Emma tries to get them to hide, but they won't, and so she ends up having to cast a spell to get rid of them. Daniel then enters, asking the girls what they're up to. They both try to come up with an excuse and then end up talking over one another. This causes Daniel to become suspicious and asks what's going on. Emma then sends Andy home, and now alone, he looks at her for an explanation. And so she tells him nothing's going on. He then asks her why they both lied then about what they were doing, and then she lies again, saying that they were just discussing what they should do, and that they've been trying to get more excited about the other person's hobbies. Daniel's not buying it, and so then she asks him if he doesn't want to like the things that his friends like. He then argues that he was covered in glitter for the majority of the summer, and Emma tries to flirt as she says exactly, and that she still sees some, as she gets up close and touches his hair.
I'm sorry, Emma. It's just the last time you kept secrets from me, you almost got pulverized to dust.
I know, but the principal's gone and now you have nothing to worry about.
Well, I worry about not being able to protect you.
I don't need protecting. Unless you mean protecting from Zombie Apocalypse 3.
So you guys better get used to this protecting argument because it's not going away anytime soon. And I do have more to say about it, but I feel like it's a little bit too early to do so we'll get back to this later. So Jax then comes over to return Emma's wallet. He ends up seeing her with the hexarin again through her window. He watches her cast a spell and then ducks down when she turns towards him. He then scolds himself, asking what he's doing, spying on a little good witch. He then zaps himself away before Emma comes outside and finds her wallet. At lunch the next day, Jax finds Emma and Andy. He then flirtatiously tells Emma that he finally found her, and she introduces him to Andy. Just then, one of the members of the council, Agamemnon, shows up in the cafeteria. Emma panics and they lie to Jax, calling him Andy's uncle, but then when they turn around, Jax is gone. Later, Lily scolds Emma for still lying to Daniel, but then she argues that he's just so happy that she's normal. She then gushes over how cute he is when he's happy and how he gets this little wrinkle in between his eyebrows. Meanwhile, Jax learns through Sophie that Emma and Daniel are dating, and so he decides to use this information to his advantage. He then texts her asking that she meet him in the science lab, as he tells her that he has a surprise for her, and then he uses a spell to make it look like this text came from Daniel's phone. So Emma walks into the lab. She tells who she thinks is Daniel that this better be good, but then she pauses when she sees Jax. While waiting, Jax was playing around with chemicals and other science-y things, and so they're all now floating in the air in front of her. And just then, whatever he was mixing explodes all over her. He lets out a breath of a laugh before telling her that she sure got there fast, and lost for words, Emma asks him what he is. Jax tells her that he's one of her. She asks if he's a witch, and he corrects her that he's a wizard. Girls are witches, boys are wizards. Emma is quick to say that she's not a witch, but he tells her to not even try to deny it. He saw her hanging out with Agamemnon, and then Emma cuts him off asking if he knows about the Witches' Council. He tells her of course he does and that everyone knows. He then teases her, saying that she must be in trouble if they're looking for her. Then, impressed, he says that he underestimated her. Emma is quick to say that she's not in trouble, and then she remembers Daniel. She says that he's on his way to meet her and panics, asking that he help her clean up, but then Jax confesses that that was him. Emma is confused, and so he explains that he cast a spell on his phone. This way she would meet him and they could talk wizard to witch.
You couldn't just ask me?
It was a lot more fun this way.
And while we're on the subject, you could have just told me you're a wizard instead of covering me with goo! Unless you think it's more fun this way, too.
What's that smell?
So I remember being very annoyed with Jax when I watched this scene for the first time, and I remember having a hard time understanding how people could ship them after he did something like this to her for arguably no reason, and kind of continues to do things like this throughout this second season. Whereas now, having summarized all that we got between Emma and Daniel in the previous season, I'm honestly just really enjoying everything that Jax brings to the table. Yes, I know that he is a little bit of a you-know-what disturber, at least in this season, but it's kind of fun to see him keep Emma on her toes like this. And I also feel like it's very enemies to lovers coded of them, and it definitely creates more of an interesting dynamic than I feel like anything we've seen so far. So Daniel then sees Emma in the hallway talking to Miss Jones while still covered in goo. She then heads to the bathroom to clean herself up. And while inside, she casts a spell to do this. Then while Emma comes out of the bathroom, Daniel is shocked to see her perfectly clean. She then stutters that she had wipes in her bag and that they were industrial strength. She then tries to get out of this confrontation by asking Mrs. Jones if she was supposed to be taking her to the principal's office. And so once again, we have some more lying to Daniel. Emma is then ordered by her dad to go clean the science room, and then when she gets there, she's surprised to see Jax already there and using magic to clean up. She scolds him for doing this as someone could see him, and so then he grabs the mop and begins to clean himself. He then confesses that he didn't mean to get her in trouble. He wasn't expecting to find a witch at Iridium High and he just wanted to talk to her. Emma accepts this reasoning and admits that she has a lot of questions too. He then tells her to go first, but then when she goes to speak, he cuts her off, saying that he was just kidding and actually he'll go first. He then asks her what the Witches' Council is doing here. Emma stutters before saying that that's private. Jax tells her that she must have done something really bad to make them come out, and that when he got in trouble with the council, he had to go to them. She asks him what kind of trouble, and his voice goes high-pitched, before he says no big deal, just a little overuse of magic during a basketball game.
Are there more of us?
Just me. And Maddie, but she lost her powers.
So you, Maddie, Daniel, and me?
Daniel's not a wizard.
I get it now. I know why they're here. You're dating a human? Why would you ever do that?
Now, I hate to sound like a broken record, but I just love this as well. I just love how unapologetically blunt Jax is, and also Emma's reaction to him being that way. I also find it funny how during the majority of the first season, I struggled with knowing which clips were good enough to include in the video, just because I felt like every scene with Emma and Daniel felt like boring and like it was missing something and it wasn't interesting enough to watch. But now I feel like these two just have so much chemistry that I'm going to be struggling with knowing what ones I shouldn't include because I'll want to just include them all. Like, we've only reached like just the tip of the iceberg at this point and I'm already so intrigued. After school, Andy asks Emma if she's thought about breaking up with Daniel, but Emma tells her that she's not doing it. She reasons that her mom was a witch and her dad's a teacher, but Andy argues that her mom gave up her powers to be with her dad, whereas she can't do that because she's the chosen one. Still, Emma says that she doesn't care what the council says or does. She then asks what are they gonna do, break into her room? And then of course they then hear a knock and get up screaming. But it turns out to just be Daniel at her window. Andy then goes downstairs to give them some privacy. Now alone, Daniel says that he's going to ask her something and he needs her to be honest with him. She agrees, and so then he asks her if she has her powers back. Daniel says that he's not accusing her of lying. He's just never seen anyone de-goo that fast before. Emma questions him on this, but then he reminds her of the existence of the T3. So then she says that she's going to be honest with him. But then she goes on to say that the goo really wasn't that sticky. She lies, saying that it had hydrochloroplastine in it. Oh, wait, no. Hydrochlorophosphamide in it, I think. I don't know. Which makes it super easy to clean up. She says that that's what she was trying to make in the lab when it exploded on her. He then asks if she's trying to say that she was covered in anti-goo goo then, and she says exactly. She then tells him that he doesn't have to worry, she's still just her.
I'm sorry. I just got so worried that your powers are gonna come back and ruin everything. I didn't mean it like that.
Daniel, with or without powers, I'm still a witch.
I know. But without your powers, you're safe from...
Super psycho 400-year-old witches disguised as principals who want to steal my powers?
Yes.
So like, I want to be mad at Emma here for continuing to lie to Daniel, but then at the same time, it's like he's showing us once again why she feels the need to. First, there's the line where she tells him that he doesn't have to worry and that she's still just her. And I feel like this gives the connotation that if she had her powers again, then she wouldn't be her true self, which I feel like if anything, that's the complete opposite. And then that just makes me sad because I feel like if anything, it's your partner who should be the one that loves absolutely every aspect of you, even if one of those aspects is otherworldly. And then there's the comment that Daniel made about her powers coming back and ruining everything. And I know that he was quick to correct it, but once again, this just brings me back to what I literally just said. Her powers are a part of her, whether he likes it or not. And so him calling that part of her being something that could ruin everything is just not a good look, to say the least. Moving on to the next day, Jax teletransports to right beside Emma, startling her. She then gets upset with him again, emphasizing that someone could have seen him. He then reaches down, helping her pick up her dropped books, as he asks her if she's always this jittery. Annoyed, she says no, and that sometimes she's even jitterier. She then whispers to him that he can't be too careful with magic. Unfazed, he tells her that he thought about her disappearing problem and thinks that he can help. Although Emma is not so sure, she tells him that her guardian tried and tried, but nothing worked. She still lands in the pool every time. He then laughs at the thought of this, but he tells her that if she's going to screw up, at least she does it in style. He then tells her that she should be glad that she's met him. Her spells are all over the place, and obviously she's not that strong. Emma then yells back that she works out, sometimes, before she realizes that he meant strong witch-wise. He then changes the subject, telling her that whatever she did, she needs to watch out. The council means business, and they will take your powers away from you if they want. And then, once again, whenever we get a scene with Demma that reminds me why I don't like them that much, we then get a scene with Gemma that reminds me why they're so much better. The thought of Emma being with another witch who would be able to help her with her powers, especially as someone who lost their mom who was supposed to be that person for them, is just like everything to me. And I know that Emma already has Lily as her guardian and that she is helping her, but I just feel like it would be so different coming from a significant other. So much more of like, we're in this together sort of vibes. And so just like Jax offering to help her and the idea of him doing so just makes me so happy. Especially when on the other side of things, you have someone who wishes that that side of her didn't exist. In the following episode, Emma tells Daniel that her dad and Maddie's mom are getting married. She says that it's so weird. 1 minute, it's like I'm going to have to get enough another restraining order, and the next he's completely in love with her. Jax overhears this conversation and then smirks to himself. He then transforms himself into a tarantula so that he can eavesdrop on their conversation. Daniel then admits that he thought that her dad disliked Mrs. Von Pelt more than he disliked him, but then Emma tells him that he doesn't and that Daniel is way at the top of that list. He admits that he's tried to win him over, but all of his attempts have backfired, and then she tells him that luckily for him, he's barely mentioned him since the whole Ursula thing. Emma then notes that it's like something's changed, almost like a spell or something. Daniel then argues that that can't be because they both lost their powers, and there's no one left to cast a spell, and then Emma nervously agrees with this. And then this is when I realize that now she's not only lying to him about her having her powers back, but she's also now lying about Jax being a wizard. He then offers to come over tonight to help her look for clues. Emma then accidentally drops her pen, and that's when she notices Tarantula Jax under the table. She screams giant spider and everyone gets up in a panic. At lunch that day, Jax uses what he's learned to sabotage Daniel, as when Mr. Alonso comes in, he spells his chocolate milk to spill all over him, and then this gets Daniel detention. That night, Jax shows up at Emma's. She is surprised to see him, whereas Jax just waltzes right in. He tells her that he heard that she's been having some trouble with Maddie's mom and her dad, and so he's happy to help. She asks who told him that, but he laughs, saying no one, and that he's a wizard. She argues that he's a wizard and not a psychic, but he says that in his case, they're the same thing. He then predicts that she will trip on her way to the kitchen. She then retorts that she's not going to the kitchen, and then he casts a spell that fills her kitchen sink with bubbles. Emma then rushes over and he casts another spell, putting a throw pillow in her path and then zapping himself to be there to catch her. He tells her that he's got her and she thanks him before going to turn the sink off. She then turns around and gets mad at him for making her trip in the first place and takes her thank you back. He then argues that he still predicted the future, and then she lets out a frustrated sigh. So once again, we've got a flirty Jax and a frustrated Emma, and I do still really enjoy this combo. Jax then tells her to come on, saying that he just wanted to help, but she tells him that it's okay and that she's waiting for someone else. He asks if it's Daniel and tells her that it'll be a while before he's back from detention, but then she argues that she promised that she would wait for him. He then argues that by that time her dad will be home, and word on the street is her dad doesn't like Daniel at all. She goes to protest, but then he argues that it's settled then and asks that she put him to work. We then cut to Emma mopping the kitchen while Jax eats a bowl of chips. He tells her that he doesn't understand what she's doing, and she jokes that his house must be really dirty then if he's never seen anyone do this before. He then clarifies that he meant for her to just cast a spell, but she argues that she doesn't want to. This way she can appreciate the work and have a sense of accomplishment. He then asks if she gets a sense of accomplishment by mopping. She says yes and adds that maybe he would too if he ever tried, but he doubts it. Emma then leaves to change and he asks why she doesn't just, but then she interrupts him by yelling that she's going to change. And just once again, I love this duo. Now alone, Jax casts more spells on Daniel, which causes him to get another month of detention. Emma then comes back downstairs and Jax jumps up, telling her that he's ready to help. But she just tells him again that it's okay and that she'll wait for Daniel. Jax then lets out an exaggerated sigh as he tells her that Daniel's not one of them, and so she can't be asking him for help. Emma argues that she can trust him, and so then he asks her why she hasn't told him about having her powers back yet. Emma admits that it's complicated. He asks her to explain it to him, but then she remains quiet. He then encourages her, asking how many teenage witches and wizards she knows that she can talk to about this, and then this leads her to sit down. Later, Daniel sends his siblings to help instead since he couldn't make it, and the next day, Emma fills Daniel in on how Operation Breakup isn't going well. He then tells her that her dad gave him detention for the next month, but then Emma argues that luckily for him, Maddie's mom has been distracting him, although she admits that she'd rather him obsess over punishing him than marry Maddie's mom. He gives her a look and then she asks that he come on, that if he were her, he would feel the same way. He then admits that he might, and then she thanks him for sending over the T3 yesterday. In the following episode, another member of the council, Desdemona, visits Emma to warn her about the upcoming full moon. Apparently it could have a strange effect on witches and wizards. She then goes to elaborate, but Daniel interrupts. Emma then promises to be careful and urges her to leave. She then answers the door and Desdemona zaps herself away. And then this causes the chair that she was sitting on to fall over, and Daniel sees this. Emma tries to lie, saying that it was the wind, but Daniel isn't so sure, as he then goes to inspect inspect the fallen chair. Emma asks him what he's looking for, and he admits that he doesn't know. He just has this funny feeling. He admits that it's the same feeling that he had at detention today, when it felt like his hand was possessed. And this is when I realized that even though we have reached a new season, the Daniel torment still hasn't ended yet. Emma asks him what he was possessed by, and he admits that it seemed like magic. She stutters before saying that that's ridiculous, as Maddie and her both lost their powers. Daniel admits that she's right and lets out a laugh before he says, unless there's another witch at school. Emma panics as Daniel says that that's the only explanation, and if there's another witch at school, they're in trouble.
We need to go. Leave town. My Nana can take us in, and we gotta get away from the
Daniel!
witches.
You mean me? Get away from me?
Oh, no, I didn't mean like that.
Well, there is something I want to get away from. You.
Fine.
Now, I just love Emma in this scene. I feel like this is one of the first times where we really seen that more sassy side of her, and it just made me so happy to see her stand up for herself like this. Especially when now we've gotten like, what, 4 scenes with him putting his foot in his mouth in regards to magic? So I honestly don't blame Emma with being just completely fed up with him at this point. And it really does seem like this whole issue of her being a witch is not something that's going to be going away anytime soon. And I think maybe Daniel should have skipped town here. I mean, it would have saved him a lot of trouble in the future. Oh, and also in the previous episode, Andy found out that Jax is a witch. I mean wizard. Sorry, Jax. And then in this episode, he glued her in place and stole her spell-o-vision goggles. So then Andy gets upset with Emma for not telling her about Jax. Emma admits that she was going to, but with everything going on, she got distracted. Andy concludes that he's bad news, and just then Jax appears behind them, eavesdropping on their conversation. Emma concludes that they have to get the goggles back, and admits that she can't say that she's surprised that he took them. And then once they get to their lockers, Andy tells Emma that hers is stuck. Emma goes to help her with magic, but then Jax intervenes, casting a spell himself instead. She then realizes that her books are no longer there, and Jax reveals that's because that's his locker now, and he moved her locker to the other side of the school. Emma then gets upset with him and tells him to change it back, and to give them back the goggles, but then he plays dumb, asking what goggles. She then retorts that she's not talking to him until he gives them back, and Jax gives a fake big whoop before telling her that she's not the only witch that he can talk to at Iridium High. Emma then tells him that if he wants to be friends with Maddie, then be her guest, but he still has to give her the goggles back. He continues to act like he doesn't have them, and then Andy threatens him with her chainsaw. Later, Emma and Daniel bump into each other in the cafeteria. Daniel greets her awkwardly and asks what she's doing there, and Emma says that she's eating lunch, same as him. He then tells her to listen, just as Jax casts a spell that makes her drop her milk. He then casts another spell that makes her fall into his arms.
Listen, Emma.
Yes?
Oh. Whoa.
I'm sorry about last night. No, you don't have to apologize. I was wrong.
So I'm not exactly too sure what Jack's intentions were with this spell. Probably just to like cause some chaos, but it's really not surprising that it backfired. Although I am fairly confused as to how this fall solved anything between the couple. It's not like it was very romantic and it lasted a whole of like 2 seconds. But then I also wonder if maybe they included this moment just so that we could get that direct comparison. I mean, we just saw Emma fall into Jax's arms in the previous episode, and now we see her falling into Daniel's. Like, I feel like that just can't be a coincidence. That night, we see Daniel sneak into Emma's window. She urges him to come in, saying that her dad's not home, but he instead asks if she can come outside as he wants to show her something. He then leads her to a dock overlooking the water with a little picnic set up. She wows, asking him if he did this, and he says yes, that it's a little bit dorky, but he thought, and then Emma says that she loves it, and that it's not dorky, it's beautiful. He then hands her a drink, and she admits that she can't believe she's never been there before, and he explains that a lot of people don't know about it. She notes that it's so peaceful, and then he tells her to look up. Emma awes at the full moon, and he calls it beautiful. But what Emma doesn't see is a swirl of red magic hovering behind her. So once again, we have another moment that really stuck with me when I watched the show for the first time. I really remembered this as being like a key Emma and Daniel moment. And yet, once again, when I rewatched it, I just felt like it didn't really hit the same. But this is our first appearance of Emma and Daniel's spot, and so I did want to highlight it. And this is also our first like real romantic coupley moment that we've we've seen from this season. Like, I'm like, finally, we're getting somewhere. Oh, and this is also the start of the full moon where like everything changes. And so buckle up. So Daniel notes to Emma that the moon is gigantic, and she says that it's the full moon.
You mean full? I think you're catching Annie's accent.
I don't think you can catch accents.
So surprisingly, this is actually our first almost kiss, which is funny because I do feel like that is a fairly popular novella trope, and yet we didn't get it until like season 2, episode 6. I actually feel like sometimes almost kisses can be even better than actual kisses, and I do think that was the case here. I definitely think that this moment was a lot better than the kiss that they shared in the previous season, but at the same time, I don't really think that that's saying much. It is still a little bit of a stiff and awkward moment in my opinion, but hey, at least the atmosphere was nice. So Daniel then notes how fast that was, and she tells him that she has to go before he realizes that she's not home. Daniel says that he'll walk her and tells her not to worry and that he won't let her dad see him. He then kisses her cheek and goes to walk her home, but she stops him. She then thanks him for this and the moon, saying that she loves it. The following day, Emma's doorbell rings, and so she goes to answer it, but when she does, nobody's there. Just then, Jax appears in her living room and Emma lets out a scream. He laughs and greets her as she yells at him to stop doing that. She then asks him what he wants, and he tells her that he came to see how she is, and that he feels like she's been avoiding him. She then lists everything that he's done so far, including cheating to beat her boyfriend at a race, something that I skipped over because it wasn't really that relevant, and gluing her best friend's feet to the ground and stealing her locker. She then sarcastically asks why she would be avoiding him. And not getting the memo, Jax says, "My thoughts exactly." He then argues that she should be asking him questions instead, like, "Why don't you teach me some of those impressive spells of yours?" But Emma laughs before turning down this offer. She argues that his spells aren't that impressive, and not believing her, he asks what about this. He then casts a spell to make it thunder indoors, and then another to make a plant fall off a shelf, and then a third to make some bunnies appear on the couch. Oh, we've made it to this moment. Okay, I'm excited now. Emma then awes at the bunnies, rushing to grab one and calling them cute, which in my opinion is a little bit of a strange reaction to have to this. I feel like if a bunch of bunnies randomly appeared on my living room couch, I'd be pissed, but at the same time, I'm an adult who lives in and cleans my own home, so... And I'm also not a teenage girl, and so maybe I'm missing that piece. She then tells him to get rid of them in case someone sees them. Oh, I'm so excited for what's to come. He then argues that if she's so powerful, then she can get rid of them. And so she does, and right after she does this, Daniel enters. He then notes that her powers are back. And I must say, he looks like absolutely terrified when he says this. Daniel then says that she just made those bunnies disappear, and now I'm wondering if they ended up in the pool. Someone should probably go check. But then Jax casts a spell that freezes Daniel in place. Emma yells at him, asking what that was, while Jax laughs, telling her to relax and that it was just a teensy weensy, and then Daniel interrupts, saying hi to Emma and apologizing for being late. And then this is when Jax finishes his sentence, saying memory wiping spell. Emma gets mad at him, but Jax argues that he did it to help, and this way he won't know anything about the bunnies. Daniel asks what bunnies, and so then Jax casts another spell to make them appear again. Daniel then jumps back, and Jax tells her to go ahead and explain where the bunnies came from. But instead, Emma casts a spell to get rid of them. And so now there's just a whole bunch of bunnies in the school pool. Daniel then says again that her powers are back, and she lets out a sigh before saying yes. He then points to Jax, calling him a witch too, and of course Jax corrects him by saying wizard, before telling him that he shouldn't even know that. He then casts another spell to erase his memory. Emma then yells for Jax to stop it.
You don't want him to know your powers are back.
What? Your powers are back?
Yeah.
Oh, come on.
And why does he know you're a witch? And why does he know about your powers? What's going on here?
I just need some time. I can't decide what to do, and this might be mean, but to buy me some time, wipe his memory clean.
She then panics, asking Jax why he did that, and he yells back that he was trying to help. Emma then checks in on Daniel, who no longer knows who Daniel is. And so here we are again with Daniel suffering because of magic. And this led me to create a little saying that I used heavily in my notes throughout the 4th season, and that is #freedaniel. For those of you that may not know, around the time that the show was airing, they used the #Team Jax and #Team Daniel to promote like which side of the triangle that you're on. And so I decided that while I may not be Team Daniel, I am definitely Team Daniel needs to be free from Emma, and just all magic in general, because this is just getting ridiculous. I swear he suffers the most out of anyone on this show. I feel like he is just like the human punching bag for anyone with magic abilities. And maybe that's just because he's a human and is so close to the chosen one. But then there's also Andy, who I feel like doesn't go through half of the stuff that Daniel goes through. And also, at the same time, anything that happens to Andy, I feel like she low-key embraces it, whereas I can't exactly say the same for Daniel. Later, we see him learning about himself through his student ID. Jax laughs at this while Emma stares him down. She tells him to reverse it now, but Jax argues that he can't. He doesn't know how because they cast the spell at the same time. He then says that technically this is her fault. Emma is quick to say that it isn't. She then stresses that she has to do something before deciding to call Lily. And Jax nervously asks if she means the new council member Lily, before quickly telling her that no, she can't do that. Emma then argues that he has no say in this and that she's done listening to him, but he calls for her to wait and says that she can't contact the council, that they almost took his powers away once, and if they find out about this, they'll take them away for sure this time. He then begs her, saying that he can't lose his powers. She then stresses that she has to do something, and so then he asks that they try to find another way. She then thinks to check the hex and see if there's something in there. He agrees that that's a great idea and then asks where it is. Unfortunately though, Andy has it, and so they have to hide Daniel in the meantime. Jax offers to watch him, but she says that there's no way that she's going to leave Daniel with him, and so Jax says that he knows that he screwed up but that he can make up for it. She caves but says that he better take good care of him, otherwise she's calling the council. Emma then tells Daniel not to worry and that she's going to fix this. He then smiles at her, calling her pretty, and attempts to ask her out for pizza, but then Jax grabs him from off the couch before he's able to finish his sentence. And then of course Jax sabotages Daniel by having him dress like a nerd, telling him that he's a shy bookworm who has a hard time talking to girls and that he's German. Just like, once again, hashtag free Daniel. The following day, Emma is shocked by this new and approved Daniel, while he whispers to Jax that it's the pretty girl from before, and he tries to start a conversation with her. Shocked, Emma then points out that he thinks he's German. She then pulls Jax aside and angrily asks him why. Jax tells her that it's a long story and to not worry about it. He says that he spent the night at his house and that his parents didn't suspect a thing, which is interesting that he said parents, considering what we later come to find out about Jax's family, but I guess that just goes to show that they hadn't really figured out all of the aspects of his character yet. He then asks if she has the reversal spell, but Emma doesn't. She then decides that that's it and that she's going to contact Lily. He argues that she can't and that he knows that she can fix this, and he then comes over and says that it's going to be suspicious when Daniel doesn't recognize anyone, but Jax just argues that they'll make sure that he doesn't talk. Emma then tells him that for his sake, she hopes that he's okay after this. Later, Emma tries looking through the hex again, but to no avail, and so she ends up calling Lily. Lily says that she'll help her, but warns her that as the chosen one, she will always be in danger from enemies who are going to try to steal her powers. And so if she's still with Daniel, he is going to be the #1 target. Emma then asks if she wants her to leave Daniel like this with no memory, but Lily says that she's just asking her to consider it. Daniel barely escaped last year, and she asks her if it's really worth risking his life again. And now I'm just realizing that it's kind of crazy that this episode even exists, because this is also like the entire concept for the 4th season. I'm sorry for the slight spoilers, but it just needs to be addressed. Like, they do this almost exact same plotline near the end of the show, which is just crazy to me. But it also just goes to show how selfish Emma is and how often she puts her own feelings above Daniel's safety. And I know it's like, what can I expect? She is a teenager after all. And that is pretty typical for teenagers. Usually the world does revolve around them. And I know that she shouldn't have just left him like this with like no memory of his entire life, but I do think that there could have been a happy medium where she restored his memories, just maybe not the ones with her. And then at least I would be happy that we got a free Daniel ending just like 3 seasons earlier. Anyways, Lily then adds that if he didn't remember they were together, then they wouldn't have to take her powers. Emma then admits that she understands what they're saying, but it just seems cruel to leave him with no memory. Lily argues that he will eventually relearn everything that he needs to know, but if they take her powers away, then that's it. And I don't know, I feel like suddenly having no memory of your past and who you are versus no longer having magical powers, like, I don't know, I just feel like those two things aren't really comparable. But now alone, Emma asks Andy what she should do. Andy reasons magical powers or boyfriend, and then she calls this a no-brainer. And now there has also been this whole other plotline that I've just completely ignored until now because it hasn't been relevant until now, but one of the other council members, Desdemona, has become become evil because of the effects of the full moon. And so now she's trying to destroy Emma, and she plans to do so through using her relationship with Daniel, just as Lily suspected that someone would try to do. So then she comes in and gives her the memory reversal spell. She tells her that she doesn't have to use the spell, but to think about what she'll miss more, Daniel or her powers. And just like, once again, I can't believe that this episode exists considering how things pan out. After school, we see Emma hanging out with German Daniel. She tells him that she's going to get a drink and asks him if he wants anything. He says yes, but then stops her as she's leaving. He then admits that she seems very familiar to him, like they met before today.
Perhaps we knew each other in another life.
Maybe.
You like glitter
What?
and making, how you say, the books with the photos and drawings
How
inside.
do you know that?
I just know.
So I feel like this is really interesting, and again, I'm sorry to jump ahead so much, but I feel like I just have to when I have an episode like this. And it makes me wonder if Emma did talk to Daniel more than she did at the end of the series, or if she didn't rush things like she did in the beginning of season 4, if he would have eventually felt like he knew her just like how he does here. I don't know, maybe a forgetting spell isn't as strong as a continuum break, or maybe the obvious answer is no, because at that point they weren't endgame, so he wouldn't have had that like true love kind of moment like he has here. But as far as this episode goes, I really like the fact that he does remember her. It has a sort of like we're meant to be no matter what the universe is vibe, and I really do like that trope, and I feel like it's very novella of them. Like it definitely reminds me of Bia. Anyways, this then leads to Emma deciding that casting the spell is the right decision. And so then she asks Daniel to get up and stand over there. She then casts the memory reversal spell, and Daniel rises, confused and asking what just happened. He tries to stand, but then has to stabilize himself as he feels really dizzy. And Emma lies, saying that they were going to get some things out of the T3's closet when some boxes fell on him. He tells her that he thinks he hit his head, and Emma says that he did, but that he's okay now. Meanwhile, Jax casts a spying spell from school and watches this exchange happen, all while looking heartbroken. On to the following episode where we see Emma scrapbooking that night when Jax appears in her room. She jumps back in shock when she notices him, and then she yells at him that she told him not to appear in her house like that. She then tells him to get his feet off of her collage and to have a little respect. He apologizes and then looks down, noticing a lot of photos of Daniel. She then comes over and grabs everything from him, asking what he wants. Jax then admits that he needs her help, that the full moon has been changing his appearance a lot. He then tells her to watch this as he takes a breath and closes his eyes, but nothing happens. Emma then jokes that, yeah, that's a lot of change. He then tells her to wait before he transforms into a wolf, or maybe a dog, I'm not so sure. Emma freaks out, telling him to stay back before she runs off. Wolf Jax follows her down the stairs as she tells him that she doesn't know how to change him back. She then apologizes before telling him that she's just going to have to transport him out of here. And just then, Jax transforms back into himself. He then laughs, making fun of the look on her face, and she stutters over what just happened before telling him that that wasn't funny. He asks if she's sure because he thinks that he saw her smiling, and then she casts a spell that puts him into a straitjacket as payback. He then yells at her, asking why she did that, as she knows that he can't do a reversal spell without using his hands. He asks that she get him out right now, and so she does by leading him to the door. She then says, no can do, and advises him to go home and think about how funny he is. Jax then tells her to wait and says that this isn't her, but she just opens the door and pushes him out. So once again, I love this. It reminds me of the scene we got earlier between Emma and Daniel when she also ordered him out of her house. And I know that Jax argues that this isn't her, but I actually like whenever Emma acts like this. It's really refreshing to see her not let someone walk all over her, especially as the protagonist of a predominantly children's series, because I feel like it's oftentimes the opposite, where they just have to be nice to everyone no matter what. And I also feel like it was about time that Jax got a little piece of his own medicine. He's basically been toying with her since he got there, and so really this whole interaction was just long overdue. We also have to talk about Jax turning himself into a wolf, because I do think that that was a Twilight reference. Even though this show came out a little bit after the Twilight saga, I do feel like they reference it quite often, probably because it was just like another magical series that heavily featured a love triangle. And if anything, Jax turning into a wolf here just like furthers the Jacob comparisons. But I also feel like this moment was interesting because we've now seen Jax Jax reverse an animal spell on himself twice, which I do feel like is a little bit of a plot hole because we do have a lot more animal transformations coming later on. I don't know why this show just loved like people turning into animals so much. Maybe because it was like an easy gag, I don't know. But later on, it's more of a thing where like if a wizard turns themselves into an animal, they're not able to turn themselves back. I mean, it's just like Jax said at the end of this scene, he can't reverse the spell without using his hands, and when they are transformed into an animal, they no longer have human hands. But I guess you could argue that Jax is a bit more advanced than Emma is, and he did these spells on himself, whereas I don't believe is the case later on, but I do also feel like this is such a minor thing that I can just let it slide. The next day, Andy gets her locker back from Jax. This leads him to ask Emma if she did this, but she says that she didn't. Andy then says that she doesn't need Emma to fight her battles for her, as that's what her toolbox is for. He then tells Emma that he had to walk home in a straitjacket, and that everyone thought that he was a runaway from the psych ward. She teases him, saying, "Aw, poor Jaxie Waxie," all while Andy is surprised to learn about this. But then she goes on to call it the sanest thing that she's done all year. We then have a swim meet that we don't actually see, but then we have the after party at the 7, which we do see. Emma congratulates Jax on his win, but asks why he only got silver. He explains that Daniel beat him in the 400, and Emma is surprised to learn that he didn't use any magic. He then notes, besides Andy threatening to call the council on him,
You think I can't beat Daniel without magic, and that's not true. I came in an 1/8 of a second behind him, and next time I'll win. I always win in the end. You'll see.
Now, I just had to include this scene because it is such a telenovela moment. Again, I know that this show is based off of one, but the moment he said this, it just gave me some major Leon vibes from Violetta. Although I do wish that his always win in the end comment was a bit less harsh and a bit more flirtatious, because I feel like that's what he was referring to. I mean, of course we do find out some other stuff later, but I feel like this moment would have been better if it was played up for more of like a romantic kind of charge to it. Although I will say that I did really appreciate his smirk at the end. And he's also right, so that helps this scene as well. Afterwards, Emma heads to Daniel's to babysit the T3. When she arrives, Daniel excitedly gets up to greet her. He then suggests that maybe he should stay home and help, but then his mom protests. Then while babysitting, the kids plan to set off a firework display, and so Emma then casts a spell that turns them into hamsters and then accidentally loses them. She then calls Andy for help and stresses that Daniel's going to be home soon, and then she decides to call Jax. But then before she's able to, he just appears on the couch. Confused, Emma asks what he's doing there. And I didn't mention this earlier, but lately Emma has been casting spells without intending to. She just thinks things and then they happen. Emma then gets a text and tells Andy that they're on the way home. She stresses that she's done for, that Daniel's going to come home, find out that she turned his siblings into hamsters, and then she worries that the council isn't going to force her to break up with him. He's going to do it himself. Just then, Jax announces that he's got one. They note 2 down, 1 to go, and then Emma finds the last one. Andy then tells her to change them back, but then she tells Jax that maybe he should do it.
What if I think the wrong thing and then turn them into something else? Something worse.
Emma, you could do this.
Just focus on turning them back into humans. If any other thoughts creep in, just imagine you're a boxer and punch them out of your brain.
She smiles at this, but then panics when she hears a car pull in. But Jax tells her to just relax and focus, and he'll take care of getting him and Andy out of there. So I have many thoughts to share in regards to this scene. First of all, I think it's big that the person she immediately goes to for help, well, actually it's Andy, but the second person that she immediately goes to for help is Jax. And I know that Daniel's reaction is the one that she's worried about in this situation, but that's also kind of part of my whole point. It's the fact that she's immediately scared that Daniel is going to break up with her instead of seeing him as her safe space, where she can tell him anything and go to him about anything. Which I guess we already know he wasn't that person for her based off of the fact that she hasn't told him that she still has her powers. And that would have added another layer of complicity to the situation since he wasn't aware of the fact that she was even capable of turning them into hamsters in the first place. But still, I just feel like how she reacts in this moment is very telling. I also love the moment where Jax talks her through doing the spell, and I think that moment hit harder for me as well because we have yet to see Daniel really help her with anything or help her fix anything. I guess there was the whole principal situation, but let's be real, if Hex didn't come and help him, he would have still been stuck in quicksand. And again, just seeing her with someone who gets it and is there to help her just makes me so happy. But of course, Daniel then comes back home, and when he does, the kids are back to normal. Later, the council goes to Emma. They say that they wanted to see how she was coping with the full moon, but Emma's not buying it. She knows that they really came to see if she's broken up with Daniel yet, but she then tells them that she hasn't decided. Agamemnon then says that she has until the end of the full moon, where she can either give up the human or lose her powers forever. They then punish her by casting some spells on her. In the following episode, Daniel and Jax get competitive over their athletic achievements, and then Mr. Alonso interrupts. He tells Daniel to be careful around the trophy case, and then this gives Jax an idea. He then casts a spell that breaks it, and then Mr. Alonso gives Daniel detention for a week. Daniel then argues that he still has 3 weeks left in his detention, and so then Jax spells Mr. Alonso to punish him instead by making him participate in the school play. Later, Jax overhears Emma and Andy talking about the Witches' Council. Emma then explains to him that she told the council that she's not breaking up with Daniel and they didn't take her powers away. Jax is impressed, and then Emma adds that Agamemnon said that he cast some spells on her to teach her a lesson, but she thinks that he's bluffing. Jax congratulates her for this, and then says that now she's going to have to teach him some of her skills. Andy then argues that she's not teaching him anything, and then Jax asks if that's any way to talk to your newest shark. And just then, Emma begins to do the chicken dance. Thinking that Jax did it, Andy then tells him that he is so not shark material, and then Emma begins to dance again. Andy asks what's wrong with her, and Emma stresses that she doesn't know before running off. Jax and Andy then follow her into an empty hall. Emma stresses that she doesn't know what's going on. Suddenly she gets these impulses to dance and she can't fight it. Andy then realizes that this is like when people get hypnotized and they have a word as a trigger. They then realize that that word is shark as Andy says it again. Emma yells for her to stop as Jax says it again and laughs. He then realizes that that must be the spell that Agamemnon cast on her. But Emma argues that they'll have to do more than that to get her to back down. While going to class, Emma overhears someone start to say shark and she quickly covers her ears. She then sees Daniel and screams. He asks if she's okay and she says, "Oh yeah." Surprisingly, Daniel doesn't question this besides giving it a bit of a confused look. Instead, he just tells her that her dad made him sign up for the school play. Emma gives another "oh yeah," and Daniel is a little bit more confused this time as he tells her that rehearsals start next week. Emma then begins to dance as she lets out another "oh yeah," and then she has to turn away from him to get it to stop. He then finally asks her what she's doing, and when Emma turns to face him, she lets out another scream. She then grabs her bag and rushes out of the classroom. Later, Emma and Andy realize that the council is making her act crazy around Daniel so that she won't want to be around him, even though she hasn't really been around him much lately to begin with. Like, all I'm saying is that I've been covering a lot of Jax and Emma and not as much of Emma and Daniel. Nonetheless, Emma says that that's not going to make her stay away from him. And she's kind of right because she's been doing so all on her own. After school, Jax shows up at Emma's with some of his dad's books. He says that if there's a way to reverse the council spell on her, it's in one of these. Andy and Jax then begin fighting over the hex, and Emma has to yell for them to stop it. Just then, there's a knock on the door and Daniel calls through it, asking if he can come in. Emma gives another "oh yeah" before panicking that he can't come in and see all of these magic books. Jax then asks if she's going to let him in because she knows what's going to happen if she does, but she says that she can't just ignore him, especially after she rebelled against the council to be with him. And then Jax teases her by giving his own "oh yeah" in response. Andy and Jax laugh at this as she tells them that that's not funny, before she orders them to hide. She then runs to answer the door and Daniel comes in. Emma screams again and he goes to say something, but then she quickly covers his mouth. And this isn't really that related, but seeing Jax and Andy work together and like laughing together really reminded me how much I enjoyed their relationship throughout the series. And it was while making this video that I learned that some people actually shipped them, which I was surprised to find out, but then also not that surprised because people will ship anything. But I just found that funny because I liked their relationship a lot too, but definitely not in a romantic way. I think that they have a really interesting connection, but I definitely see it more as like a brother-sister relationship, or like a Bonnie and Clyde situation. Like, it's almost like they're two partners in crime. And I just think that it's really cool that the two closest people in Emma's life get along so well. And honestly, the scenes with the three of them are some of my favorite from the show. Now outside, Jax and Andy find the reversal spell, and inside, Emma screams at Daniel again. She then gives another "oh yeah" before Jax casts the spell. Now upset, Daniel asks if he needs her to call a doctor or something, and Emma stutters before saying no. She then lies, saying that she just had a really sore throat, and it was hard to control how her voice sounded. He then asks her about the dancing, but she gets rid of him by saying that her dad's almost home. And it's like, see, this is what I'm saying. Like, the council doesn't need to do anything to make her stay away from Daniel. She's doing it all on her own. She was literally just freed of her anti-Daniel spell, and what does she do but shoo him away? Also, I just have to say, if Daniel is actually believing her lies at this point, like, I just have to question his sanity a little bit. Like, a sore throat? Girl was literally going "oh yeah" to every single thing that he said. And the fact that he didn't question it until now is also just crazy to me. Nonetheless, Daniel panics and says that he's gotta go before her dad makes him sign up for the spelling bee or something. At school, Emma casts a spell to push some kids out of her way. Jax sees this and asks what happened to controlling her impulse spellcasting like he taught her. But then Emma admits that when it's important, she just can't fight it. And he laughs, sarcastically agreeing that getting past people in the hall is an important situation. She then sighs before admitting that she can't wait for this full moon to be over. And he reminds her that they just need to get through 2 more weeks. She then notices that he said we and asks if something's been happening to him, and he laughs nervously before saying that it's nothing. Not buying it, Emma asks what's going on, and he stutters that it's just bad. She asks as bad as when she would shriek and go, oh yeah, and he laughs before saying that nothing is as bad as that. But it's still pretty bad. His voice then goes quiet as he tells her that they can't talk about it here, but if they say go to the beach, maybe he could show her. She says that they can't and that they have school, but then he stresses that he's not sure he can get through a whole day without something bad happening. He tells her to come on and that he doesn't think anyone will notice. She argues that her dad is the principal, and so then he says that it's okay and that he'll just figure it out himself. He then goes to walk off, but she calls for him to wait. She then caves, saying that if they can make it back before last period, then she thinks that it'll be okay. He argues that he can't make her do that, but she reassures him that she wants to. He helped her with her thing, so she'll help him with his. And honestly, I'm a little bit surprised that Emma is even buying this, considering the fact that he already tried this trick a couple episodes ago. And it's funny because I know that he's just trying to come up with an excuse here to get her to the beach, but I do think that there is a little bit of truth to Jax being in hot water because of the full moon. Of course, we don't find this out until much later, but I did find it interesting to rewatch this scene while knowing that. Just then, Daniel walks over. She tells her that she won't believe what her dad is making him do, and then he says audition for the school play. But she would believe it since he told her this yesterday, or I guess maybe before he just had to be a part of it, but now he actually has to audition, and so that's another thing. But nonetheless, Emma asks why as Jax tries to hold in his laughter. Daniel explains that it was either that or another month of detention for breaking the trophy case. Jax asks what the play is, and Daniel says Romeo and Juliet. Jax laughs at this, calling it lame, whereas Emma is excited. She thinks that it's cool and asks if he's auditioning for Romeo. She then awes at how romantic this is, leaving Jax dumbfounded. Daniel just hopes that her dad will be impressed as he's the one holding the auditions. She wishes him luck before she corrects herself to say break a leg. Daniel argues that he doesn't want to break a leg. He wants to break the 200 freestyle record, because I forgot to mention this, but the play rehearsals will be taking place at the same time when swim practice meets. So Emma finds Jax at the beach and asks that he show her what the problem is. He then stutters before using his powers to fill their glasses with juice. She asks again what the problem is, and he says that it's not just that, as he then adds food to the plates. She then asks why that's a problem, and then he says that the problem is, as he uses his powers to make a piece of cake levitate and then hit her across the face.
Jax!
The problem is you're still not having enough fun with your powers.
You're right. I'm not. But who needs magic for a food fight?
It's on.
Now, I hate to say it, but that's just another nail in the Daniel coffin for me. I mean, just how adorable is this moment? I think the only thing that could have made this moment even better would have been him grabbing her by the waist and then they both fall down together. I feel like that's just peak romantic moment. But this scene is honestly still a favorite of mine. It's another one that really stuck with me when I went back into my rewatch, and so I was really excited to get to it. And I do think that it was just as good as when I saw it the first time. Back at school, their teacher calls for Emma, but she's not there. Daniel then notes to Diego that that's weird as he saw her after first period. She then calls for Jax, who is miraculously there. But then we cut back to the beach where Jax and Emma are still chasing one another. Jax ends up grabbing her and the two fall down on the blanket. So I guess we did kind of get what I was asking for, but not exactly. And then he grabs some more food and rubs it in her face. We then see the two of them running back into school. Emma says that she thinks they're in the clear, but then her dad calls for her over the PA system. Jax flinches and Emma admits that this is going to be bad. In the office, Emma asks if he's going to be punishing them. Her dad asks who she means by them, and Emma says her and the other students on his list. But then he tells her that she was the only one today. She is shocked, asking how that's possible, and then he gives her detention for the next 5 days. Outside, we see Daniel waiting for Emma. He asks her where she's been, and she stutters before saying that it's a long story. Noticing the state of her, he then asks her if she's okay and what happened. Looking down, she realizes what he's referring to, but she plays this off once again by saying that it's a long story. He then adds that he texted her a bunch of times and never heard back, and she tells him that she's okay, really. And so this definitely puts a damper on things because I don't condone cheating, and I'm not even sure if what Emma and Jax did can even classify as cheating. Like, yeah, it was a bit of a flirtatious moment, but I'm not sure if I just read it that way because I shipped them or if it actually was that way. But I really don't like the lying to Daniel. I think that's the part that makes it feel like it is cheating. And I know that she's only lying to him here because what they were doing involved magic and she doesn't want him to know that. But I still feel like she could have just said that she skipped school with Jax, and I don't know why she doesn't, especially because she said herself that she trusts Daniel and he trusts her. So, I don't know. Emma then tells him that she's got, but then she shudders, admitting that she can't even say it. She's never had it before, and she's a goody two-shoes. He then tells her that it's okay and to just be on time, and then Emma says that she's not sure if she's going to make it. Daniel reassures her that she will. He then wishes that he had detention too so that he could keep her company. Emma agrees, saying not that she wants him to get in trouble, but then he cuts her off, saying that he knows what she means. He then tells her to go clean up and that she doesn't want to be late. And then, in a bit of a twist, Daniel turns the corner and breaks the trophy case. Mr. Alonso then comes out and he tells him, "I know, detention." And oh my god, I love this. I remember when I watched this for the first time, I was like, wait, what? Like, did someone cast a spell on him or something? And then when I realized what he was doing, I was like, this might be the first thing that he's done throughout this entire season that I've liked. I think that it's adorable that he's willing to suffer just to spend time with her. And I also think that the timing of this moment is great as well. We just got a good Gemma moment, and so now following it up with a good Dema moment is definitely new. But what can I say? I feel like novellas just know how to get it right. In detention, Daniel rushes in. Emma tells him that she thought he got out of it by doing the school play, and he tells her that he did, but that he couldn't let her face it alone. Afterwards, Emma walks into the 7 and Jax greets her, calling her beach buddy. But upset, Emma tells him not to hey beach buddy her, that she got busted for skipping school and he didn't. Jax then laughs this off, saying that he can teach her, but she is quick to say no and that she doesn't want him to teach her anything else. She then says that she has to go and that Daniel's waiting for her. Jax then looks a little bit hurt as she walks off. Emma then finds Daniel at a table and apologizes for being late. She then asks him how line memorizing is going. He then shares that her dad made him understudy all of the parts, and so he has to memorize the entire play. And if he messes up at all, the detention deal is off. Emma notes that that sounds like her dad, and Daniel tells her that he'll be studying lines all night. Emma then shares that she can't stay too much longer since she's grounded, but he tells her that that's okay and that they can get through 0.005% of his lines by then. She smiles at this before he leaves to get them some drinks. Back at home, Emma is interrupted by a knock on her door. She answers it, and then of course Jax waltzes in. She rudely asks him what he wants, and he tells her that they didn't get to finish their conversation from earlier. Emma retorts that she's pretty sure they did, but he says that he was going to show her how he was able to go to the beach and not get in trouble for skipping school. She at first says that she's not interested, but then she caves, asking him to show her. So Jax then casts a duplication spell on himself, and Emma is shocked. In the following episode, she stutters, asking if he has a twin, and Jax says that no, he has a clone. She asks if he summons him all the time, and Jax says no, just when he wants to do something special like skip school, go to the movies, or sleep in. She then concludes that he sends Jax Jr. in his place to all the things that he doesn't want to do. He says yes, and Emma calls this amazing. She then asks if it's allowed, and he admits that it depends on her definition of allowed. Apparently the spell is very old and very illegal. Just then, they're interrupted by her dad at the door. Emma stresses that he can't see him, and Jax teases, telling her about a vein on her forehead that pops out whenever she's stressed. She then yells at him, and he tells her to relax and that he's got this. He then sends his clone to hide in Emma's room. Outside, Mr. Alonso yells that he's about to drop the pizza, and so Jax runs out to catch it for him. Later, we see Jax and Francisco getting along great as Jax helps him unload the groceries. And then Daniel shows up and very inconspicuously watches this exchange from the window. Mr. Alonzo then invites Jax to his presentation for the Big Brains Club of Miami meeting tomorrow. He says that Emma's coming too, and then Jax sarcastically says that he can't wait. He then also gets invited to stay for dinner. He then goes over to Emma and tells him that he likes him, that he is so nice and polite, and asks why the two of them don't, but then Emma asks him not to start. So of course I love this, like the fact that even her dad is Team Jax is my favorite thing. The next day, Emma tells Andy about Jax using the illegal cloning spell. Andy wants to tell the council on him, but Emma tells her not to because Jax is their friend. Andy argues that he's not, but then Daniel interrupts. Emma then asks him why he didn't come over last night, and he retorts that he figured she was busy, spending time with other people. She says that she wasn't, that Jax came over to help her with, but then he cuts her off saying that he knows. She asks how, and he says through her kitchen window. Emma then reassures him that he's just a friend. Daniel tells her that it's okay and that he knows that, but he saw how her dad was around him. Emma then asks if he's jealous of her dad and Jax, and Daniel makes a face before shrugging. At lunch, Francisco tells Emma that they're leaving for the Big Brains Club meeting at 5, and then Daniel comes over. He tells her that he is so excited about tonight, that it was really hard, but his dad got them tickets. Emma is confused, but then he reminds her that it's their anniversary. Dinner at 5, and then they're going to see Twilight on Ice. He asks if she forgot, but she says no, of course not, and that she cleared her schedule just for him. But obviously Emma did forget, and I find it funny that someone who is so in love with her boyfriend to the point where she's defying the witches' council for him would forget something like this. That night, Emma tries to convince her dad to let her miss the Big Brains Club meeting, but he doesn't give her a choice. Unsure of what to do, Emma caves and uses the cloning spell. Now alone, Clone Emma replaces her purple jacket with a leather one, because everyone knows that a leather jacket is the staple of evil. I also believe that this jacket is Jax's, like I'm pretty sure that that's confirmed later on too, so that's fun. We then cut to Emma and Daniel having a romantic dinner in his garage. She calls this perfect and compliments his idea, but Daniel argues that he can't take all of the credit and that his sister helped. He then notices his brother in the closet with a big contraption. He asks what he's doing and stresses that it better not be a prank. The two of them then panic over an anniversary prank, but instead a homemade sign wishing them a happy anniversary gets lowered from the ceiling. And then they cover Daniel in goo. Meanwhile, Jax finds evil Emma at the Big Brains Club meeting. He asks her what he missed, and she tells him that he bored two scientists to tears and they ran off. Jax laughs, calling it bad, but then she argues that he's only been there for about 10 seconds, whereas she's been there for 45 minutes. He then notes that it's too bad they can't ditch, but she says that sure they can, going to leave. He then tells her that she can't go or else her dad will get upset, so then evil Emma tells him to get Junior here pronto, as the two of them are busting out. And then in comes another Emma sans leather jacket. Confused, Jack notes that he thought that they were getting out of here, and nerd Emma tells him that he is. Other Emma is waiting outside for him. Evil Emma then gives him a wave from the doorway, and Jax smiles at this, impressed. Later, evil Emma and Jax enter the Seven holding hands and laughing. He tells her that that was amazing, that he's snuck into concert buses and movies before, but never on the same night. She rolls her eyes, saying clearly, and that he almost got them caught a bunch of times. She then flirts with him by poking him in the side and calling him a slowpoke. Jax laughs at this before admitting that he doesn't know if it's the full moon or what, but he says that she's a lot more fun now.
For the first time in my life, I feel alive.
Well, I really like you now. This is really great. You're really great.
Jax then kisses her again just as Andy walks in and sees the two of them. So I feel like you could argue that this is happening really fast, but when you think about it, we've actually had about 10 episodes of Jax falling for her, and so I feel like this makes total sense. I also feel like it's funny that I think that a kiss between Emma's evil clone and Jax is better than anything that we've gotten so far between her and Daniel. In the following episode, Andy goes to Emma and asks her how could she. She calls Jax a slimy, weaselly wizard who lies, cheats, and steals. Confused, Emma asks her what she's talking about, and Andy says Jax and that she saw the two of them kissing. She argues that she wasn't, but Andy says that she was, and that it looked like the two of them were on a date. Emma says again that it wasn't her and that she was out with Daniel. She then shows her a photo of the T3 dumping Jello on him. Andy then tells her that she could have sworn that she saw her, and then Emma tries to gaslight her, if you could even gaslight someone for something that you didn't know that you did. But at the same time, she knows that she created a clone, and so it's a pretty easy conclusion to jump to. And we later see that she did know that it was her evil clone, so I really don't understand why she felt like she couldn't tell Andy here. But she then asks if her mom said that she was supposed to start wearing glasses. She then remains adamant that it wasn't her, and Andy wonders who it was. Back at home, evil Emma arrives, and Emma gets upset with her, yelling at her for kissing Jax. Evil Emma then asks if she wasn't supposed to, and then Emma asks if she even stayed till the end of her dad's presentation. And then that's when she finds out that her clone made another clone. The next day, Jax approaches Emma and Daniel at school. Emma tells him that she needs to talk to him and pulls him aside. She then asks for the reversal spell so that she can get rid of her clone.
That's what you wanted to talk to me about?
My clone's out of control. She made another clone. She kissed you.
Wait, that was your clone? Not you?
Of course it wasn't me. The spell, please.
No.
What?
She was fun, and she didn't have a problem with using her powers. Now that's what I want in a chosen one.
Now I feel like I just have to take a moment here to talk about Rahart's acting, and I'm not just saying this because I am Team Jax. I genuinely feel as though he's one of the strongest actors on the show, and I feel like this scene is a great example of that. I love how when Emma first pulls him away and he looks back at Daniel, and then the heartbreak that he shows after learning that she wasn't the one who kissed him is just so good. Emma then asks if this means that he's not going to help her, but he tells her to just go with it, that that's what the other, better Emma would do. Mouth agape, Emma argues that she is the better Emma, yelling after him that she's the best Emma. Daniel then comes over and asks if everything's okay. Emma lies, saying that everything is great until she sees evil Emma behind him. She then yells for him to duck as she casts the spell to get rid of her. He asks her what that was, and she tells him that she's just getting psyched for next period. At lunch, we see Daniel sitting with nerd Emma. She panics as Daniel gives her a sandwich and some orange juice before he puts his hand on hers. Just then, Emma sees the two of them and hides behind a wall. Daniel asks her since when she started wearing glasses, and she stutters, saying since like forever. She then tells him that she can take them off and goes to do so, but Daniel stops her, telling her that he likes them and that they make her look all studious. And then nerd Emma begins to hyperventilate over this. He then tells her that she's sweating a lot. He asks if she's okay and she panics, saying that she's fine. She then quickly excuses herself. But before she goes, he asks if she's going to help him rehearse his lines after school today. And nerd Emma excitedly says sure. Back at home, Emma gets upset with nerd Emma for agreeing to meet with Daniel, but nerd Emma just swoons, calling him dreamy as she begins to fan herself. Emma then reminds her that they have plans with Andy after school, but then nerd Emma just tells her to cancel them. Emma argues that she can't since she already suspects that something's up, and nerd Emma continues fanning herself as Emma asks her what's wrong with her. She then apologizes but admits that Daniel's just really cute. Emma then smiles, agreeing with her. Just then, evil Emma comes downstairs. Emma asks her where she's going and she says to meet Jax. Emma then orders nerd Emma to stay and play video games with Andy. She'll tell Daniel that they have to reschedule, and she'll go to Jax and get the reversal spell. Once she's gone, evil Emma asks nerd Emma if she wants to play video games with Andy. Nerd Emma says that she hates video games and that she wants to hang out with Daniel, that he's dreamy, and she then begins to fan herself again. Evil Emma then tells her that if she wants to impress him, then she needs to stop sweating, but she tells her that she can't. Every time she thinks about him, and then she begins to fan herself again. So evil Emma then offers to talk to him for her. They then create a hippie Emma to play video games with Andy, and then hippie Emma creates another Emma. Original Emma then comes home to Andy waiting for her. She tells her that she just had to have a quick talk with Jax, and then Andy asks her if she figured out who the girl kissing him last night was. Emma lies, saying that it was just some random girl, and then Andy asks her if she's sure it wasn't one of her clones, as she shows her the 3 that are with her. Emma stresses that she needs to get rid of them, but Jax won't give her the spell. She then gets a text that evil Emma told Daniel that she can babysit the T3 tonight. Hippie Emma then offers to go, and then they realize that this means that evil Emma is with Daniel now. At the 7, Daniel thanks evil Emma, saying that he totally forgot that his parents were going out tonight, and he has play practice. She tells him no problem. Evil Desdemona then comes over and calls Daniel Romeo with his real-life Juliet. Juliet. She then tells evil Emma that she must be inspiring him with their real-life romance. Disgusted, evil Emma says that she guesses. Desdemona then says that they can all learn lessons from Romeo and Juliet. Love above all, no matter who's trying to keep them apart. Daniel says totally and goes to grab evil Emma's hand, but she flinches back. Now alone, Daniel tells her that Coach D is right. She is his real-life Juliet. Evil Emma then laughs in his face before saying that she thinks Juliet is lame. He is surprised to hear her say this as she continues rambling about how lame Juliet is. He is surprised by this as well and then begins to back away from her in confusion. Back at Emma's, hippie Emma arrives and she learns that she left the kids alone. She then rushes over to see the mess that they made. She then tells the kids to shower and uses magic to clean up the garage. And then Daniel comes home. And I'm a little bit confused about the timeline since he was just with the other Emma, but whatever. He asks how babysitting went and she quickly says that it was fine, but that she has to run and she quickly hugs him before leaving. Back at home, Andy finds the reversal spell and evil Emma tries to convince the clones to help her stop them. And then they all begin arguing over one another. Just then, Daniel comes over and hears all of the Emmas. He then looks through the window and shocked at what he sees, he enters the house. Emma panics, asking Daniel what he's doing there. Daniel stutters over what he's seeing before turning to Emma and telling her that there's 5 of her. He asks her how this happened and who the real Emma is. Emma says that she is, but then the evil Emma says that it's obviously her. Original Emma then says that she's Emma, and they were a mistake and she didn't mean to make them. Which is not true, she very much so had the intention of making at least one of them. Daniel then tells her to wait, because how could she make them if she lost her? But then he realizes, and deflated, he says that she has her powers back. He then says that she knew and she didn't tell him. She apologizes and he asks her when they came back. Emma admits over the summer and that she wanted to tell, but then he cuts her off, as they just love doing on this show. I feel like I've said that almost every single page, that somebody has cut somebody off, but then he gets upset over how long ago it was. Evil Emma then interrupts, telling them to stop the drama and that he knows that they're witches, and so deep down he must have known. Emma then grabs his hand, telling him that she's sorry, but he removes it from her grasp. He says that she lied to him this whole time. Lazy Emma then interrupts, and so then he asks how many there are.
5, counting me, but I didn't make them all. And I was going to tell you that I didn't have my powers back, but you were so happy that I was normal that...
So this is my fault?
No, it's my fault.
I don't want to hear it. You've been lying to me for months, and I can't do this. I'm breaking up with you.
So I think that this is one situation where I can confidently say that I am Team Daniel. Actually, no, that's not true, because I am Team Daniel in a lot of ways. I'm Team Daniel in the fact that I think that he needs to be freed and that he's gone through way too much. And I definitely think that this is a step in the right direction. I am so glad that he finally knows that she has her powers back, and we're only like, what, 13 episodes into this season? Like, it feels like it's been forever. We've now had over half a season with her lying to him and also kind of cheating on him with Jax. I know it's complicated because it was her clone that kissed him, not her. I guess it would just be up for debate as to whether or not her behavior with Jax has been emotionally cheating. But nonetheless, I feel like this scene is so good. I feel like it was a really great reveal towards Emma still being a witch. I would argue an even better reveal than the first season by like a mile. The drama is great, Nick's acting is not so great, but even when I was just going through like my description of what happened in this scene, I was eating up every bit of it. Obviously, I think that Daniel was wholeheartedly in the right in this situation, and I'm really glad that he broke up with her. Getting back to it, evil Emma yells in celebration while original Emma yells no. Nerd Emma then panics, asking which one of them he broke up with, and Daniel says all of them. This leads Nerd Emma to yell no and run after him. She begs for him not to go and grabs onto his leg, and then when he finally breaks free from her grasp, he leaves. Emma then heartbreakingly says that he's gone, and evil Emma says you're welcome, and that she got rid of Mr. Boredom McYawn for her, and now they get to keep their powers. But Emma stresses that she didn't want to break up with Daniel. Evil Emma says that she knows, which is why she's gotta go, but then Emma says no and that she has to. She then goes over to Hex and casts a spell to get rid of the duplicates. Just our original Emma remains, and then she remembers Daniel and goes to run after him, but then she pauses and walks back. Upset, she asks Andy if he really broke up with her. Meanwhile, Daniel tells his mom that him and Emma broke up. She asks him why, and he says that it's a long story. But he says, let's just say there's more than one side to Emma. She asks if they can patch things up, but he says no and that he's through with them. Back to Emma, Andy finds her in her room admiring a picture of Daniel, and then shoving her face in her pillow. She asks if she's okay, and she says that she will be, as soon as she convinces Daniel to forgive her. She then emphasizes that it wasn't her fault, that she was going to tell him, but then so much happened. She then gives up, saying that Daniel is never going to forgive her. Andy argues that it might take a while or a spell or two, but he could forgive her. She then reminds her of the silver lining, which is that now she gets to keep her powers. And I really liked this scene. It kind of reminded me of how on Disney Channel after a big breakup where we would get those really heartfelt scenes between like our main character and their mom. And since Emma obviously doesn't have a mom, it was nice to see her share this moment with Andy instead. And I do feel like this is kind of like the turning of the tides now that her and Daniel have broken up. And I didn't mention this earlier, but it definitely needs to be said that this is without a doubt my favorite Daniel and Emma breakup, as this may be the first one that we've seen, but it's definitely not the last. But as they are now broken up, I feel like we should move on to chapter 3. So the next day, Emma sees Daniel in the hall. They both pause and look at each other before Daniel turns and walks away. Emma then calls after him, but he's already gone. Jax then comes over, calling her E and then leaning in for a kiss. Emma immediately jumps back and asks him what he's doing. He then realizes that it's her and tells her that he's been calling E all morning and she hasn't answered. Emma asks who E is before her eyes go wide as she realizes. She then tells him that she's gone and that she got rid of her. Now upset, Jax tells her that she has to bring her back, but Emma says no way and that she knows that they were planning to get rid of her. Jax laughs nervously, telling her that he doesn't know where she got that from, and Emma mocks him, saying that she got it from E. He then tells her to bring her back, but she says that she can't. She doesn't need an evil version of herself running around and making a mess of her life.
She was fixing your life, finally letting loose and having a little fun.
By kissing you?
So you remember?
No, Andy saw you.
Yeah, right. Come on, let's blow this place and talk. I'm sure there's still a little E left in you.
I'm tired of people telling me what to do. Put Jackson marker number 202.
He calls for her to let him out, but she just smiles and walks off. So I love this moment for a couple of reasons. Seeing them discuss the kiss like this is everything, and I feel like it just shows that Jax wants Emma. Like, you can't even argue that he was only interested in the evil clone when this scene exists, just because of how quick he was to take her hand and ask to hang out with her. And of course, I also love whenever Emma is able to put anybody in their place, and so I do like the end of this scene as well when she puts him in the locker. Later, Emma runs after Daniel in the hall, asking him to wait. She tells him that she just wants to talk and explain what happened, but he argues that she should have explained herself when she got her powers back. Emma tells him that she knows, but he was just so happy when she didn't have her powers and she didn't want to ruin that. Daniel then argues that he wasn't happy that her powers were gone. He was happy because she wasn't lying anymore. Not sure that's the whole truth, but alright. She then tries to turn things around by saying that she's not lying now, so happy, maybe?
I spent an entire year with Maddie, and all she did was lie to me. Then I met you, and almost got sucked into magical quicksand by a crazy witch. But none of that mattered. All I wanted was to be with you. And yeah, I can't say I wasn't happy that your powers were gone, but only because I could keep you safe. All that we went through this summer, it was all a lie.
He then walks off, leaving her alone and heartbroken. So I really like that he's bringing up his past with Maddie here. I feel like it gives us a better perspective on Daniel and his character by reminding us of this. And I also feel like oftentimes in shows and movies like this where they had the main guy be with like a toxic girlfriend, they often try to pretend that his past with that toxic girlfriend didn't happen. And so I really like that Every Which Way doesn't do that. But we also have to talk about how he claims here that he was only happy about her powers being gone because it meant that he could keep her safe. Because I feel like a lot of people argue that Daniel never accepted Emma as a witch, and that's why they didn't work together. And I do agree with that if it hasn't been obvious already. Also, in my opinion, it doesn't really matter what the reason is. Whether it's keeping her safe or just having a normal life, at the end of the day, Daniel still feels as though he was happier when she didn't have her powers. And so I feel like that alone makes them not a good match, no matter what the explanation is. Like I said before, a good match for her would love every part of her, even the the magical parts. And then maybe I'm taking things too far for this like high school relationship, but I also feel like it brings in some unhealthy gender roles because it definitely gives the vibe that like Daniel as the boyfriend needs to be the one protecting her as the girlfriend and that it shouldn't be the other way around. And so it makes me wonder if maybe Daniel also doesn't like the idea of Emma being more powerful than him. But that's just me speculating, of course. I'm not trying to put words in his mouth. After school that day, Emma goes to cast a love spell on some candy. Obviously, she was planning on giving the spelled candy to Daniel and making him fall in love with her again. And it's such a quick moment, but I really didn't want to just like brush right over this because while luckily Emma never actually follows through on this plan, I do feel like it is pretty toxic that she's even considering doing it. Meanwhile, Daniel's siblings make him an Emma dartboard, Emma punching bag, and an Emma firework. He thanks them for their efforts but tells them that he's too bummed for any of it. In the following episode, Andy comes over and tries to get Emma out of bed, but then Emma tells her that every time she tells herself not to think about Daniel, the person in front of her then turns into Daniel. She then opens her eyes and sees Daniel in front of her instead of Andy. Andy then takes Emma to a carnival to cheer her up and gets her a custom sundae bar at the 7, but then while Diego is serving her, he mentions Daniel, and then she sees Daniel's face on his body instead of his own again. At school the next day, Emma gives herself a little bit of a pep talk, as she reminds herself just to not think about Daniel. But this doesn't work as she then sees Sophie as him. She covers her eyes and runs off, and then this brings her right into Daniel's arms. She lets out a scream and he asks her if she's okay. She says that she's fine, she's just... And then she realizes that she's actually talking to Daniel.
Daniel Miller, Daniel?
Are you sure you're okay?
I'm...
She's fine. She's fine, aren't you, Emma?
I guess.
Now, I just really wanted to include this moment because I actually felt like them holding one another here is maybe one of the most romantic things that we've ever seen between Emma and Daniel. And I don't know what it is, maybe it's just like the way that he's holding her, but I find it funny that we're only getting it now that they've broken up. And then I also like the fact that Jax takes a second to laugh at the situation before stepping in to help. Now, alone, Emma stresses to Jax that that wasn't good. He then laughs, mocking how she just acted before saying that that was great. Emma argues that she wanted to come off cool, confident, and totally together, and Jax says that she did before he starts to feel bad for her. He then tells her to pretend like he just told her the funniest thing she's ever heard, and like she couldn't care less about Daniel. She then lets out a very loud and very forced laugh. Meanwhile, Daniel asks Diego if he should go over there and make sure she's okay. He then asks him what she's doing right now. Diego says that she's with Jax, and that he thinks she just swallowed a bug. He then corrects himself that no, she's laughing. Jax is making her laugh. We then cut to them again, and Jax has his arm around her as they're both fake laughing. And I know that this scene isn't really that important in the grand scheme of things, but it's actually one of my favorites. I feel like it does a really good job of showcasing the friendship that's developed between Emma and Jax, and I love that he's trying to help her out here even though it's to do with Daniel. And then also his reaction to her fake laugh is just everything. Later, Emma goes to evil Desdemona to talk to her about her Daniel problem. Desdemona explains that this can happen to witches, especially after their first breakup. She fixes it for her, but says that this won't be the end of it. As long as she yearns for Daniel, she'll experience some unique reactions. She tells her that the only way to make them stop is to get back together with him. But I don't exactly know if this is accurate advice considering Desdemona's intentions with wanting them to be back together so that Emma will be powerless. She then suggests that she play Juliet in the school play to win him back and invites her to play practice tonight. Moving on to play practice, Mr. Alonso also brings in Jax, Maddie, and Diego as volunteers. Evil Desdemona then casts an illness spell on Sophie, who was our actual Juliet, and tells her to take 5. And then she has Emma stand in for her. She asks Daniel if he minds, and he says whatever. But none of this matters as they then turn this moment into a Jax versus Daniel thing, which I'm definitely not complaining about. It's just this whole Emma standing in for Juliet thing doesn't actually go anywhere. So they then need a replacement for Tybalt as well, and Jax volunteers. Andy and Diego then come in with their new sword props, which are a thing of salami and a baguette from the cafeteria. Desdemona then tells Jax and Daniel to fight to the death, and Jax is quick to lay the first blow. They then fight, getting so into it that they move into the hall. Emma runs after them at first, but then they make it to the cafeteria and get into an argument over who won. Jax then says that they should ask the audience and then looks around for Emma, but that's when they notice that she's no longer there. Meanwhile, Emma goes to open her locker and is hit by a water gun trap set by the T3. Daniel hears this happen and runs over. Emma tries to cast a spell to get it to stop, but then it bounces back onto her and turns her into a bird. So Daniel approaches Bird Emma, telling her that it's okay, and then he wonders if she can even understand him. She then flies at him and he yells before running after her. Jax overhears this, but then when he's met with Bird Emma, he jumps back in fear. He then screams and runs away. So this is when we learn about Jax's crippling fear of birds, which is honestly one of my favorite ongoing things throughout the series. So Daniel then finds Andy and tells her that Emma has turned herself into a parrot and that they don't have a lot of time to save her because a storm is coming. He stresses that they have to find her and change her back before someone notices that she's missing. He then suggests that they call Lily, and so they do. Lily advises them to go find her and says that although she's a parrot, she's still Emma. So they should try the places that human Emma would go. She then gets them to bring her back here with the hex and someone that can change her back. So Andy goes to Emma and Daniel's spot and finds a bird that she thinks is Emma. Back in the nurse's office, Lily tells Daniel that it's really nice that he's doing this for Emma, even though he's upset with her. Daniel argues that just because he's mad at her doesn't mean that she should be stuck as a parrot, and Lily tells him that she knows that Emma lied to him, but she reasons that she's been under a lot of pressure lately. She then reveals that a few weeks ago, the Witches' Council told her that she had to break up with him or else they would take her powers away. She explains that it's a huge risk for a human to be dating a wizard, especially when it's a chosen one. Daniel then asks if this means that she was just going to break up with him this whole time, but then Lily says no and that she was going to give up her powers for him. And I'm just like, I don't know, was she? Because correct me if I'm wrong, but I actually don't remember Emma ever saying those words once. Every time that they told her to break up with him, she just said, no, I'm not doing that. She never once said that she was going to give up her powers for him. So I do feel like this is a little bit of a jump for Lily to make. Like, I know that everyone else kept telling her that if you break up with him, then you get to keep your powers, but I feel like Emma was just giving the vibe of like she was gonna do whatever she wants and just like see what happens. So it kind of pisses me off that she jumps to this conclusion here, especially because we don't really know if that's the truth. Anyways, Andy then comes in with the bird she found. She says that she's got her, but Daniel then looks at the bird and says that it doesn't look like Emma. Andy argues that of course it doesn't, it's a parrot, but he says that he doesn't think that it's her. Andy argues that it has to be as she was over by their spot, and Lily agrees with her because like how many other parrots could be out on the loose in Miami? And spoiler alert, at least 2. Nonetheless, now they need a witch, and so in comes Maddie. They then trick her into transforming the bird, who of course ends up being just some bird. Daniel then stresses to Andy that Emma is still out there and they're running out of time. They then decide to try a locator spell from Hex, which I'm not exactly too sure why they didn't try that to begin with, but Maddie is out and so now they have to go get Jax. And yeah, obviously I'm not the biggest Emma shipper, but I do really like the fact that he knows that this bird isn't her. It's once again giving the like I'd recognize you in any universe sort of vibe. So Andy finds Jax in the 7 and tells him that Emma needs his help. He asks why she doesn't ask him herself, and Andy explains that that's the thing, she kind of turned herself into an animal. He laughs over Emma being a klutz and calls this cute, before asking what kind of animal. Andy then says a parrot and Jax freezes. He then nervously says that he just remembered that he has something really important to do. She asks if it's more important than saving Emma from being a bird. He then gives her some scared eyes in response and she accuses him of being afraid of birds. He tries to deny this, but the fact that he can't even say the word bird is a dead giveaway. And then he quickly leaves. And listen, I understand that phobias are no laughing matter. I myself have actually been known to be afraid of birds in certain circumstances, but this is just like so funny and I love it so much. So Andy then ends up having to capture and tie up Jax to get him to help. And then this is when Daniel learns that Jax is a wizard. And this is when I learned that he didn't know this already. I think I just forgot that his memory was erased during the bunny incident and so he hasn't known this whole time. So Daniel then freaks out over this, but he says that they just need to do this to save Emma and then they can all go their separate ways. He then tells Jax to cast the locator spell to send Emma here. Jax nervously asks person form and Daniel says parrot form. And so gulping, Jax casts the spell. It works, but then Jax immediately passes out at the sight of Emma as a bird. So Andy then tries to wake Jax up while Daniel has a heart-to-heart with Bird Emma.
I'm still upset that you lied to me, Emma. Though after what Lily told me, I'm starting to understand why you did. I don't want you to lose your powers from me. You're the chosen one. I don't know exactly what that means, but Jax, wake up!
So I felt like I kind of had to include this moment for the Dema shippers, but I'm just now realizing that if any Dema shippers did click on this video, they're probably not still watching at this point. But if you are, thank you, I appreciate you. Nonetheless, you could argue that this is a nice moment with him having a heart-to-heart with Bird Emma, although I am still a little bit mad at Lily for putting this idea in Daniel's head that's not like 100% accurate in my opinion. Anyways, Andy then finally sprays some water on Jax's face to get him to wake up. Daniel then tells him that it's time to turn Emma back into a human, but then Jax sees Emma again and begins to hyperventilate and pass out once again. Maddie then enters, and she is currently suffering from some mood ring face-ism, and she thinks that Emma is responsible. And so she turns Emma back into herself so that she can confront her. Emma then appears on the couch and Daniel goes to hug her, but Maddie stops him. She then realizes that Daniel tricked her into turning her back, and Emma thanks him for this. Jax then regains consciousness and Emma asks what happened to him. Andy explains that he's afraid of birds, and Jax argues that it's a phobia and it's a legitimate disease, before he smiles at Emma and tells her that he's glad that she's back. Daniel then tells everyone that he doesn't mean to be rude, but there's a storm coming. So Emma tells him not to worry and says that they're all leaving. And I just feel like this entire scene is just a great example as to why I love this show so much. Like, just the chaos and ridiculousness of everything was just so good. And honestly, I was just having a great time while watching and summarizing it. Meanwhile, evil Desdemona is still plotting to try and get Emma and Daniel back together. So she uses her minion Gigi, who is also misinformation, to get Emma and Daniel to meet back at school. So she texts both of them and Emma goes to the school, but Daniel doesn't get the text and so he doesn't go. Someone else goes, and can you guess who that someone else is? I'll give you a hint. His name rhymes with hacks. So Emma goes to school looking for her dad, but then in pops Jax. He then teases her asking if she's afraid of storms, which is crazy coming from him considering what we just learned about his biggest fear. But Emma then jumps back and lets out a scream. She then asks if he followed her, and he argues that he did only to make sure that she was okay. Emma then looks for her dad in his office, but he's not there. She then calls this strange as he told her to meet him there unless Jax used one of those phony phone call spells again. Jax is then insulted that she would even suggest that he would repeat one of his tricks as he's got many up his sleeve. She then goes to text him just as Jax says that she's right and that it could have been a spell. She then asks him who would want to trick her into coming here, right as the lights flash and the door closes. Emma then runs over trying to open the door, but then she realizes that it's jammed. Evil Desdemona then casts another spell to make sure that they're trapped, as she makes the storm even worse. And I know that this is a very like high, tense, scary situation and all of that, but I just feel like it needs to be said that I love a forced proximity trope so very much, and I am so excited to get into this episode. So Emma then tells Jax that the door is stuck and panics over them being trapped there. Jax then calmly tells her to step back, and then he pulls the door open instead of pushing it. He then lets out a laugh and tells her not to be so paranoid. It's just but then they're interrupted by an extreme weather warning alert on their phones. They realize that the storm must be stronger than it was forecasted, and Emma says that they better get out of there now. In the hall, Jax says that they shouldn't go out there, but she argues that she only lives 2 blocks away and that they can make it. But just then they're hit with a windstorm indoors. Jax yells that they need to get out of there. Emma says again that they can make it, but then lightning goes off indoors and Jax is quick to run to Emma and shelter her in an embrace. He then says that it's not safe and that they need to get out of there. He then leads her back into her dad's office and closes the door behind them. He tells her that they'll wait it out in here, and she asks why he doesn't just teletransport them home. But apparently doing so in a storm can be really dangerous. Emma then admits that she's starting to think he did send that phony text to get them trapped here. He asks her if that really sounds like something that he would do before he admits that, okay, it kinda does, but he didn't do it. After getting off the phone with her dad, Emma asks Jax if he wants to call his parents as they're probably worried. But Jax argues that his dad doesn't worry, especially not about him. Emma says that that can't be true and that all parents worry, but Jax says not his dad. He then casts a spell to find Daniel's file. Emma gives him a look as Jax makes fun of Daniel's middle name being Horatio. She argues that it's a family name and that those files are confidential. Jax tells her that he's failing math math, and Emma argues that he isn't. But then Jax laughs, saying that he is now and going to cast a spell. But Emma tells him not to do that and that he worked really hard for that grade. And so did she. Apparently she tutored him every day for a month on the quadratic equation. Jax argues that it's like he always says, why work when you can just... And then Emma casts a spell on the file herself, giving him all A's. She is shocked that she just did that, and he asks her if it felt good, but she says no and blames it on the full moon. She then sighs before admitting that she just wants it to be over, and he tells her only 6 more days as he continues looking through the files. He then grabs Maddie's and dares her to look at it. She refuses, but he argues that he dared her and says that it's like a rule. Emma argues that it's not a rule, it's a game, and so he says, great idea, let's play. When we cut back to them, Jax asks her truth or dare, and she chooses truth. He then whines, telling her to come on and to live a little. This is the 3rd time that she's picked truth. So then she caves and chooses dare. He then dares her to imitate Maddie. Emma says that that's mean, but he argues again that it's a dare and that they already went over the rules of a dare. She then begins to imitate Maddie, but he stops her, saying that he meant a magic imitation. He then casts a spell which shows her how to imitate someone's voice exactly. She then does the same, but not just with her voice, as she completely transforms into her. She does her imitation and Jax laughs. She then changes back into herself and asks him truth or dare. He chooses dare, and now it's Emma's turn to get upset with him for choosing dare again. She then gets him to choose truth instead and then asks him about his family. He then goes over his whole extended family, and then she asks him about his mom and what her name is. He tells her Liana. Emma calls this a pretty name and asks what happened to her. He tells her that it was a long time ago and that he was only... But just then, the tennis ball that he's been throwing against the wall breaks through it. They then get closer to the wall and realize that it's fake. Emma then explains that their ex-principal had a secret room back there. Her dad found it and got rid of it, and then Jax notes that it looks like he didn't get rid of everything. We then see them with the things that they found in the wall. Jax tells her that facing off with an ex-chosen one gone mad sounds scary and awesome, and Emma argues that it was definitely more scary than awesome. And I really like this. I think that it's cool whenever a new character in a series learns about what happened before they came on the scene, and I really like how this show never forgets what came before it. Jax then argues that it couldn't have been scarier than losing your powers, and she retorts that it was only for a few days. He then says that he couldn't even deal with losing his powers for a few minutes. He then asks her what this one drawing is, and she explains that it was her plan. That's Diego and that's her. He asks if that's really her, adding that she's a lot prettier in person, and Emma laughs, saying that she didn't like her and so that probably influenced her artwork. He then asks what this other thing is that they found and if it's her plan B. Jax then concludes that it's a guide of using the last night of the full moon to destroy the realm. We then take a break from Gemma to see what Daniel's been up to, as he's actually been trapped with Maddie this whole time. So he tells her that him and Emma are in a fight because she got her powers back and didn't tell him. She asks him if he's mad at Emma for being a witch, and he says not exactly. She then asks if they were still together if he would want her to not use her powers. And Daniel says maybe, which in my opinion is not a very good look. Maddie then concludes that he doesn't accept Emma for who she is, and as a fellow witch, she's offended for her, which I would have to agree with, and I do like this little allyship. But then in the end, Maddie asks him if he's going to meet up with Emma and tell her that he accepts her witchiness, and he says maybe. But I'm not exactly too sure how we got there. Back to the destruction of the realm, Emma asks why anyone would want to destroy it, and Jax argues a lot of reasons. He shares that his mom told him that the realm was divided in between the good witches and the bad witches, and that she wanted him to be a good one. Emma says that he is, but he argues that he takes after his dad. She tells him that that's not true before asking what his mom was like. Jax says that she was funny, and Emma tells him that he takes after his mom more than he thinks, which is a nice comment now, but in the future I guess it's more of an insult, but we'll get to that much later. Jax scoffs at this, but then she grabs his hand, telling him that he has good moments and that she's seen them, and then they lean in for a kiss. But unfortunately, just then Desdemona spells the door to open. And I really wish that this scene wasn't shown to us through a spying spell so that we could actually watch it undisturbed, but unfortunately that's not the case. So Jax then rushes to close the door. He then asks Emma if she's okay, and she says that she is. She then says that they should maybe take a break from blueprints, and so then Jax finds a chessboard and suggests that they play. When we see them next, Emma takes his queen and gets up yelling in your face. Jax laughs at this, saying that he's never seen her so fired up before, and Emma apologizes, blaming Andy's influence. But he tells her not to and admits that he likes seeing her fired up. It reminds him of, but then he trails off telling her not to worry about it. She encourages him to go on, and so then he admits the other her, that she was so intense and fun. Emma admits that she still can't believe that she did that, and he laughs, adding that it was awesome. Emma then asks him how he gets along with Jax Jr., and he says that it's not complicated. They're the same person. So he just gives him whatever would make him happy. He then asks her that she give her clone another shot, but Emma says no way and that she promised Lily that she wouldn't. Plus, the spell cost her Daniel. And I should mention that Desdemona is still spying on them throughout this conversation, so keep that in mind. And then I guess with every good scene comes a not so great one, because I really didn't like any of this. I hate that he's trying to pressure her into bringing back her clone, and that he was doing so right when they were getting close. But then at the same time, it also makes me wonder if he feels as though only E is capable of having feelings for him as well, and so maybe that's why he tried to convince her to bring her back, which honestly makes me a little bit sad to think about, but maybe that's me giving him too much grace and that he is just trying to manipulate her here, who's to say. And then of course her also bringing up Daniel in the end there is just like the cherry on top. Just then Mr. Alonso breaks into his office. Emma then comes up from the position she was hiding in with Jax, and Jax also quickly gets up to help as well. He asks her if she's okay and she says that Jax and her are fine. Her dad then leaves them alone and Emma thanks Jax for everything. He hugs her and just then Daniel walks in. He pauses when he sees the two of them hugging and then walks off. We then end the episode with evil Desdemona sharing what she's learned to the council. Emma and Jax then show up and are both scolded for cloning themselves and are punished with a total loss of powers. But before it can be done, Jax stands in front of Emma, telling them not to punish her, and he takes all of the blame instead. He then says that he made the Emma clones. Emma tells him not to take the fall for her, but then he tells her not to flatter herself, that he did it because he wanted a chosen one that he could control. Desdemona then argues that Jax is known to lie to get out of trouble, but this doesn't make sense to the council as they then ask if he's lying to get himself in trouble. Emma says yes, whereas Jax says no. He then says that he made the Emma clones and he would do it again. So Agamemnon then sends Emma away and takes Jax's powers. So I remember just loving this moment when I first saw it, and I mean obviously I still do. The moment he did this, I was just like, it's game over for Daniel, I'm sorry. This is just like the ultimate sacrifice, especially after the previous episode where he admitted that he couldn't handle losing his powers for even a few minutes. And then for him to turn around and do this for her is just so good. And also the way that he stands in front of her in this moment was also so endearing. It's just unfortunate what this sacrifice leads to. Later, Emma finds a depressed, powerless Jax in the hallway. He tells her that he knows that she might be mad at him for lying to the council, but then she cuts him off with a hug. And just then, Daniel runs in.
They're gone.
I know. Thank you.
Anytime.
Now I have written in my notes that I completely forgot that this happened during my rewatch and I was just living for it. And I do still feel that way, although I do have like a little bit more sourness attached to this moment upon review. But in a strange way, it kind of reminds me of that one iCarly, like I Saved Your Life episode, where it's like Emma now has this debt to pay to Jax for doing this for her. And this is like one of the ways in which she's paying it. But I can also see it as like, the only way I know how to explain it is comparing it to my own relationship, where it's like sometimes Josh will do something that I love so much and I'm just like, oh my gosh, I need to marry this man tomorrow. But I guess I'm just trying to say that sometimes people's actions do make you realize how strongly you feel about them. So it definitely could be that too. And I think just because I love them so much, I'm just gonna act like it's more of the second thing. Although considering where the show like was going at this point, it was probably more so the first thing. Either way though, this was definitely a great first kiss and I love this moment very much. That is, if this even counts as their first kiss, because I guess his first kiss was actually with her evil clone, but we don't need to talk about that. So the following day, Emma finds Jax doing homework in the caf. She asks if he's not eating lunch and he says no. He hasn't done his essay for history class yet since Junior would always do his homework. Emma then cuts him off, telling him not to panic as that's her thing. He smiles at this and then she tells him to remember that he is Junior. And he has all of that information in his brain as well. He just has to close his eyes and concentrate. But then Jax stresses that he's not going to make it. He then admits that he still hasn't told his dad yet. And if he finds out, he'll be, well, let's just say not happy.
Hey,
you wouldn't mind, you know,
You want me to use magic to write your essay?
I hate to ask, but if I get bad grades, my dad, he'll...
Okay.
So since I brought up what I had in my notes for the last scene, in this one I hate this. And I do. I hate this very much. I feel like doing something nice for someone doesn't mean that you can then guilt them into doing favors for you in return. And I feel weird to even just like downplay what Jax did as just like doing something nice for someone. But a sacrifice is just that. It's a sacrifice, and you can't do it while also expecting something in return. And so I really don't like that he's taking advantage of Emma like this. And I don't like how he continues to do so after this. Honestly, it does kind of ruin the sacrifice for me a little bit. Like, not entirely. It was definitely still a good moment. But yeah, definitely tainted it a little bit. Moving on to play practice, Emma tells Jax no more spells. She feels as though she's been casting spells for everything. He then promises her that this is the last one, but then she argues that she's not going to make a hot dog cart appear in the theater. He begs her, saying that she owes him, but she still says no. He then continues begging until they're interrupted by her dad over the speaker calling her to the cafeteria. She goes and he yells for her to bring back some hot dogs before laughing. And it feels weird to even be like mad about this moment because it is a very like joking and lighthearted scene, but I am still a little bit frustrated with like the situation that we're in. After Emma leaves, Daniel approaches Jax. He asks if he heard her say no the first time, and Jax argues that it's none of his business. Daniel says that Emma is his business, and Jax tells him to stop eavesdropping or else they'll have to erase his memory again. Daniel says that Andy told him about that, but he still couldn't erase Emma. Jax then retorts that he's right because he did that all on his own. He then reminds him that he broke up with her. He then gets close to him, telling him to step back. But then Daniel says no and that him and Emma are meant to be. Jax then argues that they have nothing in common. She's a powerful witch and he's him. He then says that she needs me. Jax walks off, but Daniel's not finished. He then argues that he couldn't have done anything good for her.
I broke the trophy case again, so she wouldn't have to go to detention all alone.
And I taught her how to cast spells without talking.
I made it through a weekend-long Sudoku-a-thon her dad organized.
And I reversed the punishment spells the council put on her.
I helped her defeat the super evil ex-principal who tried to steal her powers.
And I gave up my powers to save hers.
So I mean, yeah, Jax kind of wins that argument. The moment that Daniel says that he broke the trophy case for her, I was like, yeah, that was a cute moment, but it really doesn't hold a flame to everything that Jax has done for her. And then I also find it funny how everything that Jax brings up that he's done, we've actually seen happen. Whereas Daniel has to bring up something that we didn't even know happened, because they really haven't done a very good job at giving their relationship any sort of like legitimate screen time. Anyways, Daniel is shocked to hear this, and Jax tells him that he heard him, telling him to beat that. He then tells him to face it and that he can't compete with him. Daniel then argues that he's not trying to as he walks off, and as he goes, Jax tells him to stay away from Emma. She's dating him now. Then walking back over with a prop sword, Daniel accidentally hits him with it. So then Jax goes and grabs one too. He then does the same and the two begin to fight again. Emma then returns to see Jax and Daniel fighting. She calls for them to stop, but they don't listen to her. She then casts a spell that covers them in glitter to get them to stop. She then apologizes, but says that it was the only way to get them to stop fighting. She then asks Jax if they can go now. He then tells Daniel to watch out and that he'll get his powers back. And then Daniel says that he'll get his girl back. And even though I don't ship them, I do have to admit that that was a great line. Emma is shocked to hear this, but doesn't have time to reply as Jax grabs her hand to leave. Meanwhile, evil Desdemona plots that she just has to make Emma jealous of Daniel, and then their jealousy will drive them towards one another. So she tells Sophie to bring him as her date to Katie's party to get them to work on their connection. Moving on to the party, Emma arrives and Daniel is happy to see her. He then tries to get her to remember the last time they were at the beach, but then in comes Jax. He then greets Emma, telling her that he found a good spot near the surf for them. Daniel then gets upset and asks Emma if she came to the party with Jax, but then Jax says that of course she did, and she scolds him for saying that. She then stutters that if he came alone and wants to sit with them, then he's more than welcome to. But then Sophie comes over and says that he's not alone, he's with her. Emma then asks if he's dating Sophie, and at the same time that he says no, she says yes. Jax laughs at this and then takes Emma to his great spot by the surf. Back to Desdemona. Gigi suggests casting a love spell on Emma, but she isn't able to, as apparently chosen ones are immune to that. So then she casts one on all of the other girls instead. Emma, Jax, and Andy notice the chaos, and Jax says that the only girl he wants swarming him is already here as he puts his hand on Emma's. Emma then goes to get some drinks as she tells Jax and Andy to behave. Later, Emma notices Daniel in the bushes as he ushers her over. She goes over and asks him what's wrong. Daniel then backs away from her in fear as she looks at him confused. He then celebrates that she's not in love with him. Emma then retorts that he shouldn't be so excited about it, but then Daniel is quick to say that that's not what he meant. He then tells her that all of the girls are after him. She then says that if he's trying to make her jealous, but then he stops her, saying that he doesn't know what's going on. Maddie, Sophie, Gigi, Andy, and all of the girls, they're all chasing him. He then looks around in fear before he says that it's like somebody put a spell on him. Emma then realizes that that's why she saw girls wearing Team Daniel shirts earlier. He is shocked to learn this, and then Emma asks who would do that. He suggests Jax, but Emma gets defensive and reminds him that he doesn't have his powers anymore. He apologizes, but admits that if it's a spell, it has to be broken soon. And then Gigi runs in, cutting him off, followed by a whole swarm of girls chasing him away. And just like, once again, this guy is going through it like he's not even with her anymore. Like, he should theoretically be free, and yet he's not. It's like this show's motto is when in doubt, torture Daniel. Later, Jax finds Emma and admits that he thought that maybe she forgot where they were sitting, but she says no and that she needs to find Andy's goggles. She thinks someone put a bad spell on Daniel. He laughs, saying nice, before asking so what, and she argues that he needs help. Jax asks what the spell is, and she explains that it makes all of the girls obsessed with him. Jax then argues that that's not a bad spell, that's an awesome spell. Emma gives him a look, and he's quick to say, I mean, not that I'd want to be under a spell like that. He prefers meaningful relationships instead of dozens of girls screaming his name, all wanting his attention. He then laughs, getting caught up in the fantasy, before turning back around and realizing that Emma's gone. Emma then uses the goggles and realizes that Daniel is under a spell. She then casts a spell to get rid of the spell, and it works. He then walks over to her and tells her that he never wants to be irresistible again. She laughs and he pulls her in for a hug. Daniel thanks her, telling her that she saved him, and then we see a heartbroken Jax watching this exchange from the shoreline. It's like, even though she's with Jax, this triangle still isn't over. They've just like basically swapped roles. That night, while watching fireworks around a campfire, Daniel looks to Emma and she looks back at him heartbroken. But now it's time for a new plotline to enter the mix. And let's just say it's exceptional. Zed. So the following day, we see Jax and Andy with Emma in her room. Jax is begging Andy for one game, but she won't have it. He then tries to get Emma's help, arguing that he helped her get the TV up there. She tells Andy to let Jax play, and she caves for 5 minutes. Andy just tells him not to go after a zombie in a leather jacket as he's her friend, but Jax argues that he's a zombie and so he's going to destroy him. Emma then tells him that that's Philip, Andy's zombie boyfriend. Jax laughs at this and says that he's going to tell misinformation. Andy then storms out and Emma asks him why he had to do that. And I'm telling you, it's because they're like brother and sister. Like, I can't not love this duo. Later, Jax calls after Andy that he has her zombie boyfriend and that he's going to go mental on him. He then says that he's just kidding, but then his controller gets stuck and he can't swap out his zombie blaster. Then to save him, Emma casts a spell that sends Philip into the real world. Not sure why he couldn't just like quit the game without saving, but sure, let's solve this problem with magic instead. On to episode 19, where zombie Philip escapes out of Emma's bedroom window. We then see her run into the 7 and ask Daniel if he's seen a pale, staggering teenage boy. Confused, Daniel says that he hasn't. He then jokingly asks if she's looking for a zombie or something. Emma doesn't reply, and so this causes Daniel to conclude that she is. Jax and Andy then come over and conclude that he's not there. Daniel then rolls his eyes at him, saying that of course Jax is involved in this. He then says that they need to cover more ground and tells Andy to go look in the park and then Daniel cuts him off, asking why they don't just use a locator spell. Jax then finishes his sentence by saying, use a locator spell. Everyone then heads back to Emma's to do the spell. Andy wants to keep Philip in the real world and Jax supports this, whereas Daniel doesn't. And so then Emma makes her a deal. If she summons him here and he doesn't try to eat them, then he can stay. And so she does this and he doesn't, which means Philip isn't going anywhere. Andy then tries to repay Emma by saying that she'll do her laundry laundry, and then Jax asks her what laundry is. Emma then tells him that he has to wash his clothes and says that she'll teach him how later. And this is just like a minuscule moment, but I really liked it. It's like Jax without his powers is this lost dog in the woods that doesn't know how to function. But I also like how before we got to see Jax helping her with her magic, and now we get to see Emma helping him with the more mundane things. Later, Jax tells Emma that it was really nice of her not to send Philip back. But Emma just says that Daniel left because he thinks it was a mistake. Still, Jax says that it wasn't, and Emma argues that she couldn't send him back. Andy likes him for real and she's never had a crush before. He then tells her to come on, she's the chosen one. She can do whatever she feels like. Even make a zombie boyfriend for your best friend. And then Emma gives an ecstatic yeah. He then says that the last night of the full moon is coming up and asks to take her on a date to celebrate them both getting through it. She says that she'd love that. Jax then says that they say anything can happen on the last light of the full moon. They could go swimming with dolphins. He could get his powers back. He then changes his tune as he says that they could destroy the magic realm and become the last witch and wizard alive. Emma is shocked to hear him say this, but he asks that she just think about it, and that they could be the most powerful beings on Earth. They could rule the world. Emma then breaks into laughter, telling him that he really had her going there. He then fake laughs along with her, pretending like he was kidding. We then have a montage, because who doesn't love a good montage? Daniel walks into the 7 and sees Jax and Emma having pizza with Andy and Philip. Emma looks at him heartbroken, and then Daniel leaves upset. We also see Daniel and Jax sword fighting for the play, and so I guess him like filling in for Tybalt in that one rehearsal now means that he is Tybalt, which I find to be quite funny considering the fact that he made fun of the play and also made Daniel be a part of the play for a laugh, and now he's in it as well. And we also see the 4 of them watching a scary movie, and when Emma jumps back in fear, Jax comforts her. And speaking of the play, it is now time for opening and closing night. It's a one night only sort of thing. Before the performance, Daniel tells Jax to have a great show. He says that he will before telling him again to stay away from Emma. She's with him now. Daniel then says maybe, but she belongs with him. Then before the 2 of them go out, Jax pushes Daniel, but then tells him good luck and that he'll need it. Daniel asks what he's talking about as Romeo wins this fight, but Jax then takes out his sword and says, we'll see. So clearly he's bringing their personal lives into the workplace. The 2 then do their sword fight on stage and Emma watches this nervously. Andy then admits that she doesn't remember this from rehearsal, and Daniel yells at Jax to stay away from her, and Jax yells back, never. Jax then takes Daniel down, and to top it all off, the T3 pranks him with bubbles. Afterwards, Andy and Jax are gushing over what just happened. Jax says that it was awesome, until he gets a look from Emma and stutters that he means, how terrible was that? Andy and Philip then begin to zombie dance together, and Jax asks what they're doing. Emma admits that she's not sure, but that she kind of likes it. She then grabs Jax's hand and pulls him to the dance floor. The 2 then begin to zombie dance as well, and then everyone else joins in. Later, Jax pulls Emma aside and she asks what's wrong. He says nothing, but that he just wanted to say that watching her use her powers to make Andy happy has inspired him. And if he ever gets his powers back, he wants to use them to make the people he cares about happy like she does. She reassures him that he will get them back and promises to help him. Daniel and Sophie then come in and Emma excuses herself to go congratulate him. Jax is clearly disappointed by this, but all he says is no problem. Once she leaves, he says to himself that after Emma gets his powers back, Daniel really will be no problem. Ever again. Dun dun dun. The following day, Jax and Emma meet up with Andy and Philip. Emma worries about people noticing that he's not human. And after the couple leaves, Jax tells her that there's an easy solution to people not noticing Philip. Just erase their memories of him. But Emma says no, that she wants to help Andy, but messing with people's memories is going too far. Jax argues that the whole point of having powers is pushing the boundaries.
And when you get my powers back, then we can push the magical boundaries together.
What if I don't want to push the boundaries?
And just be a regular old witch.
Is that what you think of me?
Emma!
So obviously this is subtle, but I do think that they are trying to hint at the fact that it's not all sunshines and rainbows with these 2. And then in turn, that will make us not want them together. And then slowly bring us back to Team Daniel instead. Later, Emma grabs some safety goggles from her locker, and Jax is surprised to see that she has her own goggles. She corrects him that actually she has 2. He then tells her that she doesn't have to put them on yet. Emma says that she knows, but wearing them around really ups her nerd cred. He then lets out an awkward laugh before before putting his on too. She then asks if he solved his half of the formula last night, and Jax stutters before asking her instead if he's told her how beautiful she looks in those goggles. Emma yells at him, realizing that this means that he didn't, and reminds him that this lab counts for 50% of their grade. He argues that he tried, but admits that it's just been so hard living without his powers, and she yells back that she can't fail this lab or else they'll fail the class. He then comes closer to comfort her, telling her that he knows and that he's sorry. He then notes that if only there was a way that they could make those formulas appear. Emma then bites her lip before casting the spell. He smiles at this and says sweet that they're definitely getting A's now. They both high five, but then Emma pauses as she realizes that she's cheated. She then stresses that she shouldn't be happy about this and that she takes her high five back. So once again, I feel like they're definitely trying to show us how much of a bad influence Jax is on her. And then of course, there's also the fact that he is still manipulating her into using her powers for him. But I also think that they're really trying to hammer up the nerd side of her as well, to show that that's another reason why her and Jax aren't a good match. After school, Emma and Jax are doing their homework together when Daniel shows up. She smiles when she sees him and he asks if he can come in, saying that it's important. She lets him in and he greets Jax, asking how it's going. He says great and that he's just been chilling on the couch all day cuddling with his M. She then asks what's the matter and he tells her that it's Andy. She refuses to send Philip back into the game even though he tried to bite several people at school today. She asks if anyone saw him and he says that they did as he tried to bite them. Jax laughs at this and then fakes concern. Daniel says that she's at the 7 with him right now and if he tries to bite someone there, someone could see him, and Emma finishes his sentence then saying that it would be really bad. She then admits that she should have sent him back into the game to begin with, and Daniel comforts her, telling her that it's okay. She tried to make Andy happy and he gets that. Jax then interrupts, asking if they're done here because he and his M need to get back to cuddling. He then ushers her over, but not listening to him, Emma says that they need to fix this. Emma and Daniel then leave and Jax admits that that didn't go the way he wanted it to. At the 7, chaos breaks loose and Daniel has to hold Philip back from biting someone. Katie and her dog boyfriend, which is a whole other story, then come in, and Jax jokes that someone's got great taste. Maddie then tells him that he's one to talk, and then Daniel tells her not to talk about Emma like that. Jax then tells Daniel not to defend Emma and that that's his job, and then Emma tells them to stop. Philip then tries to bite Sophie, but Daniel holds him back. He then begs Emma to send him back, and so she does. She then runs over to Daniel, asking if he's okay. Afterwards, Daniel finds Emma at their spot and asks if she needs some company. She asks how he knew that she would be there, and he admits that he didn't. He just felt bad about Andy, and so he came there too. He then says that it's sort of their spot, and she smiles at him. He asks how Andy is, and she tells him that she's devastated and refuses to speak to her. Emma is unsure if she did the right thing, but he reassures her that she did. She argues that it doesn't feel like it, but then he tries to make her feel better by saying that his mom always says, sometimes the right thing isn't always the feel-good thing.
I wish Jax felt that way. He thinks the feel-good thing is the right thing.
What do you say about all this?
I don't know. I can't get a hold of him.
He'll turn up. Maybe he's busy.
You're never too busy for me.
Gag me with a spoon, my goodness. Like, listen, I understand that she still probably isn't over Daniel, and she definitely rushed into this relationship with Jax too quickly. But that last line where it's like, you're never too busy for me, like, ugh. I hate it. At school the next day, Jax watches Andy storm off and laughs. He then notes to Emma that it looks like she's still mad at her, and says that he told her to keep Zombie Boy. Emma argues that she couldn't. Eventually, he would have bitten someone, and who knows what would have happened after that. But then Jax retorts that it depends on who he bit. If he had bitten Maddie or Daniel, then they would have thrown a huge party. Emma then stares back at him before asking if he thinks that's funny. Jax then puts his hands up in defense and says that she's right. Sorry. He then tells her that he's figured out a way to get his powers back. He then drags out his thoughts, saying that he could prove himself worthy of them to the council and then they'll give them back. Emma says that she could definitely help with that.
Or I could just break in and...
Steal them back?
Steal is such a harsh word. I prefer borrow or reclaim.
No way.
But I lost my powers for you in the first place.
And you've never let me forget it, have you?
And I know that I should hate this because my ship is fighting, but I actually really liked this scene. Again, every time that Emma doesn't let someone walk all over her, I love it. I like that she's finally calling him out for this behavior because I feel like it's been going on for long enough. And then the way that she just like rolls her eyes and walks off is such a power move. And like I said, it's about time because it feels like he's been taking advantage of this for like half the season at this point. Meanwhile, Daniel tells Diego about his talk with Emma and how she's upset about her fight with Andy. Diego then points out that she's still dating Jax, but Daniel argues for now that he has to get her back, he just has to figure out his next move. Okay, I then wrote down that we then learn that Jax is evil, and that sentence is just hilarious to me, but it's also true. Like, we then find out that Jax is evil, which I think we always kind of had an inkling of, like there was definitely hints towards it, but it is then confirmed. He literally is Diego from Violetta reincarnated, and I love every bit of it. So his dad then calls him and asks how the plan is going, and if he's gotten his hooks into the chosen one yet. Jax says that he has, and that they're still dating. He then tries to tell him about a date that they went on recently, but his dad cuts him off. He says that he doesn't want details, he just wants to know that he'll be ready by the last light to take over the world. He then says that his sisters and him will be heading to the bunker soon to keep them safe during the last light. Jax asks if Emma will be safe since she'll be with him, but his dad asks who cares and then tells him to wait until she combines the two lights and then push her into the realm. Jax is then shocked that that's the plan, but his dad just tells him not to let him down and Jax says that he won't. So I really like this reveal. It's a fun plot twist even though I think we all saw it coming, but I also like it because it shows how desperately Jax wants to be accepted by his father, but then at the same time, he also doesn't want anything bad to happen to Emma. You can also tell here that Jax's family went through a lot of reworking before the final season, because by then he only has one sister that he doesn't even know exists. So Jax goes to Emma's and she answers the door a little bit disappointed. He tells her that he just wanted to say sorry and that he brought her flowers. She takes the flowers that have their roots still attached to them, and then asks if he just ripped them out of her yard. He says no and that he got them from a vending machine. She gives him a look and then he caves, admitting that he didn't know where else to get them. Emma then gives him a telling him nice try and handing them back to him. He then tells her that he's been thinking a lot about what she said, about getting his powers back the honest way, and he wrote out a whole essay to plead his case to the council. Emma is surprised to hear this and happily tells him that she's so proud of him. He then says that he just doesn't know how to get it to them. He doesn't even know where the entrance is. Emma then says that she does and lets go. Now to himself, Jax says that he's so good he almost believed himself. Now, I really liked the beginning of this scene because I feel like it just shows again how lost Jax feels without his powers, because if he still had them, he probably would have just zapped some flowers to appear. But he can't do that, and so him just like grabbing some flowers from her front lawn is just such a perfect move. So Emma leads him to the council entrance, now with the Hexerin, and she and the Hex open the entrance. He then goes to go in, but Hex stops him. She tells him to wait here and that she'll find the council and get them to come out. He asks what for, and now confused, Emma says so that he can give them his essay, and he laughs saying right. Emma then comes back out and Jax asks if she found them, but she says no and that there was no one in there, it looked abandoned. Jax asks what about his powers, but Emma says that she didn't see them. He asks her to go back and check and hey if she wants to grab them, but Emma yells at him and he puts his hands up in defense saying that he was just kidding. He then asks if the doors just open for her every time she walks up to them and Emma says that it looks like it. He then asks if anyone else knows how to open them besides the council, and then Emma tells him that Andy does. Jax then plans to use Philip to get Andy to open them for him. And once again, we are reaching the season finale, and so I have some more non-romantic explaining to do. So first of all, we have two locations that we need to talk about. There's the Abyss and there's Limbo. The Abyss is like this place where lost things go to die, and Limbo is like this realm of nothingness. So Agamemnon gets sent to the Abyss by evil Desdemona, and while there, he finds the evil Emma clone. So evil Emma and Agamemnon are able to escape, and then evil Emma sends him to Limbo. So now evil Emma is back and on the loose. So she sees Jax at school and goes to approach him, but then he calls Emma over to tell her that he tied his own shoelaces this morning. Emma gives him a deflated congratulations and he asks if that's all he gets.
I've been learning to do things without magic like you wanted, but it's like you don't even care.
I'm sorry. I've just got other things on my mind.
Like what?
Losing my best friend?
Oh, that.
Yeah, that. I gotta get to class.
So yeah, it is not looking good for Gemma, folks. Although I will say that they are much better at fighting than I feel like Emma and Daniel were, but maybe that's because of the acting. I don't know. Just then, Daniel calls after Emma, asking her to wait. He tells her that he just wanted to see how she was doing with the whole Andy thing. Emma says that she's hanging in there, but then says never mind and that it's no big deal. He tells her that it is and that he tried talking to her yesterday. He even let her win at the gripping mushroom hunt? I have no idea what he's talking about. Emma then holds in a laugh, asking if he really let her win. He then admits that no, she smoked him, but he told her that it was his fault. He was the one that told Emma to send Philip back into the game. Emma argues that he was about to sink his teeth into Sophie's brain. He had every right to, but then the bell rings, cutting her off. She goes to leave, but then Daniel calls after her again. He then asks that she meet him after school today, 4 o'clock at their spot. She agrees and leaves. Just then, evil Emma transforms into what regular Emma was wearing, and then she calls after Daniel. She asks if they can do 3:30 instead, and he says sure. So I understand what they're doing. Jax is the one that isn't giving her and Andy's conflict the importance that it needs, whereas Daniel is the one who knows how much that relationship matters to her. But it's just annoying because they spent the whole season getting me invested in Emma and Jax, and now it's like they're flipping the script. But I will admit that the end of season 2 is really the only time that I do ship Emma and Daniel together, and I think it's a main reason why when I watched the show for the first time, I was a little bit more team Daniel than I would like to admit. I just feel like they did a pretty good job at the end of this season by making it clear that Daniel was the one that Emma really wanted. And I honestly had a hard time getting over that on my first watch. Also, I don't know what it is about Nick, but he does do a really good job at making me feel bad for Daniel. After school, Jax finds Emma at the 7. He tells her that he's been texting her all afternoon, and she apologizes, saying that she's been busy. He then tells her that he thinks that they should try again with the council, and this time maybe they don't bring the hex. Emma tries to interrupt him, but he keeps talking. He says that if the council's not there, then he can just waltz right in and grab his powers. Emma then finally yells and he stops rambling. She then tells him that she's been thinking. Jax then lets out an oh no and admits that no good sentence has ever started with I've been thinking. Nonetheless, Emma continues and admits that she doesn't think things have been working out. She says that she's realized that all of the things that he likes most about her, when she's impulsive or when she uses magic to get what she wants, that's not really who she is. Jax argues that of course it is, but she argues that that's the full moon and the excitement of learning new spells. But underneath all of that, she's just her. Jax stutters that he likes when she's responsible, but she calls him out for this, saying that he doesn't and that's okay, but that he should be with someone where he can be totally carefree with.
We can make this work. I know I've been selfish lately, but after the full moon, everything will change. You'll see.
I'm sorry, Jax, but I've made up my mind. But I do still want to be friends.
Yeah, sure. Whatevs.
Okay, then I guess I should go.
Good.
So I am glad that Emma has this conversation with Jax before she goes to meet Daniel, because I was feeling a little bit uneasy about that meeting happening while they were still together. And I know that she met up with Jax on numerous occasions while she was dating Daniel, but I think it's different because Emma does still have feelings for Daniel, and we know this, whereas I really don't know if she ever had feelings for Jax while she was with Daniel. I don't think that she did, but on the other side of things, I do think that this all happens maybe just a little bit too soon. I just feel like I'm not fully on board with Demma yet, and yet she's already breaking up with Jax. I wish that they could have pushed it a little bit more, but at the same time I'm glad that they didn't because of, like I said, with all of the emotional cheating aspect of things. Also, I just have to mention that this definitely isn't my favorite breakup from the show. I think that Emma and Daniel's from earlier was a lot better, but that could be just a personal preference thing. I know I prefer all of the drama. Although I will admit that there was something special about this one as well, mainly because I feel like you can just tell how much it's affecting Jax, and yet he's trying so hard to hide it. So evil Emma meets Daniel at their spot and he thanks her for coming. He then hands her some flowers and she looks at them disgusted, asking what they are. He tells her daisies and that they're her favorite, and I feel like they're trying to highlight here that Daniel knew this information whereas Jax didn't. But evil Emma says, oh yeah, before putting them on the ledge, uninterested. He then tells her that he just wanted to apologize for everything. For breaking up with her the way that he did. He just freaked out when he saw all of those Emmas. She says that she she remembers and that she saw his face before she mocks him and laughs. He then admits that not being able to be with her these past few weeks has caused him to realize something. That he wants to be with her, magic powers or no magic powers, because... And then evil Emma cuts him off by laughing in his face. She tells him that she tried to keep it together, but he's just too much. Daniel asks her what she means, but then he pauses as he begins to put the pieces together. Just then, original Emma appears behind Daniel. She asks evil Emma where she came from, but then E casts a spell that sends her to the abyss. Daniel tells her to run and gets in the way of the spell, and then they both end up getting transported to the abyss together. In the abyss, we see Daniel and Emma looking around for a way out. Daniel then finds the door and Emma tries to open it with a spell, but it doesn't work. He then finds a ring of keys and says that they're going to have to get out the old-fashioned way. Just then, the room begins to shrink and the two of them start to panic. They then begin to look around and Daniel finds a surfboard that he uses to stop the walls from crushing them. Once they stop it, they hug before collapsing. Meanwhile, evil Emma approaches Jax and Andy in the hallway. The two of them have just broken into the council and gotten Jax's powers back. She asks if they just broke in and Andy says, yeah, so. But then evil Emma asks why they didn't just ask her to do it. Jax argues that he did like 20 times and the last time she got so upset with him that she broke up with him. E then scoffs at this, calling it silly and asking why she would ever do that. She then asks if the council saw them and he says no and that Agamemnon wasn't even there. And she says of course not because she sent him to limbo. Jax then smiles and says, E, is that you? She says that it is. Mouth agape, Jax says that he can't believe it and that he missed her as he pulls her in for a hug. She then tells Andy that she sent Emma to the abyss with her lame-o boyfriend, so she can't get in her way when she destroys the magic realm. Jax is then surprised to learn that she wants to destroy the realm as well. Later, Jax tells E that he's so glad that she's back and notes that she's wearing his jacket. She says of course and tells him that it kept her warm in the abyss. And now I'm just wondering how she was able to be in the abyss for all of this time when like it seems like the crushing walls like happen fairly quickly, but maybe she's immune to that, I don't know. She then asks what he meant earlier by destroy the realm and if he knows about Desdemona's plan. He then shares that that was his plan and his dad's. He was supposed to trick Emma, the other Emma, into combining the last two lights. Evil Emma then steps back in anger after learning that they were together, and Jax laughs, telling her not to get jealous. He then grabs her hand, saying that she's here now, and together they can rule the human world as the most powerful magic couple ever. So, evil power couple, I guess? I don't know, I've never really been into this trope, but I'm sure somebody out there is loving this. Back in the abyss, Daniel asks Emma if she's hungry and offers to look around for something for her to eat. He then finds a half-eaten cheese sandwich and gives it to her. Emma then apologizes for dragging him into this. He broke up with her because he didn't want anything to do with magic, and now he's stuck here because of magic. Daniel then argues that it's not that he doesn't like that she's a witch, he's just scared of all of the magic threats that could come after her. And I'm sorry, but it doesn't matter how many times he says this, I still don't like it. I feel like it excuses the fact that it is true that he doesn't like that she's a witch. It just gives such like a whiny, like, oh, I want to protect you, but you're a witch and I'm not able to because all of these things are coming after you. And it's like, yeah, she is. She's very important in this magical realm, so either you're for that or you're not. And it seems like you're not, and so maybe you guys just shouldn't be together. Especially because she deserves to be with someone who's proud that she's a witch and loves the fact that she is as powerful as she is, instead of someone who doesn't like it. Just saying. Anyways, he adds that since he doesn't have powers, he's afraid that he can't protect her. Yeah, shocker. Emma then tells him that she doesn't care if he has powers or not. She likes him for who he is. He should try it sometime. He could have 4 heads, no elbows, the biggest zit ever known to man, but he'd still be him. Which we know isn't exactly truthful since we had that whole unibrow situation, but I digress. She then suggests that they try more keys, and so they get up to do so.
Whatever happens,
I know. Me too.
So I know that I was just complaining very passionately about this ship, but I do have to take a second to say that I did enjoy this moment. I think that it was very sweet. It was another core memory for me when I watched the show for the first time, like this moment really stuck with me. And at first I didn't like the fact that she cuts him off from saying that he loves her because I feel like that would have been really nice to hear. But I do think that it makes the moment better later on when they do say it to one another. Also, I feel like it must be said that this is definitely the best kiss that they share on the show. Meanwhile, Jax and evil Emma attempt to team up up with evil Desdemona, but she declines their offer. They then trap her and get her to show them how to merge the two lights. Back in the abyss, Emma worries about the surfboard holding, and just then it begins to crack. Emma then finds a hammer, and Daniel goes to break the lock, but just then the surfboard falls and the walls begin to close in again. Daniel then puts the surfboard back, and Emma stresses that this is how it ends, but Daniel reassures her that they'll find a way out. She yells asking how and that nobody knows that they're here and that they'll never get out. And just then, Sophie appears. She explains that Maddie sent her and that she has a key. Emma then jumps up in celebration and knocks the surfboard down again, and so Daniel quickly climbs up the walls and uses himself to keep them open.
I can't hold much longer. Go!
I'm not leaving you!
Go and get Sophie out!
Daniel!
I'll be right behind you. Go!
Daniel! Daniel!
Now it's kind of annoying because current Caitlin isn't really agreeing with like what previous Caitlin wrote down, because I'm still kind of fuming from the rant I went on earlier about Daniel not accepting her for being a witch. But I feel like I felt this way for so long that it would be doing myself an injustice to not say what I wrote here. So I'm gonna say it anyways. I mean, I basically just said that I do love a sacrifice, which is true. And I also said that I forgot how much I love season 2 Dema, which I guess was true at the time, but now I'm not so sure. But yeah, I did like them here at the end, and I had for a while, so I feel like I will let that be known. We then see Emma calling out for him, asking where he is, and meanwhile, Daniel pops out of the abyss at their spot. He then immediately says that he has to go find Emma. Back at home, Jax asks E what the first thing she wants to do is after they take over the world, and she says turn everyone at Iridium High into her own personal fan club. Jax then says that the first thing he wants to do is take her to the beach and teach her how to magic surf, but then E interrupts to say that she doesn't like the beach. He argues that she does and reminds her of Katie's party, and then she reminds him that that wasn't her. She then adds, just so we're clear, she doesn't like glitter, helping other people, or Elvis. She then admits that there's a lot of things that she doesn't like that the other Emma forced her to. And come to think of it, there's a lot of things that she doesn't like about him. She then tells him that he'll have to change them. Oh, and Daniel is also watching all of this through the kitchen window. Later, Jax gets another call from his dad where he tells him to prove himself and do what he must. He also mentions twins, and so I guess these sisters that later don't exist were once twins. After the phone call, Jax picks up a framed photo of him and Emma as he repeats to himself, do what I must. In the end of the episode, Daniel rushes to Emma's house. She runs to him and hugs him, and then says that she was so happy when he texted her yesterday, as she thought that he had been crushed. He then apologizes for not coming over sooner. He just needed to make sure that the evil version of her didn't do anything to his parents. He then admits that he was so worried about her. Just then, Jax comes over with flowers and sees this exchange through the window, and they actually might have been daisies this time, but I guess that they were for E, so maybe it doesn't really matter. But I'm also kind of surprised that he even thinks that E would like flowers. I guess you could argue that they were for the real Emma, but it was in this moment that he even learned that she was out of the abyss. So that can't be it. Anyways, Emma then stresses that they need to go before the evil her returns, and then Jax hides as the two of them leave. And now it is time for our finale. So Jax shows up at school and tells E that Emma is out of the abyss. She argues that that's impossible, but Jax says that she must be stronger than she thought. She then rants about that being one more reason as to why Emma's gotta go, before she pauses, asking what he was doing at her house. He then nervously says that he was just checking up on things, and I am just like so incredibly confused about the whole flowers situation, but I'm just gonna let it slide. He then asks what they're going to do about Emma, and she says destroy her. Later, Jax asks how they're going to stop her, and E says that they're going to go after her fatal flaw. Jax argues that she doesn't have many flaws. She calls him out for this, but then he stutters, saying that he just means that she hides them very well. Evil Emma then asks what's gotten into him, and that she's starting to think that he prefers Emma over her. Jax says of course not. He then asks what Emma's fatal flaw is, and she says her dad. So Mr. Alonso then comes home to Evil Emma and Jax. Evil Emma then turns him into a beta fish while Jax looks concerned. Later, Daniel and Emma come home to find Jax and Evil Emma with her beta fish dad. Daniel tells them that they're not going to get away with this, and E laughs at him. He then charges towards them, but Jax warns him to stay back or else Principal Alonso gets hurt. Daniel then asks Jax what he's doing, and he retorts what he's always wanted to do. Emma argues that this isn't him and that he doesn't want to hurt anybody, but Jax just asks her what she knows as she doesn't know him. E then tells her to put her powers in a bottle and then they won't send Mr. Alonzo down the drain. Emma agrees, doing so before collapsing. Daniel then comforts her while Jax takes her powers. Jax and evil Emma then transport away, and Daniel tells Emma that he has her dad. Emma then panics that she's not able to turn him back, but Daniel tells her not to worry and that they'll find a safe place for him. But right now, they gotta go. So Emma and Daniel get to school and see some red smoke in the hall. Emma says that it's the last light and that they have to hurry. Daniel then tells her to wait and reminds her that she doesn't have her powers, but then she says neither does he. Still, she knows that they can do this somehow. He then grabs her hand and they go. But I really would have preferred if in this moment he gave her his magic reflecting vest thing. I feel like that would have been really cute. So Emma and Daniel then arrive as E and Jax are fighting off Desdemona. Emma and Daniel then free Andy, and the last light then turns Desdemona back into her ordinary self. Daniel says that they're running out of time and asks Emma how they can stop the evil her, but she says that it's her responsibility and that she'll stop her. She then calls for them to stop, but E tells her that it's too late. Still, she tells Jax that he can't do this, to think of their friends, their families. He argues that she never thought of him, and then tells E to go with him. Emma calls after him, but he just turns back and looks at her as E enters the realm. Emma then yells that she's not gonna let her do this, but evil Emma says that she can't stop her, with or without her powers. And so Emma then runs up and fights her. Jax then looks at her and tosses her her powers through E's protests. Evil Emma then shoots Jax with her powers and he collapses. Emma then gets her powers back and E goes to zap her, but then Daniel gets in between the fire. Her spell then shoots off of him and hits the light instead. The light then begins to absorb all of the magical beings, which includes Emma. And I just want to emphasize how good all of this sounded on paper, because I'm about to show you an actual clip from this scene, and I just ask that you hold your laughter in, please, because this is a serious matter.
I love you.
No!
Help her!
I got you.
It's too strong!
Don't let go.
So first of all, I feel like that's just like what every girl wants to hear after you tell your boyfriend that you love them. The immediate yelling of no in their face in response is just perfection. Yes, I know that Daniel did that because he didn't want her telling him that she loved him because she thought that she was about to die. But yes, I enjoyed this scene. It was very dramatic but very fun at the same time. And as a temporary Dema shipper, I like that he saves her because I was getting pretty sick of hearing him constantly bring up how he helped her defeat the principal when, in my opinion, he didn't really do that much. So now we can at least say that he did help her from being sucked in by the last light. And their hug at the end was cute as well. But my goodness, the special effects and acting in this scene definitely needed some work. Although kind of like I've been saying all along, I do think that the terrible special effects do add to the charm of the series. And I just want to say, because I feel like people might get mad at me for like switching teams here briefly, but I feel like the fact that I'm able to just goes to show how good of a telenovela adaptation this is. Because I feel like that is truly the tell of a good novella. It's a triangle that's just so good that it can make you root for anyone. Like, I feel like you're not supposed to have like a clear, easy winner of a triangle. Like, it's supposed to be conflicting. You're supposed to understand why the main character is having a hard time choosing, because otherwise, literally, what is the point? But we then end the season with a little tease at the fact that this love triangle isn't over yet. So in the end, Emma goes to get her lunch from the cafeteria. Jax then zaps a tulip on her tray and she smiles at him. She then looks over to Daniel in the hallway and smiles at him as well. And that wraps up season 2. Overall, I really like this season. I feel like in comparison to the first season, this one leans way more into the telenovela format. I feel like in the first season, they were trying harder to adapt it into more of like a show for American audiences. But then in this season, it was almost like they were like, screw it, let's just go full novella. And I'm honestly so glad that they did because I enjoyed every bit of it. There was a lot more focus on conversations, a lot more focus on relationships. There were hardly any B plots in this season. And I think part of the reason why this video is so long is because of that and because of this season in particular. Like, the rest of the seasons in this video only get 1 chapter, but I had to split this chapter into 2 because we got so much content. I mean, there is also the fact that season 2 got, I think, 4 more episodes. Yeah. Season 2 had 24 episodes, whereas the rest of the seasons only had 20, so there is that aspect as well. But honestly, season 2 just gave us so much to talk about, and I did enjoy talking about it. I also remember when I was doing my rewatch and I was going into the 3rd season, I had absolutely no memory of what happened in it. I remembered season 2 because of the evil clone, and then obviously season 1 is easy to remember because it was so simple and it was just her and Daniel. And I remembered season 4 because of what happens to Daniel. But season 3, I was like, honestly, I don't know, like it kind of blended together with the other seasons. But then when I got into it and I remembered what happened, I also just remembered how good it was. And so I am very excited to talk about season 3. And since we're moving on to our 3rd season, I feel like it's only right that we move on to our 4th chapter as well. So unlike last season, this time around we begin during the end of summer break. Emma has been working as a waitress at this new Beachside 7, and Daniel is working as a lifeguard. So Daniel finds Emma and greets her. She then gives an unenthusiastic hey back, and he asks what's wrong. Emma then admits that she's just overwhelmed with things to do. She then rants about work, family, friends, chosen one training, and her dad's surprise birthday party tonight. Which, speaking of, Daniel tells her that he arranged to get off work early to help her set up. She then teases, asking if he's sure, as there will be a lot of liquids there just crying to be spilled on her dad. He then jokes that he'll just stand in one place then, like a statue. She calls this cute before the two of them get back to work. And then Emma accidentally freezes time and doesn't know how to undo it. We then meet our new villain, Mia, who makes it pretty clear from the start that she is plotting to take Emma down. We also learn that she is some form of a magical being, as she is one of the few that doesn't get frozen by Emma. The only people that do freeze are the humans. At this point in the show, we don't know what type of magical being she is yet. I'm just going to tell you because it will become relevant later, and so she is a Kanai. So she finds a frozen Daniel. She then mockingly reads one of Emma's texts to him, telling him that she can't wait for tonight and that he's amazing. She then rearranges him so that when he unfreezes, he'll fall off the lifeguard tower. And this is then exactly what happens. Daniel then immediately groans and calls for Emma. She runs over and asks if he's okay. He then stutters before asking what happened, but Emma just tells him that he doesn't want to know. Meanwhile, Jax is at Rebels boot camp, and so he's running on the beach. He then sees Emma and stops to smile and wave at her. Emma smiles back, but then Jax gets scolded. Daniel then tells Emma that he knows that she's been stressed lately, but he has a feeling that this is going to be a great year. He says that the council accepted them dating, Jax is finally gone, and he then asks what she's looking at as she's still staring off into the distance to where Jax was. She then stutters, saying nothing, and then nervously says that she's gotta go. She then gives him a kiss on the cheek before running off. In the following episode, Emma gets sent to boot camp as well for casting too many spells in public. When she arrives, she knocks Jax over. He tells her to watch it, but then he realizes that it's her, and then he asks her what she's doing there. She stutters that she doesn't know, unsure of where they are, until she realizes. He then shares that half of the people there already got sent home and stripped of their powers. But then she happily notes that he's still there. He smiles back and tells her that he's been hanging on by his fingertips, and then she explains that she's been sent for public spellcasting. Somewhat impressed, Jax asks if that's true. She's quick to say no, but then he gives her a look and she caves, admitting that yes, she has been casting spells all summer. But then she stresses that she can't be here and that it's her dad's birthday. She's organizing a party, and then he cuts her off saying, oh. She stresses that it's small, just her dad, but he cuts her off, telling her not to sweat it. And now I'm a little bit confused because obviously he's upset that he wasn't invited to her dad's birthday, but like, how would she have invited him if he's clearly in this like rebel boot camp? But whatever. Exhausted, Emma later tells Jax that she just made a rope appear and had to climb up it. And he shares that he's on spell strength training. He has to levitate that tire over there with one finger. Emma asks if they can leave after that, but he says no and that they have to, but before he can finish his sentence, Emma is already walking over to Agamemnon. She tells him that today is not a good day for her, offering to come back tomorrow, but then Agamemnon says that of course she's coming back tomorrow, and she'll stay until he's satisfied that she's learned her lesson. Emma stresses that it's her dad's birthday, but then he cuts her off with an exaggerated yawn. He then zaps Emma under the tire that Jax is trying to levitate to give him a little motivation. Jax yells for Emma to move, but she can't as she's been spelled in place. He stresses that he can't hold it for much longer, and Emma tries to move again, but she can't. Back at the beach, Daniel worries about Emma having gone missing. He calls her and leaves her a message saying that this is the 14th one that he's left and he's really starting to get worried. But then Lily explains the situation to him and he's glad to hear that she's okay. But then Lily argues for now. Emma is the most powerful witch that there is, and if she can't control her powers, but then he argues that she doesn't know Emma like he does. She's amazing and she'll be the best chosen one that the realm has ever seen. Back at boot camp, Jax continues to struggle with the tire, stressing again that he can't hold on for much longer. He tells Emma to teletransport out of here. Emma does this and then the tire falls. He then quickly runs over to where the tire was, but Emma's gone. He then yells to Agamemnon that he went too far. And of course, Emma then appears in the pool before she gets sent to this maze. We then see that this whole tire exercise really did a number on Jax, as he's sitting against the wall in the fetal position. He tells Agamemnon that he shouldn't have done that and that Emma could have gotten seriously hurt. Agamemnon asks if he would have allowed it to fall on her before she disappeared. Jax says never, and so he laughs, saying, "There you are, no harm, no foul." Nonetheless, Jax still yells after him that he had no right to put him in that position. And Agamemnon yells back that he's forgotten who he's talking to, and that he can take away both of their powers whenever he chooses. But then Jax asks if he really can take away Emma's, as she's getting stronger and stronger every day. Agamemnon then cuts him off, saying that he's had enough of him and turns him into a dog. He then transports him into the maze with Emma. So I really like this scene. I like seeing Jax stand up for Emma like this, and also it's our first hint into the fact that maybe Emma can't have her powers taken from her. In the maze, Jax sees Emma and is glad that she's okay, whereas Emma just sees a dog and panics before running off. He tells her to wait and that it's him, but pees a dog, and so none of those words actually come out. Emma then finds a pile of bricks and picks one up. She then tells Jax to stand back or she'll turn him into a harmless fly. She then drops her brick when she realizes that the dog is Jax. This causes him to turn back to normal and Emma runs up to him, giving him a hug. She then asks if that was the test and notes that that wasn't too bad. All she had to do was get over her fear and recognize him. But he reveals that it wasn't and that he expects more from Agamemnon. And then Emma transforms into a bird. Jax begins to shake and admits that he wishes he didn't say that. And then he collapses. Bird Emma tries to urge him to get up and get past his fear. He then begins to wake and Emma thinks for him not to panic and to realize that it's her. But Jax just begins to back away as he tells her to get away from him. He then gets up and says that he knows that it's her and that he said her name. He then conquers his fear as he reaches down and picks her up. He then says her name again and she transforms. Emma smiles at him, telling him that he did it, and they hug again. Jax and Emma then appear outside of the maze. Emma says that they can finally go home, but then Jax tells her to wait. He then reads a sign that tells them to finish their spells of the day before going home. Emma panics, saying that she's already late, but he tells her that they have to. Still, Emma says no way and that she's not missing her dad's party for this. Jax argues that there's no point and that she's just wasting her time, and that Agamemnon has to let them go. She then asks where Jax sleeps and he tells her the barracks. But this doesn't help his case as she just gives an and turns to leave. He runs after her and tells her that this is a bad idea. If Agamemnon catches them, then they can kiss their powers goodbye. So she tells him that he can stay, but she can't do this to her dad. He then yells for her not to go and to listen to him, but Emma just walks out the exit door. Jax then groans before going after her. The two then end up in the school's cafeteria covered in fog. Jax says that he was trying to tell her that the emergency exit leads to Iridium High, and I am just now starting to wonder why so many magical realm things lead to their school. What's the connection there? I would like to know. Emma then says that they should go before Agamemnon, but just then he appears. He accuses Jax of all of this. Emma defends him, saying that Jax has nothing to do with this, and that this was her decision. They passed the test and now she needs to go home. She promises that she'll be back tomorrow to finish, and so he lets her go on the condition that he takes her powers until she completes boot camp. Jax tries to stop him from doing this, but Agamemnon casts the spell anyways and nothing happens. Agamemnon then tries to take her powers again, but then he ends up taking Jax's instead. And then I guess maybe embarrassed, he then tells Emma that she's completed boot camp and is free to go. She thanks him but asks what about Jax, and he says that he will have to spend his night in the barracks and he will have to walk since he no longer has his powers. Emma then mouths a thank you to Jax. And I really liked all of this. It was a lot of fun to see Emma and Jax working together in this like magical boot camp setting. I find it funny that once again Emma and Daniel are together right now, and yet Emma and Jax are still getting all of the screen time. But I'm definitely not complaining, as we got some great moments out of it, and they're definitely the ship that I want to see more anyways. Also, this boy is just like constantly giving up his powers for her, like I swear it will never end. Back at home, Daniel is trying to make a cake, but the mixer isn't working. Andy then realizes that it's not plugged in, and so she goes to do so right as Mr. Alonso comes home. And then of course, Daniel spills the cake batter all over him. He gets upset, and then Andy explains that Emma planned this party for him. He asks where she is, and Daniel covers for her, saying that there was a smoothie situation at work. Emma then runs in and apologizes for being late. At work the next day, Emma runs to the lifeguard tower and catches Mia flirting with Daniel. She pauses and then Mia introduces herself, and she apologizes, saying that she was just teasing her new partner. Emma is confused, and so Daniel explains that Mia is replacing Slow Joe. She then tells Mia that it's nice to finally meet her and thanks her for covering for her shift yesterday. And then Emma says that she has to get back to work, giving Daniel a look before leaving. He then calls for her and goes after her. Now alone, he asks that she let him explain and that they were just goofing around. He then apologizes. She says that it's okay and that she was just being extra sensitive. She doesn't like seeing him like that with another girl.
You're jealous.
Maybe. Don't enjoy it too much. I can still turn you into a marlin and release you into the wild.
I have to say, I am enjoying this.
That's it. 3 starfish and a...
Meet me tonight at the 7.
So I do find this just like a little bit ironic, just considering how chummy she was with Jax in the previous season, and how good Daniel was with not being threatened by that. But at the same time, he never caught her in a position like this while they were still together. There was the beach picnic incident, but he never saw that happen. Still, I like how Emma trusts him here and how they're able to communicate to resolve the issue. I feel like that's very healthy of them. We then see that Diego has set up the 7 all romantic-like for Emma and Daniel. Emma then walks in, seeing the place all lit up with candles and Daniel with his guitar. She asks what this is and he tells her that it's date night. He then says that he wants to show her something or sing her something and that it's about them. He then begins to sing her a song about how it's always been her and that they can't fight their inevitable love. His song is also accompanied by a montage of them spending the summer together. Afterwards, she tells him that that was beautiful and pulls him in for a hug. And I feel like it should be brought up that my last video was also about a girl named Emma who was dating a singer-songwriter-y boyfriend who was also kind of bland and didn't really have much going for him. Like, I just find that funny and it really was not intentional. But I will say that both Xander and Daniel are good at writing some bangers, and I did like this moment. I found it to be really sweet. Back at boot camp, Jax asks Agamemnon why he wasn't able to take Emma's powers. He then lies, saying that he was only trying to scare her, but Jax notes that it didn't seem like that. Agamemnon then tells him to be careful before casting a spell on him that gives him porcupine hair. Later, Jax sneaks up to the beachside 7 where Emma is working. He calls her over and she is shocked to see the state of him. We then see them back at Emma's, where she's casting spells on Jax trying to fix his hair. But nothing works as he cries out in pain. He then learns about Emma's plan to bring Andy to the council to plead her case about becoming a guardian. However, Jax warns them that that's a bad idea. Later, the Hex finds Jax and tells him that the girls are headed to the council. Emma opens the portal and the two of them go in as Jax runs in to try and stop them. Unfortunately though, he's too late and the door closes. We then see Jax trying to use a mop to open up the council entrance, but it doesn't work. Next we see him trying with a bike pump and then the entrance opens. He thinks that it was his doing, but then out comes Emma and Andy. The girls collapse and he helps her up, asking if she's okay. Emma says that she is and then asks what he's doing there. He explains that he was trying to stop her from bringing Andy to the realm, and then Andy tells him him that they got kicked out. Jax is shocked and he says that this is really bad. Emma then tries to enter again, but the doors won't open for her. Jax then reminds her that they're already pretty ticked off that she froze time and left boot camp, and so this will be strike number 3. And I just have to say that it's so funny to see Jax be the voice of reason in all of this. I feel like it just shows how much growth his character has gone through already, and we're only on like episode 4. Andy then argues that he's one to talk as he's been getting in trouble with the council ever since he was in diapers.
That might be true, but that was the old Jax. I've changed.
Really? What's with the big change?
Don't you know? I'm doing this for you. And I wouldn't let the council hurt you. At least wait until they cooled off.
I hate to say it, but I think he's right. We'll try again later.
Like I said, I am really loving this change in Jax, and I also like that it's not coming out of nowhere. We saw him starting to make this change at the end of the last season when he didn't agree with his dad's plan, and then when he gave her back her powers to save the day in the end. And now he's in this magic boot camp, which I kind of see as like his own form of therapy, and so I like that it shows that he's not doing all of this work on his own. And I also just have to say that I love the line where he says that he's doing this all for her is just perfection. So Andy agrees with him and says that they'll try again after she's impressed them with her MMA moves. Jax laughs at the thought of her doing MMA, and so then Andy turns him around and jumps on his back. And like, maybe none of this is that relevant to Gemma, but I just love this moment so much that I had to include it. Jax then yells for her to get off right as the council doors are opened and Emma is pulled in. Jax calls out for her and goes to grab her. He then tries to pull her back, but it's no use. But it's really no big deal, as later Emma comes home and says that she had a long argument with the council, but she's still not giving up. Later, Jax runs into Daniel at the Beachside 7. He asks if he's seen Emma, but then Daniel tells him to give it up and that she's with him now. Jax says yeah, until she realizes that what she needs is a wizard by her side. Daniel argues that okay, maybe she doesn't need him, but she wants to be with him, and that eats him up. Jax then says that if he sees her, just ask her to text him so that he knows that she's okay. It's a witch wizard thing. Daniel says that he's sure she'll tell him all about it. It's a boyfriend-girlfriend thing. And I love this. Honestly, bring back 2 boys fighting over a girl. Like, I feel like it's peak. And then Mia transforms into Daniel and Emma sees him. Or, I guess, her. She runs up to her, embracing her. You know what? I'm just gonna say him because it makes things easier, and I also feel like she's kind of like male presenting right now. So Mia as Daniel doesn't hug her back. This causes Emma to step back and ask if everything's okay. He says that it is and tells her that Jax was looking for her. She stutters that it must have been about this thing with the council, and fake Daniel grunts as she says that it's a long story. He then calls it a witch wizard thing and says that he gets it. She asks what's wrong before smirking and accusing him now of being jealous. He is quick to say that he isn't, but then she says that that's so sweet. He still denies it, but then she tells him that there's no need to be jealous. Though it is cute, she says as she boops his nose. He then tells her, you know who I think is cute? Gigi, as she passes them and he wraps her in a hug. He then smells her hair and tells her that it smells amazing. Emma looks shocked at this as Daniel continues flirting with her. This then leads Emma to walk off in a huff. Real Daniel then goes up to Emma and greets her. She rudely tells him not to hey her. She then asks if he's now just going to pretend like nothing happened. He argues that he is because nothing did happen. And then Emma sarcastically says that she's glad that he thinks flirting with Gigi is nothing. Daniel is shocked to hear this and asks what she's talking about. And she tells him that he said that he liked humans like Gigi. Daniel then asks her why he would ever say that. And then Emma says that they were by the pool but then Daniel tells her that he hasn't been by the pool all day. Emma then lets out an oh no, realizing that if it wasn't him. Daniel then wonders if someone made a clone of him. Emma panics, saying no more clones. He then cuts her off, saying that he's not a clone, he's just him. She then takes out a marker and puts down her tray.
What are you doing?
I'm gonna label you. Now I'll always know it's you.
Until I shower.
Then I'll have to label you again.
So I feel like this is a cute little moment for the Dema shippers. And I really like how quickly Emma realizes that magic must be involved. Because I feel like sometimes in shows like these, characters can sometimes forget the magical world that they live in because they are so upset with someone. And so I'm really glad that that wasn't the case here, and instead they jumped to the more logical conclusion. Like, something strange happened, it's obviously magic related, and they realized that. And honestly, I feel like that's something that this show is often good at. Moving on to episode 5, we see Jax taking his last test at boot camp. And if he doesn't finish his test in time, he will lose his powers forever. But of course, Agamemnon tricks him. He gives him a test that is impossible to complete in time, and his real test is for him not to steal his powers back before the time is up. But as Jax is Jax, and it's still fairly early within the season, like, let's be real, he can't just change overnight, he then does just that. And then he goes to Emma. He shows her his test and says that he just needs her to help him pass, and then he'll give his powers back so that he can graduate. Emma then stresses over the test being gibberish, and then Andy realizes what the real test was. Jax then lets out an oh no as he puts his head in his hands. He then stresses over the fact that he just panicked. He then lets out a sigh as he sits down next to Emma. He admits that he screwed up and then asks her what he should do now. And so Emma tells him to go to Agamemnon and tell him the truth. But then Andy lets out a laugh. Jax argues that Andy is right. He then asks Emma if she can send his powers back before he notices. She agrees to try, but then just as Andy points out, his powers end up in the pool. The three of them then teletransport there to get them. Now, I really like this because I feel like last season we saw a lot of Jax helping Emma, and so I like that not only is he the person that she goes to when she's in a crisis, but she's also that person for him. Next, we see Emma, Jax, and Andy sitting by the pool in defeat. Jax admits that he can't believe this and that he did it all to himself. Emma then touches his arm in consolation. Andy, who is sitting in between them, then makes a noise at this, and then she leaves to get some towels. Once she's gone, Emma scoots closer. She asks him how he's going to tell his dad, but he says that he won't have to. He's plugged into everything that happens in the realm, and he'll have his head on a platter. But then he argues that that's not even the worst part. It's that he had changed. He'd worked so hard at becoming a better person. Emma adds that the council should see that, and that she definitely does. Jax looks at her and thanks her, but says that he blew it. He might as well just open the bottle and enjoy his powers before they take them. But Emma tells him not to. He still hasn't used them, and so it's not too late. He argues that it is, but then she tells him again to go to the council and explain. Now alone, Jax goes to open up the bottle, but decides against it. He then makes the right decision and goes to the council. And then this brings us to our end of summer party at the Beachside 7. Daniel asks Diego if he's seen Emma, and he says not since earlier today. He then worries that she's not going to make it in time to see him perform. Diego asks where he is, and he groans over her saving Jax or something. Diego calls him jealous, and Daniel says that he just hopes she likes his performance. Later, Daniel sees Emma arrive, and he goes to her. He's happy that she made it, and she tells him that she wouldn't miss it for the world.
So, I seem to remember when we used to be pretty good at this. And you still got it?
Bring it on.
You missed.
Jax, you graduated?
Yeah, I graduated.
Congratulations.
I'm a full wizard now.
So a little bit awkward for Daniel as he just got majorly showed up by Jax. Also, in case you forgot, because it's been like, what, over 4 hours maybe at this point? But the grape thing was a callback to the first season. Although I'm sorry, but it really doesn't hold a flame to Jax in uniform. Now alone, Jax says that Agamemnon said that it took guts to walk into the council and show that he wanted to change. But now I fear the games are over as it's time for Mia's big plan to spring into action. So she transforms into Emma and then goes to Daniel. She then transfers this spider kanai marking thing onto him. She tells him that Jax means nothing to her, and then she brings him in for a bit of a heated kiss. As they're kissing, she transforms back into herself, and then when they separate, Daniel jumps back in shock. He asks her where Emma is as the spider crawls up his neck and takes over. He then grabs Mia's hand and heads back to the party with her. Meanwhile, Emma asks Andy if she's seen Daniel. Just then, Daniel walks in hand with Mia. She then points him out and calls him over, but her face falls when she sees them holding hands. The new couple then walks right past her, ignoring her calls completely. He then whispers something to Mia, and she leaves as Daniel walks over. He then asks her what she wants, and Emma is confused. He told her that he had a surprise for her, and then as she gestures to what just happened, but then all he says is, yeah, well, surprise, in a very monotone voice.
Why are you acting like this?
Do you need me to spell it out for you? You get it? Spell or through?
What are you talking about?
Oh, don't act so sad. It's not like you don't have another boyfriend waiting in the wings.
And I gotta say, nobody does a breakup like Emma and Daniel. I feel like both of their breakups were just so good. I actually think I might even like this moment even better than the previous one, which is big because I was raving like very heavily about the previous one. But I just feel like Nick is a little bit better at acting like he's a jerk than he is at acting like he's upset. Also just love the long and awkward shot at Jax, who has now been roped into this. But Emma then asks if they can go talk about this in private, and then Gigi interrupts reporting on their breakup. Emma asks her to give them a minute, but Gigi says no, and then she asks Daniel to tell them what's going on. He says not much, he's just getting psyched for this awesome performance that he's going to do for, well, let's just say a very special girl. And so Daniel gets up on stage, and he plays the song that we saw him sing to Emma earlier, but now with some crazy stage presence. Jax, Emma, and Andy are all watching this happen in horror when Jax asks what he's doing. Emma stutters that she has no idea. Jax then asks if she's okay, and she stutters again. He then says that he's not worth it as he goes to storm the stage. Emma holds him back, asking him what he's going to do, and Jax says that he's going to teach him a lesson. But then she tells him not to and asks for him to wait. She then lets go of him, but he just continues to the stage. Emma continues watching in hurt as Daniel jumps down and takes Mia up on stage with him. And then the sprinklers go off right as Jax makes it to the stage. But this doesn't stop Mia and Daniel from continuing their act. And then Daniel kisses Mia on stage. Everyone is shocked and Emma runs off. Okay, now, did anyone get some major Descendants 2 vibes from all of this, or was it just me? I know that this season aired like, 2 years before Descendants 2 even came out, but I couldn't help but notice the similarities. It's also very Little Mermaid coded, I feel like, from both of them, really. The whole spelled boyfriend with the evil villain thing. But it really is just such a shocking and good moment. I love how everyone immediately goes into protect Emma mode, particularly Jax. And honestly, it's just a lot of fun to see this side of Daniel. Afterwards, Jax finds Emma on the beach. She tells him that she doesn't understand how he could do this. They were fine. They were more than fine. They were great. And then all of a sudden, she then says that it was him, wasn't it? He put a spell on him. Jax stutters that no, he... But then Emma cuts him off, saying that yeah, the second he gets his powers back, Daniel suddenly starts acting crazy. Jax then says that he wouldn't do that to her. The old him maybe, but the new and improved version wouldn't. But he still tells her to say the word and he'll turn him into a slug. He'll pour salt on him and watch him turn into a leathery morsel. He then makes a shriveled slug noise and she smiles at this.
Come on, let's go do something fun.
Thanks, but I just want to curl up under a blanket with a cup of hot cocoa.
Done.
So this is honestly one of my favorite Gemma moments of all time. Whenever I think back to them, this one moment at the beach is one that always comes to mind because it is just so perfect. Also, I just have to mention that I can't even be mad at Emma for thinking that all of this could be Jax's doing. She was just looking for answers, and honestly, blaming him was just the easy explanation. And watching her accuse him just made me feel so bad for her because it's like, you know that she's just grasping at straws. I also like that this isn't the first time that Jax has acknowledged his change in behavior, because otherwise I feel like it would have been a little bit harder to believe. And then Jax offering to turn him into a slug to make her smile was just so good as well. Not to mention the whole blanket and the hot chocolate, this whole scene was just perfection, as I said. The next day, Jax runs into Daniel in the hall. He asks him what he wants and Daniel says nothing. But he can have what he wants, which is his girlfriend, before he corrects himself to say ex-girlfriend. Jax then tells him that he doesn't know what his problem is, but he better back off. Daniel then asks if now that he has his powers back, he thinks that he scares him, but Jax laughs at this, saying that he never needed his powers to scare him. Daniel then asks that he try him as he bumps his chest with his, and Jax steps back, saying that he doesn't want to fight him. Daniel then calls him a koala in lieu of calling him a chicken, but then Jax argues that koalas are kings of the Australian forest. So yeah, he's totally a koala. He then says that they'll continue this later outside of school, but then when he tries to move, he can't because Daniel glued him to the floor. Not exactly too sure how he was able to do this because they were talking this entire time, but whatever, sure, he glued him to the floor. Jax then retaliates by casting a spell that freezes Daniel in place as well. The two of them then try to fight one another from their stuck positions. And then Mr. Alonso breaks up this fight and gives both of them 2 days of detention. Later, Andy brings Emma the spell-o-vision goggles to see what spell Daniel has been under. Emma then finds him in the calf and rolls her eyes at him being with Mia, and then Andy puts on the goggles. But as he's not under a witch's spell, there's no magic around him. She then tells Emma that she doesn't see any spell, but Emma argues that it has to be there as she takes the goggles and looks for herself. Emma then stutters that there has to be something wrong with the goggles, so they then test them out, but then they find out that they're still working. This then causes Emma to say that Daniel doesn't love her anymore. For real. And then Mia texts Emma from Daniel's phone. She tells her to meet him at the 7, and so after school, Emma walks in to see Mia and Daniel together. And he's even about to tell her that Emma and Maddie are witches. She calls his name and he asks her what she's doing there in disgust. He then asks her if she's stalking him. She then tells him that he texted her, but he says that he didn't, reminding her of their breakup. He then pulls her aside and tells her to look. He's sorry, but they're done. This whole stalking thing is getting creepy. Emma reiterates that she's not stalking him. She'd rather not be here right now, but she's glad that he interrupted him before well, what was he going to tell Mia about her and Maddie? He argues that it's none of her business, but then she says that it sounded like he was about to tell her about magic. He laughs at this, saying that people around here can spell, but then asks so what if he was, arguing that plenty of non-witches know and that the secret is out. Emma says that they just met Mia and they don't know if they can trust her, but Daniel just excuses himself. So this scene really reminded me of Zane in the 3rd season of H2O. But the funny thing is, in that situation, Zane actually wasn't under a spell, even though he probably should have been. But in that situation, I feel like it was a little bit crazier because so few people knew about mermaids. Whereas in this one, Daniel is kind of right in that so many people at this point know about it, but it still is wild that this evil version of him is speaking about it so openly, and I can only imagine as to how hurtful this is for Emma. The next day, she stresses that there has to be something magic related going on with him, but Andy argues that they looked through the goggles and didn't see anything. Emma says that she knows, but argues that there must be some type of magic that the goggles can't see. Jax then comes over and Andy tells him that they're going to follow Daniel around to figure out what's going on with him, and Emma asks for his help, but he says no way and that he's not spying on Daniel. She begs him, saying that she needs him, and he fights it at first before caving and asking what he has to do. Emma then says take turns following Daniel, watches every move and see if they notice anything unusual. So Emma, Jax, and Andy go to watch Daniel in the cafeteria. He catches them and Jax tries to cast a spell to make him forget, but it doesn't work. And this is because the council accidentally took his powers thinking that they took Emma's. So Jax then tries again, but still it doesn't work. Andy suggests that maybe he wore his powers out, but then Emma argues that he would have had to been casting spells all night, and then he admits that he was because he was so excited to get his powers back. He then worries about Lily finding out and busting him for overusing them, but Emma tells him not to worry and that they'll figure it out. Meanwhile, Daniel does tell Mia that Maddie and Emma are witches, and Andy overhears all of this, causing her to fall off her chair. In the hall, Jax thanks Emma for doing this for him, but then Emma says that he's helping her with Daniel and so she's helping him. Emma then tells him to just leave the door open a bit, and then if Lily asks him to cast a spell, she'll do it for him. Emma and Jax then go through with their plan, but then Andy interrupts to share what she heard. The Guardians then get into a fight over Jax's powers and he gets them back. They then share that Daniel revealed the realm to Mia, and Emma says that they need to help him. Agamemnon argues that her boyfriend is endangering the realm with his big mouth, and Jax is quick to correct him by calling him her ex-boyfriend. Emma gives him a look and then he agrees that that's besides the point. Emma then says that it's not him. Daniel would never do this and there's something wrong with him. But the council just says that they need to neutralize the threat. Emma begs, saying that she can figure out what's going on with him, she just needs a little more time. At swim practice, Jax tells Daniel that Emma told him about what he said to Mia. He then gets closer to him, asking who he thinks he is. Daniel argues that he's captain of the Sharks, and then he orders him to practice while he goes and works on his tan. Daniel then takes his shirt off and Andy notices something on his back. Diego then tells her that it's not a tattoo, it's a kunai marking. So they finally have their answer. Sort of. In the following episode, Andy tells Emma what they saw. Jax then teletransports into her room, and she tells him that they're trying to figure out the best way to help Daniel. Jax then argues that it's easy and that they had a special way of dealing with people like Daniel back home, dropping them in the Great Barrier Reef and watching them swim back to shore with sharks chasing them. Emma then tells Jax that if he doesn't want to help, but he cuts her off saying that he does and that they'll get him back to normal. And maybe she'll still like him, or she'll discover that there are other better guys out there for her. So Emma then organizes a meeting for all of them to discuss Daniel's change, but then Maddie argues that they need to find the other kunai first. Diego then shares that he learned that the spider belongs to a powerful line of kunais. They have to find the kunai that it came from and have them remove it. Afterwards, Emma tells Jax that she knows that deep down he's still Daniel, and Jax says, unfortunately. She gives him a look, but then he tells her that she can't trust him anymore. He's changed and he might be working against them. She argues not Daniel and that he would never hurt her, and just then she is met with an explosion of Thousand Island dressing from her locker. She asks who would do this, and then Jax finds a note that says, "With love, Daniel." And I'm sorry, but I can't help but laugh at this. Like, I feel like this is something that his little siblings would come up with, not him at his big age. And apparently Mia has this like grand plan to destroy her, and yet she's wasting her time pulling salad dressing pranks. Like, literally, what is the point? Later, Emma tells Andy that she's right. They need to ask the council for help in turning Daniel back to normal. Emma says that it's gotta be Mia, but Maddie argues that she's only saying that because she's his new girlfriend. They then conclude that they'll talk to the council first and then they'll get their proof. So Emma goes to the council and tells them about the spider seal. Desdemona then tells her that a witch's spell can't overpower a seal. This upsets Emma, but then Jax interjects. He reminds them that Emma is stronger than all of these other witches, so strong that they can't take her powers, and so he thinks that she could do it. Emma then asks them to at least let her try, and so they tell her that she has until tomorrow to remove the seal, and if she doesn't, then they get rid of him, which I just find to be a little bit silly. Like, I understand that he is posing a threat to the whole magic realm, but Emma just told them what's wrong, and so I really don't think that getting rid of him is the right solution. But honestly, this council just loves threatening Daniel, and so I really should have expected that at this point. So they plot to ambush Daniel in the science room. They capture him, and then Emma tries to get rid of the seal with a spell. This causes Daniel to collapse, and then Emma goes to him. She helps him up, asking if he's hurt, and confused, he gets up asking what happened. She's happy that he's okay and pulls him in for a hug. She then turns him around and checks his neck, seeing that the spider's no longer there. He then stresses that he has to get onto the stage for her surprise, but then Maddie reveals that he did it already and that they all saw it. And Jax adds that they'll never unsee it either. Confused still, he asks Emma if she liked it, and then everyone else lets out some awkward noises. Diego then asks if he seriously doesn't remember anything from these past 3 days, and I kind of can't believe that it's only been 3 days. He then asks why he's in school, and then Emma reveals to him that he's been under a spell, or not really a spell. Diego then explains that it was a spider seal and that it's a kunai thing. And then Andy adds that it made him act like a colossal jerk. But then Jax argues that it didn't really change him that much. Emma then tells him that he's back to his old self now and that's what matters. Or is he? As we then see Daniel go to Mia and we learn that the seal actually isn't gone. Instead, Mia just covered up the spider with some foundation. She then plans for him to give Emma a necklace that will weaken her powers. And honestly, Caitlin, who wrote this video originally, was really glad that this was a fake out because that felt way too easy and way too soon. Whereas Caitlin, who is now recapping all of this, feels like this has been going on for forever. So in episode 9, we learn that Mia also made a bracelet for Maddie. She She explains that this crystal will scramble their spells, giving her enough time to destroy her. That night, we see Emma waiting at their spot, and then we also see Jax in the bushes telling her to leave already, and that Daniel is apparently an hour late. He then goes to get her, but then in comes Daniel. He says that he's been looking all over for her, but Emma reminds him that he said to meet in their secret place. He says exactly, and that their secret place is the gym, and then Emma takes a step back, asking if he doesn't remember their place. He admits that he didn't, but blames it on his memory being hazy from the spider seal. He then says that he got confused and that he's sorry, but Emma tells him not to be and that she's the one who's sorry.
I made a surprise for you.
It's not like your surprise performance at the never-ending summer party, is it?
No, this is way better. I made the surprise.
You made that?
Uh-huh.
Daniel, it's beautiful.
Try it on.
Now, this just makes me sad because Emma is just so happy that she's missing these obvious signs that are in front of her. And it just makes me sad because I feel like you can just see how badly she wants all of this to be true. And I also just have to say that every time they cut to Jax in the bushes, I laughed. I know that it wasn't supposed to be funny, but it was just so very funny to me. When we cut back to this scene, Emma gushes over how much she loves the necklace before she is immediately zapped to Maddie's. Emma and Maddie then get stuck together because of the crystals that both her necklace and the bracelet are made out of. Meanwhile, Daniel calls around for Emma and then Jax comes out of the bushes. He asks what he did to her, but Daniel asks instead what he's doing there and if he was spying on them. Jax is quick to say no and that he was just walking by on his way to the library. Daniel doesn't buy the lie, but it doesn't matter. Jax then panics, asking what happened to her, and Daniel shrugs. He then laughs, saying that she's probably in the pool somewhere. Jax asks what's wrong with him, but then he just retorts that he wonders the same thing about him every day. He then pushes past him and Jax casts a spell on him that traps him in his house. The next day, the girls go to the council to figure out what's wrong with them. She says that she was at the dock with Daniel, and then Jax cuts in to say that then he gave her that ugly necklace. Emma asks him how he knows about that and if he was spying on them, but Jax says no and that he was just protecting her. They then show the council the crystals and learn that they're both pieces of the Crystal de Caballero, which causes their powers to go haywire. And eventually, just by casting spells, they could destroy the world. Jax then grabs some pliers and tries to cut the crystal off, but it doesn't work. Afterwards, Andy asks Jax if he can take his spell off Daniel, and Emma is shocked to learn that he put a spell on him. Jax then nervously admits that he may have pointed in his direction while accidentally rhyming, and now he's stuck in his house. And then Andy adds that it's making him sick. Jax is quick to say that he didn't do that, and Emma demands that he reverse the spell. But he says no, that he gave her the cursed necklace and that it's dangerous. Emma argues that there's an explanation for it. She then begs and he caves. Jax zaps him to school and Daniel is quick to charge at him, but then Emma holds him back. Daniel then collapses and Jax says again that that is not his spell. At lunch, Andy tells Jax that she believes him, and she doesn't think that it's a spell that's making him sick. Instead, she doesn't buy that he really is free of the spider seal. The two then plan to make sure that the seal is gone. And so then in detention, they are able to use water to see that the seal is still there. And all the while, Daniel really isn't doing too well as he can barely keep his head up. Back in the nurse's office, they try to melt the crystal down with extreme heat when Jax and Andy come in and share what they've heard. And so they go to Mia. Emma tells her that they don't want any trouble, just take the crystals and the seal off. But Mia plays dumb. However, this is also when Mia learns that her seal is like slowly killing Daniel, and so then she decides to go to his house and remove it. Afterwards, Emma shows up. She asks him how he's feeling, and he immediately hugs her and tells her that he's so glad to see her. And confused, she says that he saw her at school. But then he tells her that something happened. It's Wednesday. The last thing that he remembers, they were at the Beachside 7. Next thing he knows, he wakes up here. Emma then tells him that he already pulled this once.
But Andy figured out the spider seal's still on you.
There's a spider on me? Get it off.
Wait. Hold still.
Did you get it?
It's gone.
I hate spiders.
It's you, isn't it?
Of course it's me.
So I really like this moment. I feel like I have been bashing Nick's acting in this video a little bit, but I do feel like he does a really good job of differentiating between Dark Daniel and regular Daniel. And also I'm just now realizing that I probably should have referred to him as Dark Daniel this whole time, but it's too late now. So Daniel asks Maddie why she's there, but she argues that he knows why. He gave Emma that necklace. He asks what necklace, and then Emma shares that the seal is gone and he doesn't remember anything. They then take Daniel to Lily so that she can confirm that the seal is really gone, and she does. And Daniel admits that he's still confused as to what happened this past week. Lily then asks if he can recall at all who did this to him, and Emma argues again that they know who. It was Mia. Andy then says that they have to stop her. But Daniel yells no and that Mia saved him. When he woke up in the garage, she was there. She took the seal away to help him. Emma argues that if she took the seal away, then it proves that she gave him the seal to begin with. But then Daniel says that he's going to go talk to Mia and find out what happened. Emma argues again that they already know that she did it, but Daniel says that if being around magic has taught him anything, it's that you can't jump to conclusions. Which is funny because he only seems really capable of doing this when Emma is not the guilty party. Nonetheless, she tells him to be careful and they share an empty hug. So this is kind of the start of Daniel being annoying with all this Mia stuff. And I get it, like Daniel wants to see the good in everyone, but you'd think with everything that he's learned over these past 3 seasons, that he would be a little bit more aware that you can't exactly trust people when magic is involved. And I also feel like it's so weird that he chooses to give Mia the benefit of the doubt over his girlfriend when she was the one who's witnessed everything that's happened over these past few days, not him. Like, it's just odd behavior and, dare I say, a little bit out of character for Daniel. I feel like most of the time he's pretty pro Emma. Anyways, he goes to Mia and she plays dumb again and gets him to believe that she didn't give him the seal on purpose. Meanwhile, the council confirms that the crystal is the Crystal de Caballero, and they need to find the final piece to be able to release its hold on the girls. But then they don't want the girls knowing this because they don't want them going to look for it, which seems a little bit silly to me. I feel like the more people looking for it would be better, but whatever. Luckily, Jax overhears all of this, so he gets Andy to go help him look for it. Later, Emma gets a text from Daniel apologizing for this past week, but this is when we learn some interesting information as Maddie doesn't buy this apology. Apparently, a Kanai seal doesn't change a person, it just releases their inner wild. So Maddie argues that whatever Daniel did, he must have wanted to do deep down. And I personally feel like this is crazy, and it gives a new context to everything that Daniel did in these past 10 episodes or so. Because now, after learning this, it's like, oh, so it kind of was him. It's kind of like how Emma's evil clone was still like a side of Emma, it was just like her evil side that she doesn't really show often. So this conversation kind of blew my mind, and I felt like I had to look at the whole situation in a completely different way. And I was also surprised to see how just like nonchalant this information was given to us, but nonetheless, Emma says that that's ridiculous. Maddie then argues that if he's so sorry, then why isn't he here with her now? Which is an excellent point, and I'm also just living for this conversation between Emma and Maddie. I honestly wish that we could have seen more of Emma and Maddie's friendship develop. Also, we know why Daniel's not with her, it's because Emma never actually spends time together when they are together. Like, keep up, Maddie. But then Emma says it's because he went to see Mia, just so that he can talk to her and figure out what she knows. But Maddie's still not buying it. The next day, everyone meets in the cafeteria before school upon Daniel's request. Jax argues that he usually wouldn't bother coming, and then Andy says that he heard Emma was coming. So he's here all puppy dog eyes and lovey-dovey talk. But then Jax tells Emma that that's not true and not to listen to her. Daniel and Mia then enter. Mia confesses that she's a Kanai and that she didn't know that she put that seal on Daniel. She then apologizes to him. Emma and Jax don't believe her, and Andy tries to capture her to bring her to the council, but Daniel holds her back and continues to defend her. Maddie says that she was right and that Daniel does like Mia. This causes Jax to ask if that means that Emma is single again, and then she scolds him for this. Everyone then begins arguing over one another, and Mia escapes. And I don't feel like I've said this yet, but it does need to be said that I've just enjoyed every single one of Jax's like side comments about his feelings for Emma. They're just so funny, and I love how this boy does not give up. In the end of the episode, Mia traps Emma and Maddie in the janitor's closet, and then she attempts to freeze them alive by making it an eternal winter inside. In the following episode, Jax teletransports into the closet. Emma asks how he knew that she was there, and he says that he just had a feeling, a sixth sense, his Emma sense. And I don't want to state state the obvious here, but I feel like it should be said that Daniel does not have an Emma sense. And it's pretty crazy and romantic that Jax does. Maddie then asks if he can get them out, and he tells them not to worry and that he's got this. He then takes her and Maddie's hands, but then when he teletransports, the girls don't go with him. This causes him to conclude that the crystal must have interfered. Eventually though, Mia comes over and plays dumb, as she so often does, and then she helps Diego melt the door and free the girls. Daniel rushes over to help Emma up, and Jax takes off his coat, giving it to her. Daniel then thanks Mia, and Emma asks him why he's thanking her as she's the one who did this. But he thinks that she's wrong and that she's the one who got them out. Moving on to episode 12, we see Daniel covering Emma in a blanket, and she smiles up at him, thanking him. Later, Emma asks Daniel what if this is it, but he tells her that it's not and that they'll figure something out like they always do. Emma then says that Andy and Jax are in her dad's office again, and Lily is going through all of the books that the council has. And then Daniel adds that Mia is also looking through all of her Kanai stuff. Emma makes a face at this and he asks what. She tells him that she's still not convinced that she didn't give him the crystal, or that she had nothing to do with the blizzard, but Daniel argues again that she can't think that she's the one who did it when she's the one who saved her. Emma then tells him that he has to admit that all of this drama started when she showed up.
I'd say it started when Jack showed up.
That's not fair. Jax has been causing trouble since last year.
Exactly. And you keep giving him the benefit of the doubt.
That's different.
Why? Because he's one of you? Because you like him? You're still not over him, are you?
That's not true.
So I feel like you just can't help but laugh at this situation. Like, we have these two people in this relationship that clearly want to be with other people. Like, you have Daniel defending Mia and Emma defending Jax. They're just completely at odds, and so I'm like, if you don't like each other anymore, then just go date those other people. And again, I feel like this is just such weird behavior from Daniel to not trust Emma in this situation. I feel like his Mia bias is coming out of nowhere, and I really don't understand it. Like, yes, I get that she saved him, and so he probably feels thankful to her because of that, but I just don't understand how that translates to choosing her over his girlfriend. Other than the explanation that, like, he does have feelings for her. Like, maybe something developed when he was under her spell and it's like underlying and so he's not really aware of it, but it's there. Like, I feel like that's the only thing that would make all of this make sense. Meanwhile, Jax is actually getting stuff done as him and Andy find the other half of the crystal. So then he teletransports into Emma's living room with it. Jax then suggests putting all of the pieces together. They do this, the crystal connects and zaps off the girls. After Maddie and Sophie leave, Jax scoops up the crystal. Emma then rushes over, thanking him and admitting that she was so happy to see him. He then tells her that he wants her to hold on to that thought, and then admits that he might have accidentally turned Andy invisible. Emma then makes a face in horror as he tells her that it's no biggie though. And it's just like I said in the beginning, I love this because Jax is actually the one getting stuff done. He was the one who saved Emma from the crystal while Daniel was off playing Mia's bodyguard, and yet Daniel is the one that's supposed to be her boyfriend? Like, make that make sense. Later, Jax puts the crystal in one of Emma's kitchen drawers for safekeeping. He then asks where her dad's been, and she tells him that he went to a big brains meeting. He then makes a comment about nerds being all over Miami, but then he tells her not to make fun of him and that he's making her join. She has her first interview on Monday. He tells her not to worry and that she'll get in. He then teases her by saying that she does have a very unusually large head. She playfully scoffs at this and he celebrates finally getting her to smile. Emma then says that she's still mad at him and so is Hex. This is for turning Andy invisible. She then explains that the Hex said that a locator spell wouldn't work because she's invisible. So she has to cast a reversal spell on her from here and hope that it reaches her. So they then try it together by holding hands and it works. The next day, Andy tells Emma what she overheard because while she was invisible, she went snooping in Mia's lair. Emma asks if she said anything about Daniel, and Andy retorts that this woman might be out to get her, and yet she's worried about her flirting with Daniel. Nonetheless, Andy says that she kept lying to Katie by saying that she doesn't still like him, but she wasn't doing a very good job. Emma says that she knew it, but Daniel's all convinced that she's good. And then Emma accidentally uses the crystal to turn herself invisible. While invisible, she sees Mia and Daniel talking. They then move to the calf as Mia tells him that she thinks he should grow his hair out. He says maybe, but then that Emma likes it short. She then asks if she's still mad at him for sticking up for her, and he admits that he doesn't know. But then he says that it's just been hard for him. He thought things were going well, and then Mia concludes the spider seal. She apologizes again and then puts her hand out to him.
I just can't believe how willing she is to believe Jax. After he betrayed all of us last year.
Well, maybe you're seeing Emma's true colors.
And you're growing apart?
Maybe. No, wait, what am I saying?
No, what?
Daniel gets upset, saying that he knows exactly who did this, and then gets up to go find Jax. So we have another case of deviant Emma here, and I'm glad to see her make her return. And I'm like, was she warranted in this reaction? Maybe. Their hand-holding moment was fairly charged, and talking about his relationship with Mia like this is very questionable. I know that he was just venting, and he does correct himself in the end, but I think the real issue is the person that he chose to vent to, because he knows exactly how Emma feels about her, and she's just a bad one to confide in. Moving on to episode 13, Emma finds Jax, but she's still invisible, and so this causes him to look around and ask where she is. She then touches him, and he jumps back in fear. Emma apologizes, admitting that she's invisible and in a lot of trouble. He tells her not to worry, reminding her that they have the reversal spell. And just then, Daniel interrupts. Jax laughs at him being covered in yogurt, and then Daniel asks if he thinks that this is funny, as he'll show him funny. Like the kid from that one Wizards of Waverly Place episode, I'll show you funny. But then Emma says that it wasn't him. Daniel then looks around for Emma, and then she reveals that she dumped yogurt on his head because he deserved it. And you know what? Valid reason, I back that. So Emma and Daniel then head into a classroom so that they can talk without people thinking that Daniel's talking to himself. Jax then comes in and she tells him that this is private. And so then he tells her that he'll be outside if she needs him. He then gives Daniel the "I'm watching you" motion before he leaves. Now alone, Daniel asks her why she's invisible and if it was to spy on him. But Emma says no and explains that it was an accident. He then asks if the yogurt was an accident too, but she doubles down, saying that he deserved that and that she heard him talking to Mia about her.
I was just venting.
To Mia?
Yes, we're friends. Like you and Jax. That's it, isn't it? You're not just friends. That's why we're fighting. It has nothing to do with Mia.
What are you saying?
I'm saying that maybe it's time for a break.
Now, may I just say that this is classic Daniel, at least like classic Daniel as far as this season is concerned. Always deflecting and always bringing the conversation back to Jax. It's like he knows that there's something more going on between him and Mia, and so to make himself feel better, he just keeps blaming everything on Jax. Which is just so unfortunate because they really are just two very different relationships. After school, Emma complains to Jax that she is in so much trouble. She then drops her head on the table and Jax reaches over to comfort her. He then asks her if she's upset about being invisible or if it's about Daniel. She says both, and then he says that she shouldn't be, which gave me very strong "if you ever feel alone, don't" vibes. But he says that she's the strongest witch there is and the council isn't here to reprimand her, they're here to help. But then he makes it about himself as he adds that as the strongest witch, she should be with a wizard and not a human. She says his name as a warning, and then he backs up in defense, saying that he knows. She doesn't want to talk about it right now, but then she says that she was going to say that maybe he's right. Maybe her and Daniel just aren't meant to be, which I think is something that I could have told her like 20 episodes ago. He then smiles at her, saying that of course he's right and that they're not. She then jokes that he doesn't have to be so happy about it, and then he argues that she doesn't have to be so down about it. He then tells her that he knows exactly what will cheer her up. So I honestly don't really know how to feel about this. Obviously, I think that Jax is the better choice, we've been over that, but I really don't like how quick he is to like weasel his way in there after the first sign of trouble between Emma and Daniel. But I guess at the same time, I really shouldn't be surprised by this behavior, as he's kind of been making comments about it throughout the majority of this season. Anyways, he then gets up and puts some music on. He starts to dance and Emma laughs, admitting that she doesn't know what to say. So he tells her to come on and that it's fun. He then asks if she's dancing too or if he's just making a fool out of himself. Emma gives a maybe before she says that this is fun. He then changes the music to a slow song and asks for one more dance, and then the two begin to slow dance together. So I feel like this is a really sweet moment, and I like how it happens after her and Daniel's breakup, because while Daniel and Mia have been doing some questionable things during their relationship, I feel like Emma and Jax really haven't done anything all that romantic until now. And I'm sure that that was probably intentional, but I still appreciate it. I also feel like I have to acknowledge how both boys right now are having to act on their own, and I actually think that they're doing a pretty good job. I mean, maybe Nick should act on his own more often. But just then, Daniel enters. He asks Jax what he's doing, and then Emma speaks. Daniel then looks around asking asking if she's there, and Jax says that she is and that she's with him. Emma argues that she can speak for herself, and then Daniel says that he just needs to talk to her. Jax argues that they have nothing to talk about and tells him to accept it, but then Daniel gets close to him saying that it's none of his business. Emma then chimes in again that she may be invisible, but she can still speak for herself, right as the two of them chest bump. Daniel then steps back onto Emma's foot and she lets out a yelp, and then Jax yells at him to get off her foot. Daniel then argues that that wasn't him, it was Jax, and then Emma asks that they stop talking about her like she's not there. Daniel then says again that he just needs to talk to her in private. Jax argues that they were in the middle of something and so he's just going to have to wait outside, but Daniel says no way and that this is important. Way more important than their slow dancing. So Jax then says that they should let Emma decide and Daniel agrees. They then look around for her and realize that she's gone and then blame the other person for this. The next day we see Jax reaching out in the hall as he looks for an invisible Emma. He then finds her and she asks him how he did it. Jax explains that he used his wizard sense, which led him straight to her, but she doesn't buy it as she asks if he cast a locator spell. He then lets out a maybe before admitting that he figured she would take his advice and go to the council. He then asks her what she's waiting for, and she admits that she just can't believe that she got into trouble again. But he tells her not to worry and asks what's the worst that could happen. They already know that they can't take her powers away. He encourages her to go and then the doors open. Afterwards, Emma walks out and Daniel jumps up to greet her. She is surprised to see him and asks how he knew that she'd be there. And then he calls it his Emma sense, which honestly I feel like Jax should have copyrighted. But then he also says that he figured that she'd go to the council. Emma then admits that the council did too. He then asks if she's okay before saying that he is so sorry about. And then Emma gets a bunch of texts from her dad about the big brains interview. So then she runs off telling Daniel that she's gotta go. He offers to come with her, but she's already gone. And then in the end of this episode, Emma gets grounded indefinitely and is told no more boys, no Jax or Daniel in their house. Which is low-key valid. I feel like these boys have just been showing up at her house like they own the place. And honestly, it probably would have been better for Emma to focus more on her studies instead of on her love life, but as far as I can remember, just like his threat from the previous season, this never actually amounts to anything. In the following episode, Mia shares with Daniel that the former principal killed her parents, and that's why she wants revenge. She calls all witches evil, but he argues not Emma, and then later she freezes Andy. And then this leads to the Hex bringing Philip out of the game again, so that he can go and save her. Meanwhile, Emma goes to look for her, but then finds Jax. She asks if he was following her, and he says no, he was just, early for school. She retorts that it's 10:30 p.m., and he says, right, it's too early, and goes to leave. But then Emma casts a spell, pulling him back. He then admits that he was just worried about her, and so he followed her. He thought that she was in trouble. She asks him why he would think that, and he says again that it was his wizard sense. Emma argues that his wizard sense is nonsense. She then tells him that Andy is missing, and he offers to help. And then everyone goes to Mia's. Mia, who was currently trapped in Witch's Brew, breaks free. Daniel asks her what she's doing, and then she tells him to get behind her. She then threatens everyone, telling them not to move. Jax tries to cast a spell on her, but it doesn't work. She then asks who she should pulverize first, and Daniel steps forward, saying me. He tells her that she has to let them all go and that this is a big misunderstanding. And then Emma casts a transportation spell on Mia. It works, and then Jax notes that she really is too powerful for the crystal. He then turns to Daniel and tells him that's how it's done. Daniel then asks him why he's celebrating. It was Emma's spell, not his. But then everyone realizes that she's probably just in the pool and it won't take her too long to get back here, and so they all rush home. The next day at school, we learn that Emma got into some major trouble with her dad for being out last night, and now he won't leave her alone. Jax argues that she could just wipe his memory, but she says that she doesn't want to and that he's right. She shouldn't have left the house like that. He argues that she couldn't let Mia turn Andy into a giant freezer pop. He then adds that now that they know the crystal doesn't work on her, they have to go after Mia. But then Emma argues that they don't know that. Her powers might just be off. And then he smiles at her, saying that it didn't look like that to him. And I personally love this, especially after all that we got in the previous season with Daniel not liking how powerful Emma was. To see Jax talk her up like this is just so special to me. And then we have some shenanigans as the council turns Jax into a kangaroo. Because as I said earlier, this show just loves their animal transformations. But this one in particular is really bad as they clearly just added in a kangaroo in post. Anyways, we later see Kangaroo Jax chase Daniel. He then runs to Emma and Andy and shoves them all in her dad's office. Emma and Andy then suspect that the kangaroo is a person, and Daniel notes that it has Jax written all over it. Emma argues that he wouldn't, but then Andy notes that kangaroos are Australian. Andy, Emma, and Daniel then try to figure out how to get the kangaroo out of school before animal control arrives. Emma argues that she has to do it. As the chosen one, it's her duty. Emma then finds the council and the kangaroo in the cafeteria. Lily tells her that it's Jax, and Emma freaks out, demanding that they change him back. But Agamemnon says that he can't, as both him and Desdemona cast the spell. Emma then takes this as a challenge and tries to change him back herself, but it doesn't work. Desdemona then finds out about Philip being back, and the council gets upset with Emma, and so she ends up agreeing to get rid of him in exchange for them changing Jax back. They do this, and then Emma asks if he's alright. Jax laughs, saying that, yeah, he just feels a little woozy. She then smiles, and they hug. Emma then tells the council that she'll get rid of the zombie, but then tells Andy about her plans to make him human. Meanwhile, Jax has a memory of when he was a kangaroo, where Agamemnon told him that they're having a problem with the chosen one and need his help. So then Jax teletransports to Emma's. She scolds him for transporting into her room and tells him to use the front door next time. But then he tells her about what he remembered about his conversation with Agamemnon, and how he thinks that they're planning on overthrowing her. Emma argues that they can't because she's not in a position of power, but then Jax says that the council is worried about her and they're not afraid to neutralize her like they did with the former principal. They just need her to slip up one more time to get Lily on their side, and then it's no more chosen one. He then urges her to actually get rid of Philip or else. Emma argues that she never said that she would send him back. She just said that she would get rid of the zombie, and Andy adds that she can as soon as they find the right spell. Jax then gets closer to her, reminding her that those spells are forbidden for a reason, but Emma remains strong in that she won't send him back. Jax apologizes but says that he can't let her do this before he transports away. I really like how Jax reacts here. I feel like it just shows again how much growth he's gone through throughout this season, and again that this change didn't just happen overnight. So Jax then shows up at Daniel's and says that they need to talk about Emma, but Daniel just tells him to leave and that if it's about Emma, she'll tell him herself. Jax then admits that normally he would let him wallow in his human ignorance, but she won't listen to him, and so he needs to talk to her. He then shares with him that she's defying the council and is going to turn Philip human. This then leads Daniel to show up at Emma's window. He says that they need to talk and asks where Philip is. She says in the living room and not to worry as she made him invisible, as they just love doing in this season. She then says that he's harmless and in trouble. Daniel shares that he knows and that Jax told him. He then tells her that she can't be serious about turning Philip human.
Just think about it, Em. Where is he gonna live? This is not a regular I'm changing my clothes kind of spell.
We will figure it out. I can always cast
Another spell? You can't fix everything with spells, Em.
Why not?
Because it's not right. Messing with nature is dangerous. I don't know much about the magic realm, but I know you don't cross the council.
And then her dad interrupts with a knock on her door. He tells her to think about it as Andy shoos him out the window. So I'm starting to get some major end of season 4 vibes from all of this, and I completely forgot that that parallel existed, but if anything, I do like it, because I feel like it's a good way of showing how Emma gets to where she ends up by the end of the series. And the fact that literally everyone in her life is against her doing this spell except for Andy, and she's still gonna go through with it, is just crazy in my opinion. But honestly, tame in the grand scheme of like how things pan out near the end. So Jax then shows up at Emma's, but then hesitates as he goes to knock on her door. Then he's transported to the nurse's office by the council. They ask if he's spoken with the chosen one and explained the consequences of her actions, but Jax says not really and that he doesn't really understand them himself. So Desdemona explains that she's creating a human that didn't exist before and that has consequences. This is something that could change the chosen one forever. Only the chosen one can perform forbidden spells, and I'm like, the same forbidden spells that we saw Jax doing a season ago? Alright, maybe the cloning spell isn't as intense as this one. They then allude to the ex-principal doing the same thing, and that's what made her evil. In the following episode, Emma and Andy show Jax that Philip is pixelating. He then agrees that they can't send him back into the game. But I'm not exactly too sure why. Like, wouldn't sending him back stop him from pixelating? Anyways, Jax then asks her to let him do the spell. Emma tells him that she trusts him, but he's not strong enough. She then shows him the spell, and he tells her that a spell like that would require an an even exchange. She takes Philip out of the game, and then the game will compensate by bringing someone else into it. She asks how he knows that, and he says that he doesn't for sure, but they have to be prepared. We then see the four of them at Emma's. Emma explains that they're going to use the crystal to amplify the spell, and Jax asks, what about Mia? What if she comes for Emma while they're doing this? She'll be weak from the spell and vulnerable. But then Daniel says that she won't. He'll talk to her. Jax then sarcastically calls this great. Problem solved, which I appreciated because I was thinking the same thing. I'm not too sure some grand talk with Daniel is going to stop Mia from being evil, but I admire his confidence. Daniel then asks why he's suddenly for Emma casting the spell, and what's in it for him. Jax says nothing, but Daniel doesn't believe him. Instead of answering though, Jax then asks why he's so ready to defend Mia. Daniel argues that she's misguided, but she's not evil, and then Jax yells back that now he doesn't believe him. Daniel then asks why he's even here and that this has nothing to do with him, but then Jax argues that it involves Emma and the realm, and so it involves him too. Emma then interjects and asks them to stop fighting, and I am very glad she did. I mean, don't get me wrong, I do usually enjoy their bickering, but this situation was just so not about them, and they were really starting to get on my nerves. Also, the whole Daniel defending Mia shtick is just so old at this point, and it's honestly beginning to piss me off more than usual, which is saying something because it was already pissing me off quite a bit. Nonetheless, Daniel goes to Mia's and tries to get her to stop. She agrees to, but then she kisses him. This causes his memory to come back of her kissing him as Emma. He then gets upset with her as he realizes that everything's been a lie. He calls her a friend, and then she questions this, but he remains strong in that what they had was never more than a friendship, and that he loves Emma. And I know that I was just saying that I was annoyed with Daniel and Mia, and so this really did come at the perfect time, but now I'm also annoyed that now that he's learned that he was actually wrong about Mia and that she was evil this whole time, that he's now just like gaslighting her like this. Because she's right, honestly, they did have something more. But if he admitted to that, then he would also be validating everything that Emma was saying during all of this. And the fact that he was so quick to say that he loves Emma was just like the cherry on top. Because of course he's quick to say that he loves her now when his other option isn't what he thought it was. Hello, this is Caitlin from the future. You'll see me again when you get to chapter 5. But I was editing this chapter yesterday and I just felt like I didn't do a good enough job at acknowledging the fact that this kiss was non-consensual. Probably because I didn't even realize that it was until I was editing, but I feel like you can clearly tell by Daniel's body language that he did not want that kiss to happen. I think I was just so clouded by anger and the fact that he wouldn't admit to what they had that I just completely missed that. But it is very important and it does change my perspective on the scene, because whether he had feelings for her or not really does not excuse that fact. And I actually feel like it explains even more so why he was so quick to bring up Emma and deny having any feelings for her. But nonetheless, I apologize for missing that the first time around, and I will definitely try to do better. Back to episode 18, Emma does the spell that turns Philip human, and then she collapses from exhaustion. In the following episode, the council asks her what she's done, and Jax argues the right thing. And I just find it interesting how quick Jax was to switch sides. I know that he saw Philip pixelating, and I know that he loves Emma, but I'm still not exactly too sure that turning Philip human was the right thing. Anyways, Daniel asks Emma how she feels, and she says not good, and then Jax immediately goes to comfort her. Daniel asks Desdemona if she thinks that she's going to be okay, and she admits that she doesn't know. Desdemona then asks if anyone's missing, but Jax says no, everything's fine, Philip's here, Emma's recuperating. They were wrong. Daniel tells Andy that he needs to get Emma home and that she needs to rest. Jax is then quick to say that he'll take her home, but then Daniel tells him not to start this again. Jax then says that this has nothing to do with him. He then gets up close to him and says that this is realm business only. Daniel argues that Emma came to him for help, not him, and then Daniel's mom interrupts. Back at Emma's, Daniel places her down on the couch. He tells her that she's home, and then she wakes up confused. He then explains that she fainted and that she exerted herself with Philip's spell. She asks if it worked, and he tells her that it did and that it was amazing. She then looks around before asking where everyone is, and he tells her that they're at his place. She then tries to get up, but she can't as she's still too dizzy. So then he encourages her to lay back. Desdemona said that she'll be fine. She just has to rest and let her powers recharge. Emma then freaks out about the council knowing what she's done, and he calmly tells her that they do know and that they aren't happy, but nothing happened to the realm, and so they're good. Later, Emma comes downstairs and Daniel tells her that he made her some mint tea. And I don't know about Emma, but after the last time that we saw him making tea, I wouldn't be drinking any of that. He then tells her that he's so sorry about everything. He admits that they've been through so much together and that he doesn't want it to end. He then asks her to remember the first day that they met in the principal's office. His life has never been, and then she asks same, but then he says better. She smiles at this, and then we get some flashbacks to some iconic Dema moments. This includes their first meeting, their kisses, and everything in between. Their montage is also accompanied by the song that he wrote for her in this season about not being able to stop the rain. Afterwards, Emma goes to say something, but he tells her that he knows.
Daniel,
I know you're exhausted from helping Philip. And we don't have to talk about this right now. But when this is over, you have to choose. It's Jax or me. Oh no, your dad's coming.
So we're reaching the end of the season, which means they have to remind us of the love triangle and everything that she's been through with both boys. Don't worry, Jax's moment comes later. But I just remember when I was watching this show and just how out of nowhere all of this felt. I personally feel like the second season was way more love triangle heavy than this one was. And so to then have a whole season that's not nearly as focused on the love triangle, just to get back to it in the last 2 episodes, like, I don't know, it did feel a little bit jarring at the time. Especially when Daniel has been just like practically Mia obsessed until the previous episode. Like, I feel like Emma and Jax, sure, they've been focusing on the love triangle this whole time, but Daniel? Not so much. Like, I feel like he wasn't even interested in her until an episode ago, like I said. And I understand that that's not like entirely his fault, as during like the first half of this season, he wasn't even fully there. But I don't know, it just bugged me. As he's leaving, Emma gets a text that Mia is at his house and she wants her crystal back. Daniel says that he'll take care of it, but Emma tells him to wait and that she's coming with him. Daniel argues that no, she needs to rest and he'll take care of Mia, but Emma notes that she's the one that she's after. If she doesn't go, she'll come here and her dad's here. And so Daniel caves and the two of them go. And so now I'm like, this whole bringing Emma home thing felt a little bit pointless, other than giving Dema their privacy so that they can have this moment. Back at Daniel's, the two of them show up. They find the crystal and Mia takes it. She then begins to glitch as Emma tries to take the crystal from her, but it's too late and then the two of them get zapped into the game. This causes Daniel to yell no and run towards the TV. And with that, we have made it to our 3rd season finale. So Desdemona says that Emma being taken is the world trying to balance itself out. Daniel argues that the world can't be balanced without Emma, and this leads Jax to give an ugh, really dude? Daniel then yells for him to lay off and says that they have bigger problems. We then learn that no one is able to cast a spell to get them out of there as they've all been around the crystal for too long and they need to recharge. So Jax says that they'll wait a couple hours and then get them out. Daniel argues that Emma is terrible at Zombie Apocalypse 3 and that she won't make it. They then realize that they have to send someone in. Daniel immediately volunteers and so does Andy, until Jax says that he has to go. He can defend himself. Daniel argues that he can too, but Jax points out that he doesn't have any powers. Andy agrees and so it's decided. Jax is going in the game. In the game, Emma zaps Mia and says that's for Daniel. The two of them are then attacked by zombies and so they run to hide. Once they're inside a subway car, they hear Jax calling for them. Emma runs to him and they hug. Then inside the car, he tells her that they don't have much time and they have to get out of here soon. But then Emma admits that she still can't believe he's here. He laughs, saying that he guesses he lost the coin toss. He then scoots closer and admits that there's no place that he'd rather be. Everything he's done this year, everything he's accomplished, it's all been for her. She tells him that he doesn't have to prove himself to her, but then he tells her that she's the only one who knows the real him. We then get our Gemma flashbacks. This includes their first meeting, their food fight on the beach, and their first kiss, as well as a few other moments. He then puts his hand on hers as he tells her that he believes in his heart that they belong together.
I believe in my heart that you and I belong together. But you have to choose. You can't have both of us.
I never...
I know. But when we get out of here, you have to decide. Is it Daniel? Or is it me?
Now, I gotta say, there's something about this scene that Dema just didn't have. And I think a big part of that is the fact that Jax has actually been there for her throughout the entirety of this season, whereas Daniel hasn't been. There's also the way that Emma smiles at him when he tells her that she has to decide. I know that the show was filmed so that it could go either way, and we'll get more into that later, but I think that that smile that she gives him says all that we really need to know. Jax then distracts the zombies so that they can get the crystal. They then get ready to fight them off, but then they get transported back into the real world. Andy announces that it worked, and Daniel tells Emma that he's so happy to see her as he brings her in for a hug. He then thanks Jax for bringing her back, and they share a handshake, which is a moment that I in particular really liked. But unfortunately for Emma, their problems aren't solved yet. She then gets into it with the council as they tell her that they want her powers until she's done with her training. But she basically just says, no, I'm the chosen one, and they're like, all right, I guess we can't fight that. And I know that this isn't really like relevant to the triangle, but I gotta say, like, I really just don't understand how Philip is still here. The universe was supposed to balance itself out by taking them, but now with them coming back into the real world, it wasn't able to do that. And so I feel like Philip should have been taken back into the game here. But who cares, as now it's time to wrap up our triangle. So Daniel tells Emma that he'll walk her home, and then Jack steps forward as well, telling Emma to come with him. Emma then looks between both boys and then puts her hand out to one of them. We then see Jax and Emma fall into the pool and laugh. They then swim up to the ledge and share a kiss. Now, this is something that I hinted at earlier, but if you weren't around at the time when the show was airing, like myself, apparently who Emma chose in this finale was actually decided on by fans.
Since we can't decide, why don't we let the fans do the deciding?
Seems only fair. Go to nick.com/witch and cast your vote for Team Daniel or Team Jax.
You can also vote on Twitter by using hashtag Team Jax or hashtag Team Daniel.
So as Nick and Rayhart kindly said, you could vote on nick.com or on Twitter, and then whoever won the vote was who Emma was going to end up with. And unlike a certain Disney show, Cough Cough Liv and Maddie, who gave us a poll but didn't actually care about the results, Every Which Way actually followed them. So they filmed 2 separate endings, one where she chose Daniel and one where she chose Jax. And I think because of this, the version that's on Paramount Plus today is the one where she chooses Daniel. At least it was this way through Paramount Plus Brazil, because that's how I'm watching the show as I am Canadian. And so it's safe to say that I was very confused when I watched the show for the first time. And then when I started season 4, I was even more confused until I found out what happened. And in my opinion, I do think that they did think that Daniel was going to be the popular vote. I think a lot of times the writers, especially on these like quote unquote children's shows, like to stick with the original plan and the it's always been them trope. There's also the fact that Grachi and Daniel are endgame in the original. And so I think that they just assumed that the American fans would feel the same way, even though they did like absolutely nothing in this season to make us root for Daniel, at least in my opinion. Which is another reason why I am so glad that they actually followed the polls and let the fans decide. But all of that is to say that I think that's why it gives us that ending on Paramount Plus. And I also think that that's why one of you guys said that when you were watching a rerun of this episode one time on Nickelodeon, they showed the Daniel ending. But with all of that being said, Emma has now chosen Jax. And so this wraps up our love triangle. Sort of. And so not only is it now time for season 4, but it's also time for our final chapter. So we pick up right where we left off. Jax helps Emma out of the pool and admits that she had him worried for a second there, but she just tells him not to think anymore. Let's just be together and hope that the council leaves us alone.
I'll make sure they do. That's why you chose me, isn't it?
No, I chose you because you accept me for who I am, and
Yeah.
yeah.
So I'm okay with this. I feel like this is something that makes me nervous when it's the fans that decide what happens. Like, are the writers going to know the reason as to why we made the choice that we did? But having her say that he accepts her for who she is, I feel like is a really good answer. And it's also true, so that helps. It makes sense that Emma would choose the person who's always been supportive of her over the person who hasn't. And I also want to speak on what Jax says here, but we later get more context as to what's really going on in this moment, and so I'll wait until then. So Jax then asks her what she wants to do tonight, dinner or a movie. They can do anything she likes, even one of those trigonometry marathons. But she tells him to decide, saying that she's done making decisions for today. He teases that the chosen one is tired of choosing, which is funny because we were the ones that actually made the choice. Emma didn't do anything. But he decides dinner, movies, and bowling as he puts his arm around her and they go to leave, which I must say sounds like a fun night, but that also sounds like a long night. Like, maybe pick one thing to do. He then stops them, saying that they should probably dry off first. She then tells him that she's got it and goes to cast a spell, but then it ends up only drying off half of them. He then tells her to stop casting spells until her strength comes back, and then he does it for her. They then hold hands and go to leave, but once again, Emma stops them. He asks her what's the matter, and she says nothing, and then that she just hopes Daniel is okay. Jax asks who, and she says don't, that they've been through a lot together and that she just wants him to be happy.
That's nice of you and all, but who's Daniel?
Jax, come on, he's probably really hurting right now.
Who?
Daniel.
Daniel who?
Really, Jax? You're joking about this?
No, I'm serious. I have no idea who you're talking about.
Oh, no. Jax, I need to go home. Now. I'll call you.
Okay, so I honestly have so much that I want to say, but as we're only just now getting into this storyline, and if you've never seen the show before, you probably have no idea what's going on. And so once again, I am going to hold my tongue, but I just wanted to say that I am very excited for the story that's unfolding. Back at home, Emma asks Andy and her dad if they know who Daniel is, but they both don't. When she asks her dad who the boy is that she's dated these past 2 years, he says Jax. Emma then rushes to Daniel's house, but now an elderly couple lives there instead. This causes Emma to panic and call out Daniel's name in the street. She then looks through her contacts list, but he's not there either. She also tries casting a spell on her phone's map to get it to show her where he is, but this also doesn't work. She then continues trying to get Andy to remember him, but still no dice. Andy then explains that Philip is going to Silicon Valley to meet the creators of Zombie Apocalypse 3. Emma is surprised to learn that she's letting him go, but Andy argues that that's what you do for someone when you love them. And so we have some subtle foreshadowing here in case you didn't know. Meanwhile, Jax comes home to a bunch of clones of himself. Do you remember the clones that he's not supposed to have anymore? Yeah, those clones. He tells them that Emma chose them, but she mentioned this other guy, Daniel. And honestly, I really don't understand why he has clones again. Now, this season does delve a little bit further into Jack's home life and his family, and I think this was their way of showing what his home life has been like up until now, that he needs to keep his clones around so that he can have some form of company or else he would just be alone. And I get that, I really do, but in terms of where we are in the series, him still having clones makes absolutely no sense, I'm sorry. When we saw them in the second season, they were a bad thing, but he was kind of the villain then, and so it made sense that he had them. But then he went through all of his character development in the last season, which would mean that he would no longer have his clones. And we do find out some more information later on as to like what's going on right now in this season, and I feel like it does put into question what has happened in this timeline and what hasn't happened, but they later reference the events from season 2, and evil Emma even makes an appearance near the very end. So clearly season 2 happened as we remember it, and so him having clones here honestly makes no sense and is kind of poor writing in my opinion. Back at Emma's, she tells Jax that she has no idea what happened to Daniel. It's like he's just been erased from existence. Jax asks if she's saying that when she chose him over Daniel, he just disappeared, and she admits that she doesn't know, but if she's learned anything over these past few years, it's that anything's possible. He then asks her if this is her elaborate way of trying to tell him something, but she says no, Daniel is real. He tries to argue that maybe she's just overtired and needs a little bit of rest, but she argues that she needs to figure this out right away. He could be somewhere like Limbo or the Abyss. Mr. Alonso then comes home and Emma freezes him so that they can keep talking, but then Jax tells her to unfreeze him and she tries, but it doesn't work. Emma then goes over to the couch in a huff and he follows her. He tells her that it's okay and not to worry as they'll figure this out together. The following day, Emma asks Andy how she's doing now that Philip is gone. She says all right, and that, again, if you love someone, to let them go. Emma then asks how she can be okay with him being gone and possibly never seeing him again. She then admits that she's not sure she could do it. And we know that she couldn't because that's literally exactly what's happening. I guess not exactly, because at least like Andy knows where Philip is going, whereas Emma has no idea where Daniel has gone. But still, Andy asks if she's still thinking about this Daniel guy, and admits that she can see why Jax isn't jumping for joy over this. Later, Emma goes to Maddie and her friends for help. They also don't remember Daniel, but they decide to think about helping her. And then she goes to the council. But unfortunately, they just tell her that she's going through a power outage, and suggest that she's created this imaginary boyfriend. Emma argues that she's not imagining Daniel and tries to get them to remember him, but then Desdemona explains that 2 days ago, she had to choose between Jax and them as her chosen one advisors, and she chose Jax. And so I feel like this brings us back to the very first scene that we got from this season, because we watched it thinking that they were both referring to her choosing Jax over Daniel, whereas now we've found out that that's actually not the case, which I guess maybe explains why he wasn't confused by her language at first. But now I fear his comment about being able to keep the council at bay doesn't really make much sense in this context. Like, you chose me over the council so that I can help you keep the council away from you? Like what? But then they can't even evaluate it from the other perspective, which arguably makes more sense, because if we were talking about Jax versus Daniel, Jax is more capable of making sure that the council leaves her alone than Daniel is because he's a wizard and Daniel isn't. But unfortunately, this is just one of many things in this first half of the season that makes no sense. So buckle up. The following day, Jax finds Emma at school. She asks if he's okay and he says that he is. He's just had a rough night as his dad came home early from his trip. Emma apologizes, but he says that it's okay. She then gets a text from Maddie asking for them to meet. So they all get together and Maddie says that they've talked about it and they decided that it's just not possible. Diego adds that if Daniel was such a big part of their lives, one of them would have remembered something about him. Emma argues that she does, she remembers everything. She then talks about the day they met when he gave her a tour of the school on her first day, and then Jax reveals that that did happen, but not with Daniel. We then have flashbacks to this moment, but Daniel is replaced by Jax. And this just sucks in my opinion because once again, it makes no sense. If Jax was Daniel all along, then who was Jax when Jax first arrived in season 2? Not to mention a main reason why I feel like people liked Jax over Daniel was because their storylines with Emma weren't the same. And so I feel like if you modify it to basically be the same, then I feel like that kind of makes it no longer good. Oh, and they also replaced the principal kidnapping Daniel with Jax, and her first kiss with Daniel to be with Jax. And just like, once again, I really don't like this. Especially because a big part of her storyline with Daniel was that he was human. And so if it was the principal that kidnapped Jax, then how did she stop him from escaping when he's a literal wizard? I guess she was the chosen one too, and so maybe she was strong enough to make sure that he didn't use his powers. But I still just feel like all of this is not good. Although I do wonder if any of this even needs to make sense. I know we still haven't fully gotten our explanation as to what's going on right now. We're literally getting there next. But I'm wondering if all of these are just fake memories to erase Daniel, or if we're actually in a new timeline where all of these things did happen. Because if it's just like false memories, then it's like, who cares, because it's not even real. But I feel like I've kept you guys in the dark for way too long, and so let's get to our reveal. So they then go to Nurse Lily and she suggests that it's a continuum break. Apparently this is a thing that can only happen to chosen ones, as they're the only ones powerful to alter reality, which Emma did twice. First when she turned Philip human, and then again when she chose Jax. Lily explains that when she did this, Daniel probably got bumped into an alternate life. Emma asks how to get him back, but Lily says that you don't. It's too dangerous and no one's ever succeeded. She'd have to find him and get him to remember this life. This would cause the continuum to break again, and she would only have 5 days to get him to remember, or else he could vanish forever. She says that there's only been one other documented case of a continuum break, and in that scenario, the guy vanished. So there it is, we finally have our explanation as to what's going on, and I have to admit that I do still have quite a few questions. Like, I really don't understand how her choosing Jax over Daniel means that she was altering reality. Like, the Philip stuff makes sense to me, but comparing that to choosing who she wants as her boyfriend means that she's altering reality? Like, that's where you've lost me. I feel like the only explanation that I could come up with would cause you to kind of look at this series in a more meta way. If you look at it as a show where the original planned endgame for Emma was theoretically Daniel, and then giving this character autonomy through these fan votes then caused her to alter reality because she chose the other guy. So that's the only explanation I could come up with, and I low-key love it. Like, if that is what they were trying to say, then this is amazing and it's a cinematic masterpiece, but I just personally don't think that they were like trying to have that many layers to it. Nonetheless, I feel like that's what I'm gonna headcanon moving forward. But if you thought that that was going to be our only reveal, then you would be sadly mistaken, as in the end of this episode we come to find out where Daniel is. So we then see him on one of those swamp boat things in the water, and this means that Lily was correct. Daniel is still alive, he's just living in this like alternate Robert Irwin type timeline. And so now that we know everything, I just have to talk about my feelings that I've been holding in this entire time. First of all, I do really like this. I think it's a really fun concept. I feel like it's a very telenovela concept to have someone lose their memory and forget who they are, which is like kind of what's happening here. Although I also feel like it's incredibly similar to what we just saw in season 3, with something being wrong with Daniel and then Emma having to go and fix it. However, I do think that it was just a little bit better executed in the previous season because Emma and Daniel were still dating. We haven't really gotten into it yet, but to have a season that ended with Emma choosing Jax, and then to follow that up with the first half of the next season just being completely Lily about Emma and Daniel. Like, that just doesn't really make much sense to me. The fans literally told you what they wanted, which was Emma and Jax. So like, why give us the exact opposite? I'm not too sure. I do have to be honest though, in that my very first thought when they showed us Daniel on that boat was thank God. Thank God Daniel is finally free, and I am just so very happy for him. It's just unfortunate that things don't exactly stay that way. Back to our episode. At lunch, Emma tries to get Jax to remember Daniel again, reminding him that they were on the swim team and had a sword fight together. Jax asks if this means that they didn't get along, and then realizes that she chose him over Daniel, and now she wants them to go find him and make him remember all of that. Emma says yes, and then Jax looks at her like she's insane. She then says that it's not what it sounds like. She's happy that she chose him, but she needs to know that he's okay. Jax says that he'll help her. She thanks him and calls him the most understanding boyfriend ever, and then he smiles back at her before going to class. But before he goes, he asks that they meet tonight at their special spot. This then causes Emma to panic as she says that she doesn't have a special spot with Jax, only with Daniel. So a couple thoughts came to mind during this moment. First of all, I think Jax brings up an excellent point in the fact that she chose him, but now she wants to go find the other guy. Like, I know that they were going for more of a did she regret her decision angle with this conversation, but I personally feel like they should have focused more on the fact that like that just doesn't sound like a very nice thing to do to him. But of course, Jax offering to help was very on brand for him. I feel like he's helped her through like almost everything in this series, and so that really didn't surprise me. I didn't love the special spot addition because I feel like that suggests that now in this timeline her special spot on the dock is with Jax. And that goes right back to how I also don't like that he's now replaced Daniel in all of these past memories. And I also feel like it would have been really nice to see them get their own special spot that was actually related to them and their history, and not just be the same one that she had with Daniel. But moving on to dinner that night at Jax's house for a change, Mr. Navoa asks him how things are going with the chosen one. Jax reminds him that her name is Emma, and asks why he wants to know. His dad then explains that there was a shift in the magic realm's energy field recently, and so he wants him to find out what it was. But Jax argues that he's not going to do anything that could put Emma in danger again. So once again, this suggests that everything that we saw happen in the second season did happen. So I still don't understand why this guy has his clones, but I'll try to let it slide. The following day, they meet with a magical PI who gives Emma 3 possible realities that Daniel could have bumped into. Emma and Andy then follow the leads, but no dice. Andy then suggests that maybe this is for the best. If they don't find him, he could continue living the life that he lives now, whereas if they do, he could vanish. But then Emma argues that she just wants to make sure that he's okay and that he's not stuck in some awful place alone. Diego argues that they can still find him and that they have time, but then Emma retorts that they don't, as her memories are starting to fade. Jax reassures her that they can still find him as long as she remembers what he looks like, but she notes that if she can't remember their memories, how will she get him to remember? And maybe this is just my shipping brain talking, but I kind of wish that this conversation happened just between Emma and Jax. Or even that this whole like searching for him plotline was just with the two of them. I feel like one thing that I really missed in this season was seeing them like work together as a team like we saw in the previous seasons, and it's starting to make me worried that they're going to fall into the same fate that Emma and Daniel did, where whenever they were actually together, that meant that we hardly got any content between the two of them. Afterwards, Andy suggests again that maybe not looking for him is the better idea. She forgets, he doesn't remember, nobody vanishes, and life goes on. But then Emma yells back no. They then run into the magic PI again, and they ask if she has any other leads. She says that there is one, but it's a long shot. They then open the file, and it says that he works at an animal sanctuary in the Everglades. And so they decide to take a road trip. Emma goes to Lily to chaperone them, and Jack steals one of his dad's self-driving magic cars and takes Emma and Andy with him, whereas everyone else takes an RV. Emma asks Jax if his dad let him take the car, and he argues that he didn't say no, and so she of course scolds him for this. But then he says that if he's going to go on this escapade to find his girlfriend's ex-boyfriend, then he's traveling in style, which is honestly valid. I feel like Jax puts up with so much in this final season, and the fact that they don't break up once is kind of astonishing. At a rest stop, Emma panics about the RV crew taking too long. She says that every second wasted is another closer to Daniel disappearing. She then stutters that she can barely remember what instrument he played or the songs he wrote for her. Jax then tells her that it's okay before checking again to see if they're coming. In the following episode, the three of them make it to the sanctuary, but nobody else is there. The two of them want to leave, but of course, Emma wants to keep looking. Jax then tells her that they didn't find her ex-boyfriend that hates him, and reminds her that they have more pressing things to do, like find their friends. Emma then stresses over what if he's here and then she leaves, and then something else happens and he's gone when she gets back. She then lets her head fall on Jax's shoulder. He then comforts her before giving in and saying that they'll search the park one more time. Later, Andy asks Emma if she thinks it's possible that Daniel is just in her head, but Emma argues again that he's real and she knows it. Jax then asks if he should be getting jealous, but she says no, of course not, she chose him. But then Andy notes, and yet here they are looking for the other guy. Thank you, Andy, somebody needed to say it. And I also find it funny that even after our love triangle has seemingly been put to rest, they've still managed to make at least the first half of this season about that love triangle. So Jax and the girls then get ready to leave, when just then, Daniel arrives pulling the RV behind him.
Em.
Daniel.
Daniel.
Are you guys together?
Daniel!
Excuse me.
Daddy, I'm so sorry. I never met him.
Do I know you?
So I feel like this is a good moment. I'm not exactly too sure why Emma thinks that Daniel would know her when nobody else knows him, but I guess maybe in a backwards way it kind of makes sense that maybe they would be the only two that would remember. And I know that she probably just reacted this way out of like relief at finally finding him. But I think it would hit harder if I actually cared about this ship. Later, while Daniel and Diego are trying to fix the RV, Andy complains about them not having it done yet. Jax then tells her not to worry and says that he'll just cast a spell when Jungle Jim isn't looking. But then Andy tells him not to dare and that she'll have it fixed in 30 minutes. Jax calls this perfect. He knows a great place where they can go and watch the sunset and that it's only, but then Emma cuts him off saying that they can't leave. He asks why not, they've found Daniel and everything's well, and so he thinks that they should go have a little vacation. But then Daniel comes over and asks if they want a tour. Unimpressed, Jax says no thank you, but then Emma enthusiastically says sure. She then makes a pleading face to Jax, who, as we know, is a extremely tolerant boyfriend. On the tour, Daniel tosses some shrimp to the flamingos, and Emma's I don't even want to read this, like it makes me cringe. And then Emma says when they first started hanging out, he would toss her grapes just like that. So I guess she's just like already decided that she's going to cause another continuum break. The argument that she just wanted to make sure that he was okay was actually a lie. She's been around him for a whole of like 5 seconds and she already couldn't help herself. Luckily though, Daniel just gives her a weird look before he continues on the tour. All the while, Jax is not happy. Daniel then leads them to their workshop and goes to introduce his siblings, but Emma beats him to it, calling them the T3 and naming all of them. Daniel asks her how she knows this, and Emma says that they're the biggest pranksters in Miami, but they aren't in this timeline. This causes Emma to yell no and says that they have to remember. She then starts rambling about some of their past pranks. This then causes Jax to have to step in and ask for her to stop, which I am very glad that he did. This moment was a little bit of a yikes from me. Nonetheless, they then continue on with their tour when a butterfly approaches Daniel. He panics, asking for it to get away, and Jax laughs at this, asking if her ex-boyfriend is afraid of butterflies. She argues that he's not afraid, he's allergic. And after Jax leaves, Andy asks if that was a real butterfly or an Emma has a crush on a boy butterfly. Emma argues that it wasn't her and that it was just a butterfly. So I feel like I shouldn't even be surprised at this point, because honestly it feels like they're doing anything that they can to try and keep this love triangle alive. Still, I really just don't like the implications of this conversation. But I will say that I find it funny how Jax is able to laugh at Daniel for being afraid of butterflies, all while he has this like crippling fear of birds. After the tour, Daniel's mom suggests that he take them on an airboat tour of the Everglades. This is honestly like the never-ending tour from hell. But they agree and they then have to split off into 2 groups. Unfortunately though, the girls' boat gets lost, and at the end of the episode, Jax tells Emma that after they find the girls, they're out of here. But Emma just says no again and that they can't leave until Daniel remembers. So once again, I guess she's just decided that she is going to cause another continuum break, even though it could lead to him vanishing from existence forever. Like, this is crazy. And the fact that she's made this decision all on her own, hasn't consulted anyone, just like decided that she's going to do it. Like, I feel like it is just so selfish of her. Although, to play devil's advocate, I do understand that this is probably an incredible hard position for Emma to be in. And it's also probably incredibly isolating for her to be the only one that remembers him. And the idea of getting him to remember, meaning that she will no longer feel that way anymore, like, I understand why she is acting the way that she is. I just feel like the risk of the entire situation kind of outweighs all of these feelings that she's having. It's honestly just not fair to Daniel. Jax then argues that whoever he is, he's happy here. He then asks why she can't just accept that and move on. Emma argues because he's not himself, and so she doesn't know if he's happy. She thinks that it's her fault and she can't move on until she makes it right. He then backs away, saying okay, and that if that's your choice, but she tells him that it wasn't and that she chose him. She just can't leave him.
Emma, I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, I've tried to be a good boyfriend, I have, but I have to draw the line. I'm leaving. With or without you.
Now, I just feel like it's really hard to be mad at Jax here because his reaction is incredibly valid as well. Obviously, these are some insane circumstances, and clearly he's reached his breaking point. And honestly, I felt like it was a pretty mature reaction of him to be able to communicate all of this to her so clearly. But then Emma doesn't reply, and so Jax says, fine, without you it is. He then goes to teletransport, but Emma stops him. She tells him that there's a storm coming and it's almost here. She then begs him, saying that she did this. She changed someone's entire reality and she needs to make things right. Later, we see Emma thank Jax for staying, and he tells her that he wouldn't be doing this for anyone else. And so once again, I do have to commend Jax. I'm sorry, I feel like this video was just like 5 hours of me gassing the guy up, but I just feel like he's an incredibly supportive and tolerant boyfriend to be able to stick by her side throughout all of this. Anyways, Daniel then returns with his expert guide, which turns out to be Mia. Emma angrily asks why Mia is here, and Jax asks if she knows her. Emma then whispers that they all do. Daniel and her then walk off holding hands, all while Emma looks heartbroken. And of course, because of this reaction, Jax then ends up looking heartbroken as well. And so there we have it. There is our explanation as to what's happened to Mia. And I gotta say, like a lot of other things in this season, I don't really understand it. Like, how does Emma choosing Jax cause Mia to end up in Daniel's alternative life? Like, that just doesn't really make sense to me. His family going with him makes sense to me, but the girl that he kind of had a thing with while he was still with his ex-girlfriend just doesn't. Are they trying to say that their true love are him and Mia meant to be? If so, I feel like they didn't exactly do a good job at communicating that. Or is it just that she didn't fit in the other life and so they put her in this one? Later, Lily tells Emma that as soon as they find the girls, they have to leave. So clearly her and Jax are on the same page. Still, Emma says that she's not leaving without Daniel. Lily argues that she has to, but then Emma yells back that this isn't his life. Lily says that it is, and reminds her that if she breaks the continuum again, then she only has 5 days to get him to remember a life that doesn't exist anymore. But then Emma argues that she knows that she can get him to remember. She doesn't say how or why, just that she knows. So I trust her. I don't know about you guys. So they then go and rescue the girls, and when they get back, Jax helps her out of the boat. He sarcastically notes great times, fun field trip, and then earnestly, let's go. Emma says that she can't go home like this as she's covered in mud. He tells her to just use magic to clean off, but then Daniel's mom offers for her to shower inside. Daniel then also chimes in that he doesn't think anyone should be going anywhere until the storm passes. Jax says that they'll be just fine, but Daniel argues that storms get pretty crazy in the glades. They should all stay here and ride it out. Daniel's mom agrees and then offers for them to stay in the lodge. Jax says that that's not necessary, but then lightning strikes and we cut to them all staying inside. Later, we see Jax watching Emma and Daniel with a sad look on his face. Andy then mocks him for this and reminds him that she chose him. But then he argues that he remembers her choosing him over the council, not Daniel. Andy then tries to reassure him that she is nuts about him in every reality. She says that she knows Emma and so does he. Whatever she's doing, she has to do it. And I must say, Emma is very lucky to have such supportive friends around her. Jax then agrees that he's been an insecure jerk. Not sure I agree with him there. Honestly, I think he's acting pretty reasonable for the situation that he's in, but he says that he should make it up to her. So he then plans on surprising Emma, but then things go astray when Daniel enters the room instead of her. Jax yells surprise and casts a spell. Then at Jax's shock at seeing Daniel and not Emma, he throws a salad plate at him. Then to stop him from leaving, he casts another spell that ties him up in rope. He then goes to cast a forgetting spell on him, but then in comes Emma. She asks if he's okay and goes to untie him, but then Jax asks to speak with her in private. He explains that he saw him cast a spell and tying him up was the nicest thing that he could come up with. Emma scolds him, but he argues that he can't tell anyone about what he just saw. Everybody else then leaves except for our core 4, and Emma tries to untie Daniel before she asks for Jax's help. She says that she would use her special gift, but it hasn't exactly been working well lately. Jax then tells her that she knows that he would do almost anything for her, but this is a no-go. Emma then says that she knows Daniel and that same person is in there somewhere. Jax then retorts that she used to know Daniel, and then Daniel asks if she did. Emma says yes and then no and then apologizes, saying that she doesn't feel well. She then asks for Jax and Andy to give them a minute of alone time. Jax isn't happy with this and asks what if he tries to escape, but Andy agrees and the two of them leave. Now alone, Daniel tells her, quick, there's some scissors in the cabinet, but Emma explains that that's not going to work and that she has to try a spell. She tries a few and then the first few ropes come undone. Daniel then moves back in fear, asking what she is. Emma admits that she doesn't want to freak him out, and technically this is the second time that he's going to hear this, but she's a witch. So then I think that Emma tells him about the first time that he found this out, because when we cut back to their conversation, he asks why she teletransported him into the pool. Emma then explains that it wasn't on purpose and it was only because her powers are still growing. Jax then comes back in, pretending like he was looking for the bathroom, right as Daniel argues that she can't be a witch. Witches are old and fly, not girls from Miami, but Emma just argues that sometimes you find magic in the most unlikely places. He then asks if she's saying that he knew her, and she says that he still does, he knows all of them. Andy then asks her what she's doing, and Emma says the right thing. And I just personally find it funny how every time someone claims that they're doing the right thing on this show, I usually disagree. But Emma just continues saying that they're friends and that they all go to school together in Miami. Andy then admits that she doesn't have this whole universe thing figured out, but isn't what she's about to say really bad? And Jax adds like he could disappear forever bad. Daniel then begins to panic, but Emma says that that's not going to happen. She then casts a spell to remove the last few ropes, and Daniel runs to take cover against the wall. Emma then tells him that nobody's going to hurt him, but still he just runs out of the room. Now alone, Jax tells Emma that he has a bad feeling about this, and honestly so do I. Later, Emma tells her friends that she told Daniel the truth about everything. She argues that it was the only way and that she needs him to trust her enough to go back to Miami with them. And then Andy asks if this is what she does to her friends now, risk their lives, their families. She calls this selfish, and Lily says that she's right. She adds that she has no idea what she's dealing with. None of them do. But then Emma just yells back that she had to try. This is easy for them because they didn't put him here, and they don't remember the life that he had. Andy then argues that he's not going to remember it or anything else because he's going to disappear. Just then, Daniel comes in from the storm. Emma casts a spell to dry him off, but then he says no more magic. He's already been through enough. But then he admits that he can take all of that, although if anything happens to his family or his home, and then Emma cuts in to say that this isn't his home, Miami is, and she can prove it. He just has to come back with them. And I must say, this whole interaction felt a little bit disrespectful to Daniel and the reality that he's living in now, but I guess this whole thing is disrespectful to Daniel and his current reality, so what can I expect? Daniel then goes to leave and Emma calls for him to wait. She then tells him that him and his family could be in serious danger. Lily then adds that there's a chance that they could disappear forever, and they only have 5 days. Daniel then freaks out over this news, reasonably so. Emma continues to beg, asking him not to do it for her, but for his family. Daniel caves, Emma celebrates, and Jax hangs his head. Emma then wants to leave right away, but they decide to stay the night and ride out the storm. Later, Emma, I want to say excitedly, goes over her plan with Lily for jogging Daniel's memory. She says that she'll take him to the 7 and to school, but then asks if they think that she should teletransport him to the pool first. During this, Andy and Lily try to get through to her, but she's not listening. Andy then tells her that nobody likes saying goodbye to someone they care about. But she's just not messing with time and space here, she's messing with lives. And she doesn't want to see anyone else get hurt. Later, Mia and Daniel come in and offer them an extra pillow and tell them when breakfast is. After they leave, Emma says that she doesn't know how Daniel dates her as she's so... Andy asks nice, but Emma says no. On to the following day where we see everyone packing to leave, and out comes Daniel asking who he's riding with. Emma says them, and he sarcastically says great, and that should be pleasant. He then goes to say goodbye to Mia and they hug. Emma again doesn't like this, and Jax doesn't like that she doesn't like this. I don't know if this is common sense, but I personally don't think that Emma is just upset to see Daniel dating someone else. She's more so upset that that someone else is Mia, which I honestly feel like is a little bit valid considering the fact that Mia tried to destroy her. So we've made it back to Miami, and Emma takes Daniel as well as his snake Billy to the 7. She asks if anything looks familiar, but he says no. Also later, Maddie accidentally casts a spell on Daniel that makes him forget the past half hour, but then she undoes it and then redoes it again. The next day, Emma and Daniel overhear Maddie say that they have to make sure that Emma doesn't find out what she did to Daniel. They then both ask what she did. Maddie then admits that she wiped a little bit of his memory. Emma freaks out about this, but Maddie argues that she was just trying to help. Emma then reminds them that they have to be careful as he doesn't have much time left. She then tells Daniel not to worry and that she'll have him remembering in no time. She then tries to jog his memory by showing him the trophy case, which I feel like sounds like a funny location to show him, but I guess it has been a pretty iconic setting throughout the show. She tells him to concentrate and asks what he sees, but he just says a swim team. Emma then casts a spell to put him in the photo and gets him to try again, but still he says that he's trying as hard as he can, but he doesn't recognize anything. After school, Emma takes him to the Beachside 7. She tells him that this is where he worked last summer and asks again if he remembers anything. But Daniel still shakes his head no. She then tells him about the end of summer beach party and how he performed on stage. He is surprised to learn that he performed, but then she tells him that he's an amazing singer and guitar player. He then asks that she tell him more about this rock star Daniel as he jokes that he thinks that he likes him. Emma then makes a guitar appear and asks that he see for himself and to give it a try. He then takes it and tries, but he isn't even able to hold the guitar upright. He then asks if her Daniel got a standing ovation and 3 encores, but Emma admits not quite. He was dancing on stage with Mia and then somebody turned on the sprinklers. He then cuts her off to ask about Mia being there too. Emma, now unimpressed, says that she sure was. He then admits that this is all too much. Why was he dancing with Mia when she was his girlfriend? Emma then says that it's complicated but not important right now. She then asks that they keep moving. But I don't know, I'd have to disagree. I think that it is important. Wouldn't every detail of his past be key to helping him remember? Not just the surface level things or just the details that Emma wants to focus on. And honestly, this is one of the reasons why she frustrates me so much in this season. But we then see them at the dock, and Daniel tells her not to tell him this was their special spot. They would meet here in secret and no one would know. Emma is then excited that he remembers, but he shakes his head. She asks how he knew, but then he says that it was obvious. It's peaceful, beautiful, and romantic. He then asks her what happened between the two of them.
You make it sound like whatever we had was pretty special. But now you're with Jax. Why did we break up?
You weren't really into me anymore. We broke up and I moved on.
Sorry about that.
It's okay. Things happen.
And once again, I feel like Emma is omitting some key pieces of information here. And if she's trying to get him to remember, I don't think that avoiding the truth is exactly the best strategy. But you know what? Since it took me like 5 hours to go over everything that's happened, I'll let it slide. He then asks her what's next, but Emma then gets frustrated as she says that she doesn't know. She was sure that stuff would start to come back by now. Just then, the council appears. They then zap Daniel away to take a look at him. Emma tries to follow, but of course she ends up in the pool. We then see Emma angrily entering the nurse's office asking if they mind. They argue that they could ask her the same question, as they believe that she's the one who caused the continuum break, which is something that I thought that we already established. Emma stresses that she knows and she's trying to fix it, whereas they're getting in the way. They argue that they're not and that they're taking readings as this data could be very important. Daniel then gets up admitting that he's tried, but all of this is just too much. He apologizes to Emma but says that he's taking his snake and he's going home. And of course, Emma then runs after him. And once again, I also think that this reaction from Daniel is fairly valid. He's clearly reached his breaking point, and yeah, I don't blame him. And then Emma, who is still wet, walks past Jax in the hallway. He then calls after her, noticing that she got her powers back. And she says, yeah, and that some things never change. He then tells her that he's got her as he casts a spell to dry her off. Jessie then interrupts, which means I have some explaining to do, as during Emma's trip down memory lane, Jax discovered that he actually has a long-lost sister. So she interrupts and states that Emma is his girlfriend, and says that she can tell by the way that he looks at her. Jax then introduces Emma to his alleged sister, and she is shocked at this news. He shares that she claims that she was living in a foster home after their mom died, but now she wants to live with them. Emma says that that sounds great, but Jax fake laughs saying that it is, before he pulls her aside to say that it isn't. He says that his dad has been planning something and he has no idea about Jessie. He has a feeling that if he finds out about her, things are going to get worse. Emma says okay, but then she goes on to freak out about him having a sister again. He then asks how Gator Boy is and Emma sighs. She then admits not good and that he said that he's going home. Jax argues that maybe it's meant to be, but he is surprised to hear that she's giving up. But then Emma says that she isn't. Daniel wouldn't leave without Billy, but he's in Andy's locker and he doesn't know the combination. And so, as predicted, Emma then finds Daniel at Andy's locker. He asks her to open it and she says sure, but she wants him to reconsider staying. He then admits that he doesn't know. He gets that it's a risk, but this whole thing is getting out of hand. She then argues that it's only a few more days. He says that he's had it, but then she begs, asking that he do it for his family, and then he caves. And I just have to say, it's kind of wild to me that Daniel is even going along with all of this, because imagine someone comes into your place of work, tells you that they know you and that you actually used to live this whole other life, and now that I've told you about it, you actually have to come with me and remember it or else you'll disappear from existence forever. Like, I just feel like that's crazy and I'm not sure that I would believe them. I know that he had seen her do magic at this point, and so I do think that that does help her case, and the fact that she did know specific details about his life, but I just feel like the show didn't emphasize enough how wild all of this would be from Daniel's perspective, and the fact that he even agrees to go along with it is kind of crazy as well. In the following episode, Maddie and her friends create a game show to help Daniel remember. His first question is what the song he sang to Emma was called, and of course Daniel doesn't know. He then gets fed up and asks if he can go home, but Emma asks him to wait and then suggests that they all go out to eat. And this is when I realized that we have now reached our crossover episode with Talia in the kitchen, as we then see them go to the restaurant from that show. Andy asks why they're there instead of the 7, and Emma argues that they have to keep shaking things up. Daniel's been to the 7 enough now that he's used to it. Jax says that he's not going to remember this place, but then Daniel says that it looks kind of familiar. Emma gets excited about this and asks if he remember what he told her about how he used to, he says love the pasta, but then she says yuca fries. She then asks if he remembers what he told her about the woman that works here. He stutters that she was a waitress, but then Emma says that she was talking about the woman who owned the place. And again, he pretends like he knows what she's talking about. So I think it's pretty obvious that Daniel is now attempting a different approach, which some people would say is lying. But like I said, this is a crazy situation, and so I really just I don't blame the guy. After everyone sits down, Daniel excuses himself. We then see him trying to memorize the cue cards from the game show. This way he can convince everyone that he actually has remembered. While he's gone, Jax tells Emma that there's something about that girl Talia. She asks if he thinks that she's one of them, but he says no and that it's just something. Daniel then comes in and announces that he's back, he remembers everything. Emma gets up and calls this amazing, but Andy's not buying it. He says that he's stoked to remember that his favorite color is blue, and that he played Romeo in the school play, and Emma, believing this, says that that's all true and that he's back. Later, Daniel adds that he hates spiders, and Emma nods. He then says that it's all good, he remembers his life and it was great. Which honestly should have been our first sign that he was lying, because we all know that it wasn't. And if he actually remembered everything, then he probably would have been pretty upset with Emma right now. But he says that now he's gonna go get Billy and catch the next bus back. He then thanks them for everything, and Maddie asks if the break is undone. Emma assumes so and then pulls Daniel aside. She asks that he at least stay and eat, but he argues that he better get back. She begs, saying that they'll celebrate. Jax then calls over, saying that if he doesn't want to stay, but then Andy says that the next bus back isn't for another 2 hours. Happily, Emma says that this way they can all say a real goodbye. Talia then brings out something special for them and says that it's on the house. Jax eats it, and then he tells Emma not to. Nonetheless, everyone else starts eating. Andy then tells Daniel that she doesn't believe that he remembers them, and then he admits that he doesn't and that he just memorized the game show cards. Jax then gets up and announces that he's been pretty supportive of this whole Daniel thing, but he's pretty much over it. Emma then gets mad at him for this, but he tells them all to come on, asking if they aren't a little tired of this. He then asks everyone who is tired to raise their hands, and then everyone except for Emma does. Daniel then gets up, saying especially him and calling all of them weird. Everyone then breaks out into a fight, and Emma tells Jax that she thinks that she made a big mistake. And just like if it wasn't obvious already, I feel like I should clarify that her food had some sort of truth spell capability. possibilities. Now, alone, Emma says that it was a mistake. She never should have told Daniel about the break. They're almost out of time, and it looks like he won't remember. Jax then gives an, "Oh, that mistake," as he thought that she was talking about choosing him over Daniel. He then asks if they're good then, and she scolds him. But then he admits that he's so not sorry and that he doesn't feel bad at all. Then, shocked at himself for saying this, Jax covers his mouth. Now, I think that Emma is only admitting to this because of the truth spell, but I do like that she's admitting to it nonetheless. Although I do wish that Jax wasn't under a truth spell here as well, because it would have been really nice to see him comfort her here instead. After a talk with Daniel outside, Talia learns that he needs help remembering something, and she thinks that she knows just what he needs. We then see Daniel bite into his food and then pause in pain. He then puts his head in his hands before he says that he remembers. Maddie is quick to say that he already tried that once and that they're not falling for it again, but then Daniel says that he's serious. Emma then asks him something that only Daniel would know, and he gets it right. She concludes that he does remember, and Jax asks if the continuum break is over. Emma's not sure. If it is, his family will be back in his house and everything will be back to normal. Also, everyone else here would have remembered him if it was truly over, and they don't, and so I think that's our answer. But Jax then says that someone should go check, and Emma pouts. He then says that he didn't mean himself, but Emma begs, saying that he knows where she'll end up. And so he agrees and goes to check. And then, in an unexpected turn of events, Daniel tells Maddie that he can't believe that he could have forgotten about her, as he puts his hand on hers. Maddie and Diego ask him what gives, and then he asks if they're mid-breakup again. This causes Emma to ask if he thinks that Maddie is his girlfriend, and he says yes. Andy then gets Daniel to tell him who Emma is and how he met her, but then he says that he met her 4 days ago in the Everglades. Andy then concludes that he remembers everything in his life up until when he met Emma. Emma says that this is good, that he's got most of his life back, except for the time in which he knew her. Yay. Jax then returns and asks what he missed, and Emma says Daniel trying to kiss Maddie as she rolls her eyes. He asks her why she cares about Daniel kissing her, and Emma quickly says that she doesn't, that much, but let's be real, who wants to see their ex kissing someone else? She then lets out a scream asking why she just said that. She then admits that she knows that that sounded kind of bad, but then everyone else breaks out into conversation. Later, everybody leaves while Jax, Andy, and Emma stay behind. Andy admits that she still doesn't understand what happened to Daniel. Emma doesn't either and wonders if none of them cast a spell, how he was able to suddenly remember. Jax then realizes that it was Talia's food. He says that she's something magical and that he remembers learning about it in the academy. Emma then goes to leave, but he tells her to wait. He then breaks the news to her that when he went to Daniel's house, his family wasn't there. Emma stutters that he remembered, but he argues not everything and that the break is still in effect. And honestly, I could have told you that. And then I just wanted to speak in regards to this crossover episode really quickly, because I was just surprised to see that an episode as big as Daniel gaining some of his memory back was used for this crossover moment, and I thought that that was a bit of an odd choice. Either way, once again, I would love to hear from those who watched the show when it was airing to know like how you guys felt about this crossover and like how it was received. In the following episode, Emma quizzes Daniel by asking how they met. He says at his house and she says yes, but then he says in the Everglades and she says no. She then asks him if he lives in the Everglades and he says yes, but that he also lives here in Miami. It's like he's living both lives and they're both real. He then goes to get a drink, and Diego says that they have to straighten him out on what's going on right now. But Emma reasons that they have to play along since he only has pieces of his memory back. They can't be sure what he knows and what he doesn't. She calls this a fragile situation and says that a few returned memories won't stop the break. Maddie then shares that there is a spell that can restore lost memories, but you can only restore half an hour at a time. Emma argues that half an hour doesn't really help them, but Maddie reveals that it can be accelerated. She just can't do it because she's not powerful enough. Emma says that she'll look into it, but in the meantime, they have to play along because they only have 1 day left. At swim practice, Diego asks Daniel if he thinks that he's a shark now, and Emma argues that he is and that he's the captain, but then Andy says no and that they've been over this already. Emma still argues that once they see him swim, they'll know, as she ushers him towards them, but again, Andy says no and pushes him back to her. They then play a little back and forth with Daniel until he falls into the pool. Honestly, it's like I said earlier, this kid is just like a punching bag for everybody on this show. Also, at this point, I'm annoyed. Like, I was annoyed before too, but at least then Jax was still around, whereas now he isn't, and he does have his own stuff going on right now that we'll touch on later. But my goodness, I just want some more Gemma content. Like, I feel like we're in a never-ending drought. Like, is this what the Gemma shippers felt for the past 2 seasons? Probably. Anyways, later Andy asks if she's made any progress with Maddie's spell. Emma says some, but there is a chance that it could get messed up and she would have no time to fix it. She then asks them to be her guinea pigs. They agree, and so Emma casts a spell to try and restore their memories, and it works. After school, Andy says that it can't be a coincidence that he remembers everything except for her. Diego then asks if the spell worked on them, then why wouldn't it work on him? And I'm like, I don't know, maybe because she didn't even try to cast it on him? But Emma just says that there's something stopping him from remembering her. And again, this makes it seem like she did try this spell on him, but she didn't. And I don't understand why she wouldn't at least try to after it worked on the two of them. I know that she said that she was worried about it messing things up and then not having time to fix it, but I feel like at this point they should be trying everything and anything. So Diego argues that maybe it's just a matter of time, but Emma says that time is the one thing that they don't have. She then suggests that they recreate the memories instead. They'll start with the first day that they met, and maybe it will fill in the gaps and get him to remember her. So the trio then plans to recreate that first encounter with the dirty socks and the butterflies. But then Emma gets a text from Jax. Well, it's actually from Jessie, who stole his phone and texted her, as she says that he's in big trouble. Andy tells her that she can't leave now, while Emma bites her lip, unsure of what to do. She then says that she has to go. Jax could be hurt or worse. She apologizes but says that she would never forgive herself. So this is good. I like how I was just complaining about the lack of Gemma content and then they followed up with this. I feel like it shows that even with everything else going on, she is still going to put Jax first. And honestly, I needed to see that. So Emma goes to Jax's and asks Jessie where he is and if he's alright. She then says that he's fine, but not here. Emma tells her that he texted her that he needed help, but then she realizes that it must have been her. Jax's dad then comes in and Jessie introduces them. Later, Jax comes home and calls out for Emma. He then finds the three of them having tea in the dining room, but other than this interesting visual scenario, nothing really comes from this moment as far as I can remember. Afterwards, Jessie apologizes to Jax for putting him and Emma in a tough spot, and then I'm kind of about to drop a bit of a bomb on you guys as Jax comes to find out that his mum is alive. Remember earlier when I said that Jax had a lot going on right now? Yeah, I wasn't kidding. In the following episode, Daniel asks Emma how much time is left, and she says 7 hours, 52 minutes, and 19 seconds. And then Daniel lays his head on the table. He then asks what they're doing here. He has 8 hours before he goes poof forever, and they're spending it in history class. Emma argues that she's working on what to try next, and until they get an idea, the best thing that they can do is what they always do. At lunch, Daniel asks Emma for another time update, and she says 6 hours and 13 minutes. She then tries to encourage herself to come up with something, while Daniel asks their friend group for any ideas. Katie suggests hypnosis, and Daniel tries, but it doesn't work. After school, we see Emma looking through the hex again, when Katie rushes in telling her that she's been doing some reading. She says that the key to memory recovery is to be in a relaxed state. Emma then stresses that if that's true, then they've been going about this all wrong, so she then steals some headphones and an iPod and gets Diego to heat up some milk, and tells Sophie to give him a massage. But of course, all of this just backfires. Meanwhile, Jax heads to the 7 looking for Emma to tell her all that he's learned about his family. Andy asks if it will help her bring back Daniel's memory, and he says no, and so she suggests telling her in an hour as she's in the zone. And then in comes Daniel. He tells Jax that he doesn't have to worry about him being around for much longer. Jax apologizes to him and admits that he can't imagine what he's going through. Daniel then tells him that he needs to say goodbye to somebody else, but he needs his help to do so. Jax agrees, and then we see the two of them back at the Everglades. Daniel then watches his family and Mia from the bushes before he says that he's good to go. He then admits to Jax that he just had to see them one more time before they disappear. And I really liked this moment. I wasn't even sure if I was going to include it at first because it's not like directly triangle related, but I just felt like I had to because it was just such a great moment between the two of them. Back at the 7, Jax and Daniel enter, and Jax wishes him luck before leaving. Emma then says that they have half an hour left and apologizes to him. He tells her that it's okay and that she thought that she was doing the right thing. He then asks how he should spend his last half hour, and Emma says, "Your house." She then excitedly gets up and tells Daniel to come with her, as this might be their last chance. At Daniel's, they trick the new owners into believing that they're gas leak inspectors, and so they run out and they head in. Emma then brings Daniel into the garage and asks if he remembers all of the good times that they had in there. Their anniversary dinner when the T3 dumped orange goo all over him. Then, exasperated, Emma says of course he doesn't, as it didn't look anything like this. She then gets Daniel to head back into the hall as she casts a spell to remove everything from the garage. Daniel then comes back in and tells Emma that she doesn't have to do any of this, but she stresses that there's still a minute left and that they can't give up yet. He then tells her to calm down and that it's over, and if this is going to be his last minute on Earth, he doesn't want to spend spend it by watching her clean out a garage. He tells her that he knows that she feels bad, but she shouldn't. She did everything that she could to help. Emma then argues that it wasn't enough, and he says maybe not, but they must have been pretty great friends for her to fight so hard to save him. He then admits that he wishes that he did know her and that she's a great person. He asks that she make sure that Billy makes it home all right, but then Emma stresses that they were more than friends.
Daniel, we were more than friends. You were my first love. I cared about you more than anything in the world. Daniel, what are you doing?
I thought I might do the trick.
No. I'm sorry, but I'm with Jax.
So now we have another non-consensual kiss from a children's show. But honestly, I shouldn't even be surprised at this point since this series is a remake of a novella. And novellas love non-con kisses, at least in the ones that I've seen. But I will admit that when I watched this scene for the first time, and even on my rewatches as well, I was just on the edge of my seat. I thought that all of this was very entertaining. I love how she pushes him back and tells him that she's with Jax. And jumping a little bit to like right before the kiss, I am surprised that Daniel sees Emma as a good person. I think if I was in his position, I would be pretty upset with her, and I don't know if I would feel the same way. But maybe that was just him trying to make peace with everything before he goes. Nonetheless, the scene isn't over yet. So a big swirling ball of light then comes in. Daniel panics, asking if this is the end. Emma says that she doesn't know. And then Jax then comes back in for some reason. Maybe he heard the commotion, or maybe he wants to punch Daniel in the face. Who's to say? But he comes back in just in time to see the garage turn back to normal. Daniel then looks around before he says to Emma that he remembers. He remembers her. She smiles and they hug, all while Jax looks heartbroken. So while I admit that all of this was very entertaining, I do have to admit that I don't exactly understand it. Like, I don't get why a kiss is what solved everything. But I guess it does kind of work considering the universe that they've established. As in the previous season, it was also a kiss, ironically also a non-consensual one, that got Daniel to remember that Mia did give him the spider seal on purpose. Although I do feel like it worked a little bit better in that situation because that kiss triggered the memory of a previous kiss. But then I guess you could argue the same thing. Maybe this kiss triggered a memory of one of his previous kisses with Emma. I don't know. I wish they would have explained it, but they don't. I'm also very surprised that this version of Daniel thinks that a kiss could fix things. And I really don't understand how he got to that conclusion. Like, it's not like he has any feelings for her in this reality. Maybe he's like a big fairy tale fan or like a Once Upon a Time viewer and just thought that True Love's kiss was worth a shot. I honestly couldn't tell ya. Daniel then says that she's not going to believe this, but he thinks that they're about to get pranked. Emma then turns to see Jax and asks when but just then he gets sprayed by a hose. It's truly a hit a guy when he's down moment. Jax then looks to Emma and she rushes to him saying that it worked. Daniel remembers her, but then Jax just teletransports away. She then looks back to Daniel and asks if he's okay. He says that he is, it's all just kind of rushing in fast. He then looks to Billy, who begins to disappear. He then freaks out asking why and for Emma to make it stop, but Emma stutters that she doesn't know any spells to stop snakes from disappearing. He then begs for her to try, but it doesn't work. And then heartbroken, Daniel says that he wasn't from this life, and he doesn't belong here. Emma apologizes and he pauses. She asks what's wrong, but then he says that he remembers everything. Emma says that that's great, but then he tells her that he remembers how he ended up in the Everglades. She chose Jax over him. So I feel like this is great, I guess minus the whole Jax getting hurt part, and I guess also Daniel getting hurt as well. But I really like how they're finally having Emma come to terms with the consequences of her actions, and how she obviously didn't consider what would happen to his Everglades life if he was placed back in this one. Or I guess she did consider that it would just fade away, but she didn't take into account how Daniel would feel about that. And the fact that we're now finally addressing her decision from the previous season is so good as well. So Daniel then recounts the events. He says that he was going to walk her home. He reached out and he thought that she was going to take his hand, but then she took Jax's and all of a sudden he was in the Everglades. Emma argues that that's not exactly how it happened. She waited a long time before she took Jax's hand, and that line honestly always makes me laugh. Daniel then asks why she picked Jax over him, if it's because he's a wizard and he's just a human, and Emma asks if it would make it easier if she said yes.
I don't know. I just want a reason so I can understand.
There isn't a reason, and nothing I can put into words. It was just a feeling.
Do you want to be with him and not me?
I care about both of you.
You just care for him more.
Yes.
So once again, I feel like this is really great as well. It is incredibly satisfying to see them have this conversation, especially after we waited for so long. And I also really like the end of this scene and how she confirms that yes, she cares about them both, which I think is obvious by the fact that she did all of this for him. I paused a little bit there because I was like, was all of this for him or more so for her? But either way, I think it is true that she cares about them both, but I like the fact that she says that she cares about Jax more. I don't love Emma saying that she chose Jax just off of a feeling that she had. Once again, I feel like this would have been a great opportunity for the writers to tell us why they think that Jax was the better choice for her. But I also understand that maybe Daniel wasn't the right person for her to explain that to. And I also feel like any other reason that she could have given, he would have maybe tried to argue with. But Daniel then gets up asking why she did this to him. She argues that she didn't know picking Jax would send him away, but then he says not that. Why did she bring him here?
Why couldn't you just leave me in the Everglades?
Because this is your life.
So was that. I was happy. I had everything I wanted. Now it's gone and I have nothing.
That's not true. You've got your life back. Your family, your friends.
I don't have you. I don't have Mia. I don't even have Billy. You've got to bring back Billy at least.
But Emma says that she can't bring him back as he's not a part of this life. Daniel then argues that he was a part of his life and that he had him for 10 years. Still, Emma says that there's nothing that she can do and she apologizes. Daniel then says that he thinks that she should go. She asks him to come on, but he cuts her off, telling her again to go. So I'm not really much of a Matrix fan, but hang with me here, because I believe that this is kind of like a concept that they used in that movie, where it's like, would you rather take one pill and wake up, or take another and continue living in your like unknowing bliss? Again, I'm not really a big fan of this franchise, so if I'm off with that analogy, please let me know in the comments. But I feel like that's kind of a similar situation that we're dealing with here. Daniel is now upset that she brought him back to arguably one of the worst points in his life. It's almost like without his consent, she pulled the plug on him for him. So yeah, safe to say I understand why he's upset. And I also know that this is a crazy comparison to make, but it also kind of reminds me of that awful movie with Chris Pratt and Jennifer Lawrence, where he also kind of pulled the plug on her without her consent. That was definitely a bit more of an extreme situation, and I understand why Emma did what she did. Even though I didn't necessarily agree with it or think that it was the right thing to do, I can still understand where she was coming from. And I also acknowledge that like the right thing to do in this situation was a little bit cloudy and unclear. But all of that being said, I do also think that it's important for her to now face the consequences of this decision that she's made. The following day, Emma fills Andy in on what happened, excluding the kiss, but then Andy calls her out for it. She then asks if thinking back on it now, if she kind of wishes that she left Daniel alone. But then Emma just asks her why everyone keeps asking her that. She then asks what did he really lose? Andy says his girlfriend, but Emma argues that it was Mia, so it wasn't really a loss. And she's sorry about Billy, but he has everything else. Although I do have to butt in here because I don't exactly think that that's true. What about his sanctuary, his passion in life, Emma as his girlfriend, or Mia as his girlfriend, because he doesn't have either of those things right now? Or just what about the bliss of not knowing about magic or every other bad thing that's happened to him over these past 4 years? Like, I feel like that's a lot to lose. Anyways, after school, Emma then goes to Jax's. He asks her what she wants, and she tells him that he wasn't at school today, and he hasn't been answering her texts. She then asks him if he's feeling okay.
Really, that's what you're gonna go with? Okay, I'll play along. I think I've come down with a touch of my girlfriend kissed another guy flu.
It's not what it looked like. Jax, please, let's talk about this.
So a kind of valid response from Jax, I would say. Obviously, this is unfortunate because he doesn't know that the kiss was non-consensual. I don't love the fact that he doesn't let her get a word in, but it is what it is, and luckily this conflict doesn't last long. As Emma then turns to leave, but then she turns back around and casts a spell to open the door again. He says that now she's got his attention, and she tells him that if he won't let her explain, then he's just going to have to see for himself. She then takes his hand and casts a spell that brings them back to last night. We're at the part where she told Daniel that he was her first love, and Jax asks if she really wants him to relive this, and that it's just plain mean. But Emma tells him to stop talking and to watch. She then tells Daniel that she's sorry, but she's with Jax.
See?
Wow, don't I feel like a grade A jerk?
Yeah, but you're my grade A jerk.
So first of all, going back to the very beginning of this scene, I absolutely love how Emma takes charge. I love how she goes right back and casts that spell to open the door. It reminds me of that more like sassy side of Emma that we haven't seen since like, I want to say season 2. I was also surprised to see them choose not to drag this conflict out, like they basically bring it up and then resolve it right away. But at the same time, I was really glad that they made that choice, especially because this conflict was over a non-consensual kiss and that we only have half a season of the entire series left at this point, which is only about 10 episodes. I also love that this is the solution for things because as an outsider watching this series, I feel like it's one that you would come up with to solve everything. Like they're in this magical world, so why not use magic to solve this problem? I also love how quick Jax is to take responsibility after he finds out that the kiss wasn't consensual. And as a very big Soy Luna and Violetta fan, that was honestly like a breath of fresh air to see. Honestly, I wish that they could time travel in those series as well, but it's also annoying because sometimes all they need to do is watch a video. Anyways, when we cut back to them, we see Jax sitting on a lawn chair eating some popcorn, all while Emma looks annoyed. He laughs as he asks Emma to show it to him again, but she tells him to come on and says that that's not nice. He argues that she wanted him to see it, but she says that she didn't mean 8 times. But then he begs, just to the part where she pushes him away and says that she's with him. Emma sighs before saying that this is the last time and then they're leaving. Jax then zaps them back to his and they hug. He apologizes for ever doubting her and asks if she forgives him. She then jokes that, well, he'll have to make it up to her, but this is a good start. He then thanks her for not giving up on him, busting down his door and risking a time jump, but they're then distracted by his dad who chimes in on knowing that they went back in time. Mr. Novoa then threatens to tell Realm Criminal Court on her for going back in time, but Jax just accuses him of bluffing and ushers Emma out. Which I guess he was bluffing considering the fact that we never see Emma on trial for this. Outside, Emma asks him why he got into a fight with his dad and says that she could be in serious trouble. But Jax argues that she isn't, because if she gets in trouble, then he gets in trouble. And if he gets in trouble, then that makes his dad look bad. And that's really all he cares about. Emma hopes that he's right. She then asks why he's upset with him and if it's about Jesse. Jax says that it's just the beginning. He then reveals to her that his mom is still alive and that he went to see her. And I honestly just realized that this happened and that Emma didn't know about it. Like, I completely forgot. Jax then explains that she's been hiding all of these years, and his dad cast a spell on him to make him think that she was dead. She then asks what it was like to see her again. He admits that it's hard to explain. It was scary, crazy, but it was also really great. Emma then lets out a laugh and says that that's amazing and that she's so happy for him. She can only imagine what it would be like to see her mom again. Jax then apologizes, admitting that he didn't mean to, but then she says, no, this is great. It's the best news, as she hugs him. But her face does say something different during their hug. So now that this Daniel thing is resolved, sort of, I guess he is still kind of miserable about being back in his old life, but we kind of take a pause on that for now. And it's this mom plotline that basically wraps up the series for us. It's not like directly ship related, but I will talk about Emma and Jax's story throughout these last 10 episodes, and whatever is left of Emma and Daniel's. I was debating adding another chapter here, but I just felt like it would be so short in the grand scheme of things. And also Daniel is still not technically free, and so I feel like we just have to ride this one out. But like in case future Caitlin wants to add a chapter in here, then like go ahead, because I am going to bed now, so I'm filming the rest of this tomorrow. In the following episode, we see Jax walk Emma home hand in hand. He says that of course he's glad that his mom is alive. It's just that she didn't even bother to come and see him all of these years. Emma asks if she explained why she only took Jesse, and he says that it had something to do with him already having his powers, but every time he tried to ask, Maddie's mom kept butting in. He then explains that the Von Pelts have been protecting his mom from his dad. Emma has a hard time believing this and then asks when he's going to see her again, but he just shrugs. She tells him that he has to, she's his mom and she loves him. She then encourages him to go back and ask more questions. Jax says yeah, but then asks what if he doesn't like the answers? What if she really didn't want to be his mom? But Emma just rolls her eyes at this and says that she's not going to say that. Jax then decides that he'll think about it, but this apparently isn't good enough for Emma, as she then tells him to go now. She then casts a spell that kicks him in the butt to motivate him. She then laughs and does it again until he caves. And after saying all of that, that I realized that I do sound a little bit sickly and I wanted to apologize for that. I did wake up with a little bit of a cold, but I'm okay. So I feel like this is a hard situation because Jax is bringing up quite a few red flags in regards to his relationship with his mom. The fact that she's been alive this whole time and hasn't tried once to contact him, and that she took Jesse and not him. I feel like both of those things are quite suspicious, and I understand that Emma is going to be biased by the fact that she did lose her mom, and so I feel like she's got a little bit of this naive mentality where she sees any mother figure as a good thing, but I'm not exactly too sure that that's the case with Liana, and I really don't like how pushy she was here with him, and I feel like she should have respected his boundaries. So Jax then goes to where his mom was living, but she's no longer there. He then goes to Emma's and tells her that his mom is gone, and now there was some other guy living there with birds. Emma lets out an oh no and asks if he fainted on the doorstep, but he laughs, saying no and that he managed to keep his consciousness. She calls this great and admits that she's so proud of him. She then asks where he thinks his mom went, but Jax has no idea as she's been moving around all of these years hiding from his dad. He then worries that maybe he finally found out where she was because he followed him, and then he gets upset with himself for leading him straight to her. Emma argues that he doesn't know that, and Jax agrees that he doesn't but says that he's going to find out. So Emma and Jax go to Maddie's to talk to Mrs. Van Pelt. After some convincing, Ursula caves and says that she does know where she is, but she can't tell him. Emma argues that he has a right to know as he's her son. She then begs, saying that they're not little children, before she asks if this is because of his dad. Jax then tries to reassure her that he won't tell him anything, but then Ursula counters that she supposes that it was just a coincidence that he got there moments after he left. And so this leads Jax to conclude that he was right. He then asks again that she please tell him where she is, and then magic gets involved as everyone starts threatening one another, but in the end Jax writes her a note to give to his mom and she agrees. And then Liana shows up at Emma's. The two head inside and then they see someone else coming and run to hide. Emma then casts a spell that wraps the intruder in duct tape when they enter, but it turns out that that intruder was Jax. He then falls down before he asks for a little help. Emma then apologizes and undoes the duct tape, and then Emma and Andy head into the kitchen to give Jax and his mom some privacy. While the two of them are talking, Emma watches this exchange and then earnestly admits that she would do anything to have that. Later, Emma goes to Jax's and admits that she's jealous of him.
I was watching you and your mom today, and I can't help thinking I wish I had a chance at that.
Wow. I'm sorry, Emma. I wish I had the chance to give you that. I would in a second. But look at the bright side of things. You have an amazing parent who really, really cares about you.
So I really like this. I feel like it makes a lot of sense that witnessing Jax reuniting with his mom would make her feel envious at not getting the chance to have that. And I'm really glad that she feels comfortable enough to communicate that to Jax, even though it may seem selfish. I feel like it shows that they have a very trusting and safe relationship and that she could go to him for anything, which I just love. And I also really like how he's able to validate her feelings while also giving her advice to focus on what she does have, which is a parent who loves her. And I almost wish that this season could have gone in a little bit of a different direction and focused more on that relationship that she has with her dad and how she shouldn't take that for granted. But unfortunately, that's not exactly how things play out. At the end of this episode, Emma lets Jax and his mom meet at her house again. Jax tells his mom that he doesn't think that Jesse is ready to see her yet, but Liana just says that she'll come around. Emma then offers to help, but she argues that she's done enough just by letting them meet here. She then tells her that she knows that this won't bring her mom back, but if she ever needs a woman's take on things, she can come to her. Emma thanks her for this and then shows her a picture of her mother. Liana notes that if only she could turn back time, and Emma thinks for a second before saying, "What if I can?" In episode 13, Liana asks Emma if she has any pictures of Jax. She's missed him so much and thought that it would be nice to see how he's been living his life. So then Emma goes to get some. Jax then finds her in her room and asks if she's okay, but then she just asks him what if it is possible to turn back time. He tells her that she can't do that, but then she asks what if they don't have to accept the past for what it is? What if they had another chance? A do-over. He then admits that he's not exactly sure what she's talking about, and so she says that she's talking about going back in time and altering the universe forever. He then tells her that she needs to stop this and that it can't happen. She asks why not and if anyone has ever tried, but he argues that that's not the point. It's too dangerous and she already has the council on her every move. Unfortunately though, this conversation is then interrupted by Liana and the two of them head back downstairs. I really appreciated the addition edition of this scene, especially knowing how things unfold. To go back and see that Jax had warned her from the start, I think was important, because she's kind of talking about doing some crazy stuff right now, and so to see him be the voice of reason, I feel like was needed. So Emma and Jax then show Liana one of her scrapbooks with photos of Jax in it. She then gets to a page with evil Emma, and Emma goes to skip it, but then Liana tells her to wait. She says that she looks really edgy here and that there's a darkness behind her eyes. And first of all, I just have to point out how absolutely hilarious these photos are. They're arguably one of the most photoshopped photos that I've ever seen in my life, and they're just so odd looking, but I also kind of love them in a way. And then also, I'm surprised to see that Emma even included them in a scrapbook. I found that to be really interesting, especially considering the fact that I feel like up until now, the show has really tried to separate like evil Emma from regular Emma. Liana then thanks Emma for sharing these with her, and then asks Jax to take her back to the Van Pelts. Now, you may be wondering, what has Daniel been up to throughout all of this? And I won't dive too much into Daniel now that he's somewhat free, but basically a couple episodes ago, he went to go see Mia, who wanted nothing to do with him, and now he was able to convince Andy to take him to the council. So in this episode, he asks that they place him back into his old life, but they tell him that they can't do that as it's not possible. But then Emma comes in and argues maybe for you. She then asks if it's possible for someone with as much power as she has. She then takes their silence as a yes and concludes that they're just not powerful enough. So clearly this chosen one thing has gone to her head a little bit. So Emma then finds Daniel at their spot. She tells him not to let her disturb him and that she was just looking for a quiet place to think. She says ditto and then tells him that she'll go and that he was here first. As she goes, he calls after her and asks if the council said anything else. She says that they definitely don't want her messing with time anymore, but that doesn't mean that she won't try. And who are they to tell her how she can use her magic? She's the chosen one. She then asks if he really wants to go back to the Everglades, but then he just asks her if that's so hard to believe.
When I remembered my Miami life, these flood of emotions just came rushing back. But something felt off. Like I didn't belong. And now I know why. It's because I don't. I belong there.
So I like that we haven't completely forgotten about everything that Daniel has gone through now that he has his memories back. And I like that we're still getting some demo moments, even though, like I said, the triangle is pretty much dead at this point. I don't like how cocky Emma is starting to sound about being the chosen one and all of that. But also, if memory serves, it just gets worse from here, and so prepare yourselves. Emma then notes that it's a pretty messed up situation, and she wishes that she could help. But she doesn't have any answers, at least not yet. Daniel says that he knows and that it was a long shot anyways.
Look, I can't make any promises, but I might be able to figure this out. On my own.
Did it even say for you to try?
Probably not. But I guess we'll find out.
I just don't want you to get hurt.
And I want to take away your hurt.
So I really like this moment. It might actually be one of my favorite moments that these two share throughout the entire series. They're back at their old spot. They've even got the same camera angle that they would use there before. Emma saying that she just wants to take away his hurt is just so sweet and so important, I feel like, to hear after everything that she's done. And I like that even after everything's been said and done, that they can still have a moment like this that doesn't really have any romantic connotations to it. And it's been a while since I've done one of these, but it's time for another quick summary of non-romantic events. So Emma starts using magic to skip out on everyday tasks. We later see her practice how to start and stop time. Andy tries to talk to her about how she's getting out of control, but she's interrupted by the council, who tries to take her powers away. Luckily, Emma casts a spell on them to stop them, but then she ends up taking their powers instead. And I know that I've been saying throughout this entire video that I really like Emma when she is so strong-willed, but this isn't exactly what I meant. Jax then finds Emma in the hallway. He says that Andy told him what happened, and then asks where she learned a reflection spell from. Emma says the hex, and he admits that he should start reading more books. She then asks if he thinks that she went too far, but then he says no, and that she didn't go far enough. He thinks that she should have turned them all into caterpillars and put them in the middle of a highway. And Emma laughs at this. And I feel like this goes without saying, but I did not like this. And I understand that they don't want him to just like be another Daniel for her, but I do feel like him just kind of backing her up on this does kind of go against all of the character character development that we got from him in the third season. And I know that the council can be a bit much at times and that Jax has his own issues with them, but I think stealing their powers is going a little bit too far. Emma then asks if he talked to Jesse about moving in with their mom yet, but Jax says that he couldn't. When he got home, she wasn't there and neither was their dad. He doesn't know where they went. His dad has houses all over the world and so he could be anywhere. She asks if he's going to look for her and he says that he is. At lunch, Daniel finds Emma and asks how it's going and if she's made any progress. She asks progress on what, and he says getting back to his other life.
Oh, right. No, not yet. But that was only yesterday. I haven't done anything yet. I've got a ton of stuff going on. But it's second on my to-do list, right under eat lunch.
Oh, good.
I'm gonna do it.
Right. Carry on.
Now, what a 180 I feel like in comparison to their previous conversation. And I know that it's only been a day, and so you could argue that Daniel is being a little bit pushy here. But I feel like after everything that Emma has put this guy through, getting him back to the Everglades, I feel like should be her first priority. I actually wrote in my notes after this scene that this girl sucks, which I think is a little bit of an exaggeration, but I really don't think that this is one of Emma's best moments. After school, Jax meets Emma in the 7. He asks what she's looking for now, and she says nothing in particular. She then closes the hex and asks where his family is. Oh, and also I should update you in that Jax did find Jessie and bring her back. He tells her that they're on the way, and then admits that it feels weird to hear the word family applied to him. She asks weird but great, right? His mom seems cool and Jessie's a hoot. They then laugh and agree that that's one word for it. He then admits that he's just so used to living on his own, or living with his dad, which is practically alone, and that it's going to be strange living with them. Emma then tells him not to forget about the Van Pelts, which is who they're going to be living with, and he asks how could he. Emma laughs and Jax admits that he doesn't understand how his mom thinks that the Van Pelts are going to help her. Ursula doesn't even have any powers, and his dad is 10 times more powerful than Maddie, and Emma adds that it's not like she would lift a finger to help protect him either. And so Jax says that if anyone's going to protect them, it's him, and Emma adds me too, and that she's got his back. Back at Maddie's, Jax jokes that he's starting to think that she only likes him for his mom, but then Emma counters that that's not true and that there's his hair too, as she tosses it. They then get a call from Jessie asking to come quickly, and then upstairs they see Maddie and Ursula tied up. Mr. Novoa then shows up and says that he didn't hurt them. He's just here for the two of them. They then get into a bit of a spelling war until his dad teletransports away. Back at Jax's, we see Emma using the spell-o-vision goggles to look around. Jax then appears and she goes to spell him, but then she realizes who it is and apologizes. She then tells him that his dad's not here, and he says that he couldn't find him anywhere either. They then go forward and letting Liana and Jesse in. Jax asks what if his dad comes back and that he can't be there all the time to protect them, but then Emma says that she can keep it safe. She then goes on to cast a protection bubble around the house. Afterwards, Jax tells Emma that she was amazing tonight and that he really appreciates everything that she's done.
You were amazing. You really took charge.
I couldn't have done it without you. You're one powerful witch.
I have been practicing. The chosen one has to know on powers, right?
Well, it looks good on you.
Thanks. Feels pretty good too.
So a cute moment. I like the interlacing hands and just the nighttime atmosphere, and I'm all for Emma honing her powers and reaching her full potential. I just really don't think that it should be done at the detriment of other witches, but we'll get to that. So Emma then continues going off the deep end. This leads to the council, Andy, the Hex, and the Van Pelts disagreeing with her, and then she goes on to rant about this with Jax. She asks why everyone is against her. She says that her magic has gotten super strong, but there's still a ton that she doesn't know. She can't do this without the Hex. Jax tries to interject throughout this, but she just keeps going. He then says that he doesn't have any magic books here. He could go to his dad's office, but it's pretty risky there right now. And then Liana interrupts. She offers that they look in his dad's home library. Jax argues that there's nothing there and that he's read them all. Emma is surprised to hear this, but he argues that, yeah, he likes to read, before letting out an awkward laugh, and then admitting that he didn't read any of them. He just used to hide things in there. Liana then suggests looking again and that maybe he missed something. So they then go looking together and Emma finds this book called the Conjurepedia. That night, Daniel shows up at Emma's window. She asks him what he's doing there, and he says that he was is just checking in to see how she's doing with getting him back home. He then says that it looks like she's working on it. She then lies, saying that, yeah. Hexy and I are digging into it as she lets out a nervous laugh. Daniel then thanks the not Hex book. The book obviously doesn't reply, and so then Daniel asks if there's something wrong with him. Emma then says that, he's just tired, and that they've been working all day to try and find something to help him. He then says that he better let her get back to it then, and thanks her before leaving. And honestly, just like this whole interaction just made me feel sad for Daniel. Emma then finds a spell on time manipulation and calls Jax. He teletransports into her room, and then she shows him a spell called the Tambian Orb. He reads that it's an ancient mechanism used to control time and space. He then says that it looks pretty hard, but he's sure that they can figure it out after some time. Emma then casts a spell to remove her desk from her room, and then he realizes that she wants to do this now. So he brings the book to her, and Emma begins to cast the spell. An orb appears, and Jax reads that to use the orb, a witch must possess immense power. Emma then takes out Agamemnon and Desdemona's powers. Jax then asks for her to wait and if she's thought about this, as she goes to cast another spell. Emma then takes their powers for herself, and she tells Jax that there's no going back now. So she walks towards the orb, and he asks if it's just supposed to bring her mom back, but Emma says no, and that when it has enough power to alter the Earth's rotation, then she's going to turn back time by spinning the Earth backwards until she reaches a time when her mom was alive. She then casts a spell and asks Jax to hand her a picture of her mom for a time marker. He does, and then she goes to cast a spell, but then he asks her to wait. He asks her if she goes back in time to when that picture is taken, who will she be? This Emma or baby Emma? She admits that she's not sure, so then he asks what if she goes back in time and then she doesn't have her powers? She'll be a kid and she won't know him. Emma then stutters that she's just going to go back to before she got sick, and then jump back with nothing else changed. She goes to do this, but then she yells no.
No!
What's happening?
I don't know.
Did it work? Are we both in the past?
I'm not sure.
Oh, why is it so dark in here?
Sorry, Dad. We're working on a science project.
Once he leaves, Emma tells Jax that she doesn't think that she can do it. She doesn't think that she's powerful enough yet. So this is a very intense scene, and I remember being very captivated by it when I watched the show for the first time. The moment that her dad came in and fell, I could have sworn that they were going to go in a different direction, where he was going to be the price that she had to pay to get her mom back. Kind of like how when Philip was brought into the real world, then somebody else had to get sucked into the game to balance everything out. If Emma wants to have her mom back, then her dad has to go. And I low-key feel like that would have been a more interesting and better route to go in. Honestly, I feel like there's so many possibilities of what could have happened that I feel like would have been better, but I also feel like this scene does a really good job at showcasing just how little Emma has actually thought through this plan. And I like that Jax is the person that is going to point out all of the flaws in it without fully stopping her. The following day, Emma and Jax pass Daniel in the hallway. He then calls out for her and tells her that his bags are packed. He then says that he'll be ready to roll in just a second. Confused, Emma asks where he's rolling to, and he says back home to the Glades. Emma then tells him that she can't send him back to the Everglades yet, but then Daniel says that she found something, didn't she? Jax says that she thought that she did, but it didn't pan out. Daniel then asks if she's close, and unsure, Emma says maybe. She then asks to talk later as she leaves. Daniel calls for her to wait and goes after her, but Jax stops him. And just like, once again, I feel so bad for the guy. When he says that he's all packed and ready to go, I was just like, this poor kid. Although I will admit that I'm not exactly too sure how his last conversation with Emma led him to believe that she would be ready to send him back by tomorrow, but I imagine that he was just clouded by his excitement and anticipation. Later, Emma realizes that Maddie has powers that she could use, and so she asks her to meet with her after school. Jax then gets upset with Emma for more Maddie, but then she argues that she could be useful. He is confused as to what she's referring to, until she clarifies that she needs more power. He tells her that Maddie isn't going to give her hers, and Emma says maybe not, but she can borrow them. So now she's just like basically become the principal, because I really don't understand how Emma stealing powers is any different from her doing it. I know that Emma claims that she's going to give them back and that she's not trying to take over the world here. She really just wants her mom back, which is sad, but how can we all believe that she won't just become obsessed with all of this power once she has it? I mean, she's already halfway there. there. And then of course, after school, Emma tricks Maddie into giving her her powers. Back at Jax's, she uses the powers on the orb, but it still doesn't work. Jax then tries to reassure her that she was really close this time, and Emma stresses that she doesn't get it. She then asks if she still needs more power. She then looks at a photo of her mom and asks if she's just forget it, but then Jax offers up his powers.
No, Jax, you need your powers.
I'll be fine without them. You need them more than I do.
No way, you need to protect your mom and your sister. They're both powerless. I'd never forgive myself if anything happened to any of you.
I'll be fine. Trust me, I can handle myself. I can even tie my own shoelaces, which is much more than I can say for the council.
No, I'm not taking them, Jax. That's that.
So I feel like this was nice to see that Emma does have limits. I was honestly a little bit surprised to see her refuse to take his powers, but I feel like that just goes to show that there is still a little bit of the Emma that we know in there. And then of course we also have to talk about him offering them up to her, which he does almost in every season, I feel like. I mean, this brings me right back to season 2 when he sacrificed them for her, or again in season 3 when they took his over hers. And honestly, after everything that these two have been through since, yeah, I'm just not surprised to see him offer. And then just like, oh my god, the way that he looks at her as she's leaving, like this guy would give the whole world to her if he could. And honestly, it's just so precious that it makes me emotional. That night, Jax teletransports into Emma's room. He tells her that he hopes that she's having a better night than he is. She doesn't reply, and so then he says her name, and then she says that this has to end. He apologizes, thinking that she's referring to him transporting into her room, but then she cuts him off, saying that everybody's turning on her. He then reminds her that he hasn't, but then she says that she doesn't want to lose her friends over this. He tells her that if it's not worth it, then just say the word and they'll stop. But then she retorts to have a mother again. Of course it's worth it. She just has to do it fast or else it'll be too late to get her friends back. Jax asks how they get this done quickly, and Emma says with more power.
Maddie wasn't enough. It has to come from one of the most powerful witches around.
You already have Maddie's powers and the council's powers. You won't even take mine. There are no more powerful wizards or witches left.
Yes, there are. Your dad.
First of all, I feel like we have to take a moment to appreciate Jax's reaction to this. The face that he pulls after she says this just like makes me laugh every single time. But yeah, I mean, is this even that surprising at this point? Not really. This girl is just like completely off the rails. And I do kind of have some mixed feelings about Jax supporting her throughout all of this, but this scene does have me very glad that he is. Because with the two of them staying on good terms, that now means that Jax has really become like her only voice of reason in all of this. So Jax then starts to laugh, but then when she doesn't join in, he comes to realize that she's being serious. She says that she's very serious, and unlike Maddie and the council, when she takes his powers, she's keeping them. So now I guess she's just playing law enforcement. How wonderful. Jax says that he could crush them, but she argues not both of them. If they both use their magic at the same time, then he won't be able to stop them. She'll get the power she needs, his dad will be powerless, and his family will be safe. Jax then agrees that it might stop all this craziness, and she says that she needs him on board, and so he agrees. Back at Jax's, Emma says that the first thing that they need to do is lure him over, but Jax has no idea where he is. He says that he can probably trick him into coming to see him, but Emma argues that they don't have time for that. She needs the orb working as soon as possible. Plus, they don't want him getting suspicious. Jax asks if there's anything else in the book and if she's read the whole thing. She says that of course she's read it. He gives her an eyebrow raise, and then she admits sort of, but it couldn't hurt to check again. So they do, and then they find something. Jax reads that after being bested, the vanquished and disgraced are trapped in a place far worse than Limbo, where they use their powers against each other in a never-ending battle for control. Emma then says that she needs those powers, and Jax continues. The witch's eternal struggle can only end when they are summoned by another witch who has the power to control them. And then Emma says that she can. Jax then argues that she can't go around summoning random disgraced witches, but then Emma retorts that she's not random and that she has one in mind, the principal. Jax then asks if that's her plan, to summon the most evil, diabolical, and powerful witch that she's ever encountered, and bring her back to Miami. Unsure, Emma says yes. Jax asks if she'll even be able to handle the negative powers, but Emma argues that it's not about whether her powers are used for good or evil. She just needs to steal them. Alright, girl. He then points out that she has to contain her. If not, she's going to have a rogue rogue witch running around the city terrorizing people. But then Emma says that that's a risk she's just going to have to take. And once again, Jax gives her a look. Which I'm glad that he did, because that's an actual insane sentence to come from our main character. But honestly, I can't say that I'm not entertained. Jax then tells her that she does realize that if this doesn't work out, their lives and everyone in them will be destroyed. Emma then argues that she's the chosen one, and she's more powerful of a match than her, even though she's also a chosen one, but she seems to have forgotten that fact. She then says that besides, they both know that they can take on powerful witches. He just stopped his dad from taking Jessie, and he's not even a chosen one. Jax argues that that was different. He was stuck in a light prison and all he had to do was make that disappear, and then he did as well. And then Emma says that that's it. She'll bring her back directly into a light prison and then she'll be trapped. Later, Jax stresses about not being able to find Jessie anywhere, but then Emma tells him that she's sure that she's fine. She probably just went on a walk or something. And for someone who claims to be so concerned about Jax and his family's safety, like, talk about someone who couldn't care less. And this isn't like some ordinary situation where not being able to find Jessie would be no big deal. They're currently in hiding and Emma knows that, and so not being able to find her is a problem. And Jax obviously knows this as he asks what if she's not. She's alone and unprotected. He then gets a text from the council asking for them to meet him tonight in the nurse's office. Unfazed, Emma asks who cares about the council, and she reminds him that they don't have any powers anymore. Jax admits that he doesn't even remember what he did this time, and that he's been pretty much with her every day, and then Emma says that that's probably what it is. They want to turn him against her just like the others. This causes Jax to laugh and tell her to relax. They can yell at him as much as they want. It doesn't mean he's going to listen. Emma then asks if he wants her to go with him, but he says that it's fine and that he can handle it. He also says that she's got enough on her plate. And then, in the plot twist of the century, it turns out that it was his dad who texted him, not the council. But that's not the only twist. He also tells him that it's his mum who is the bad one. She's actually a witch who is planning on overthrowing the realm. So Jax goes to Emma. He tells her that he just had the freakiest conversation with his dad, that it's about his mum, and if it's true, then this could be even worse. Emma then worries that this means that he has her mum and then calls her a poor woman, but he tells her that no, his dad, he said that. But then Emma cuts him off as she gets a text. She says that it's Andy and that she wants to meet before school tomorrow. Emma claims to not be interested, and he asks if she's sure about that. She then says that if she wants to meet with her so bad, then she will. And this whole interaction just bothered me because clearly Jax was trying to tell her something important, but then this version of Emma is just like so self-absorbed that she didn't even have any time to listen to him. I do understand that her relationship with Andy is very important as well, but it bugged me. She then asks him what about his mom, but he says no, it's his dad. He said that his mom's a witch. Emma is shocked by this and says that it can't be true, but he argues that he seemed pretty convincing. Emma says that he's trying to manipulate him. That's what he does, and he can't fall for it this time. Jax admits that she could be right, it's just that. She then notes, speaking of his dad, did he check on the witch trap? Because it's always back to Emma. He says no, but that he can check on it tonight. And like, yeah, I know that it's probably pretty obvious by now, but Emma is really starting to bother me now. Moving on to episode 18, where Jax does confirm that his mom is the bad one. This comes after he realizes that when previously his parents were in the same room, his dad couldn't speak. And so then he concludes that his mom must have spelled him. Liana then confirms that she is a witch, and he asks her what all of this has to do with Emma. She says that her days as the chosen one are numbered, and that when she's gone, it will create a vacuum in the realm, and then control of it will go to the strongest family, which is them. Jax then gets upset, asking what she means by her days being numbered. He then asks her what she's planning and stresses that this is his girlfriend she's talking about. Liana then argues that Emma is doing most of it on her own, and soon it'll be done. She only needs to know if he'll be on board. Jax argues that he cares about Emma and that he can't just abandon her, but Liana says that she's too dangerous. She'll destroy herself and everyone around her. And so Jax lies, saying that he is on board. And I did really like this reveal, although I did find it to be a little bit predictable, but it was fun to look back on everything that Emma has done in these past few episodes and realize that Liana was the one who led her there. She even planted the whole idea in her head as to like going back in time for her mom. Jax then tries to call Emma, but she's a little bit busy with her whole friend intervention that's going on right now. But then he is caught by his mom. She casts a truth spell on him and he admits that he was going to call Emma to warn her. He then realizes that the Conjurepedia and the Tambian orb were all part of her plan. He then asks how she's going to overthrow her, and she tells him that there's only one way, by her being powerful. powerless, which is what will happen if she places her powers into the orb. She asks him again to join her, but he says no, never. Meanwhile, at Emma's friend intervention, Daniel rushes in late. Andy has finally gotten through to her, and now Emma doesn't know what to do. It's actually a really powerful moment that makes me cry every single time, but as it's not ship related, I won't waste your time summarizing it. But now it's Daniel's turn. He starts out by telling her that she knows how much he would give to get his life back in the Everglades. She knows how much he misses that life, and so he can only imagine how much she misses her mom. He then finishes by asking how he can think that it's okay to ask her to alter time and space to make him happy, but not do the same for herself. He then says that none of them can tell her what to do. She has to do what she thinks is right. And then this is what convinces Emma to go through with her plan. And I gotta be honest, when I watched the show, I was very upset with Daniel in this moment. Andy has finally gone through to her, and then he just has to come in and ruin everything. But honestly, looking back at this situation now, it just makes me have even more respect for Daniel, because he's right. It would be very hypocritical of him to ask her to do this for him, but not for herself. And I honestly feel like it's very retrospective of him to even realize that. So as much as it does frustrate me, I do like this moment for that reason. So Emma then tries calling Jax, but his mom has him frozen, and so then Liana answers the phone instead. Emma asks her to tell Jax to come over as soon as possible, that it's starting, and she really wants him there with her. After their phone call, she tells a frozen Jax that it's starting, and she doesn't know what it is, but it's probably the start of her demise, and so she better get over there. But first, she casts a spell on him to allow him to speak again. He immediately asks her to please not do this, and to let him call Emma, but of course, she doesn't. Later, Jax tells Jesse not to worry about him, just go find Emma. She's in serious trouble, and they have to stop their mom from taking her powers. At Emma's, she decides to make do without using the witch trap since Jax isn't there. She then brings back the principal without one. But then in doing so, she also ends up bringing back her evil clone. Because of course, evil Emma is exactly what we needed right now. Emma then goes forward to take the principal's and evil Emma's powers. And then Liana steals all of the powers she's collected and blasts Emma across the room. Meanwhile, Andy texts Daniel. Daniel and their friends then realize that Emma is in trouble and rush to help. Emma then asks Liana why she's doing this, and she reveals that when she has the orbs' power, she can transfer it to Jesse and Jax. Emma is surprised to hear that she included Jax, but Liana says of course, and that someone has to be the chosen one now that she's powerless. Emma then argues that Jax would never go along with her plan, but then Liana calls her naive. She then asks her if she's thought about why he hasn't returned her calls, or why, in this great time of danger, he's nowhere to be found. Jesse then watches this exchange through her kitchen window and tells Jax that it's bad. She's sucking up light from a green orb and screaming at Emma, and then this causes Jax to realize that it's maybe too late. And then all of her friends come in. And right as Liana is about to blast Emma again, Andy jumps in front of her. Emma then tries to go to her, but Daniel stops her, pulling her back. And then Diego ushers everyone out. They then all convene at Maddie's. Lily says that they have to get Emma to the realm as there is enough witches there to keep her safe. And Daniel says that they can help too. Interference, distraction, whatever she needs. And I just have to say this helpful side of Daniel is something that I've always liked about him, even though I have harped on him in the past for maybe taking too much credit. But I do love that even though he's no longer with Emma, that still hasn't changed anything. So everyone then meets at school, and Andy tells them that Liana knows their plan. And then evil Emma then leads them all to Liana, and she traps them in some lockers. Emma then isn't able to get into the realm, and then we've made it to our finale. So Jessie then ends up getting her powers, and then she sets Jax free. They then head to school and make it there just in time to stop Liana from sending Emma and Andy into the orb. Emma is happy to see him and tells him that she knew that he wouldn't desert her. He tells her that he never would and to hold on. Jessie then takes control of the orb and casts a spell from the hex to free them. Emma then gets her powers back and collapses the orb, and then the realm takes Liana away. And I know that this all seemed like it happened very quickly, but that's because we're here to talk about love, not the destruction of the realm. So Emma then apologizes to them and hugs Jax. They then hear all of their friends calling for them and run to save them. They ask if it's over, and Emma says that it is. Daniel then notes but she's all right, and Emma nods. Lily then says that now that it's over, how about she give everyone their powers back? But then Emma argues that she still needs them, and Jax puts his head in his hands as she says this. So Emma then says that she's not going through with her plan to reverse time and bring back her mom. She then calls all of them true friends. They were mad at her, but still came and helped her when she needed them most. She then says that she can't put them all at risk just for something that she wants, as she admits that that's selfish. And I just had to say, like, round of applause for Emma here for finally figuring that out. Daniel then steps forward and says that he's been selfish too. He should accept that he's never going back to the Everglades. And everyone groans at this, which was funny, but I did still feel a little bit bad for him. He may be stuck here with people who don't understand him, and he may never find happiness again in his life, but he'll make the most of it. He literally says those words, I'm not making this up. Emma then gives back the powers she stole and sends the principal back and her evil clone back into herself, which is something that I thought was long overdue. She then brings the orb back and casts another spell. After she's done, she says that he's gone. He's really gone. Diego asks who, and she says Daniel. Maddie then asks her who Daniel is. And even just like reading this is making me tear up. She finally did it. She finally did the right thing. Daniel is finally free, but also this is just so heartbreaking. Later, Emma goes over to Jax's to borrow his car for a trip. Jax then says that he doesn't understand why they want to go to the Everglades so bad. And Emma says that she just wants to check on an old friend and make sure that he's doing okay. She then tells him not to be jealous and that he's just a friend, and Jax says that he better be. He then tells them to stay safe and to call him when they get there. Emma then asks Andy why she brought the toy truck with her, and she says that she's going to give it to Daniel. He buried her in the sandbox with it on the first day that they met, and so she wants him to have it. She then asks Emma why she didn't restore Jax's memories, and Emma admits that she doesn't know. She just figured that the fewer things she messed with, the better. But I'm not exactly too sure if I agree with this. I agree with him being back in the Glades, obviously, #freedaniel, but I just feel like this love triangle was such a big part of their relationship. I mean, obviously it was. I talked about it for this long, and it just feels wrong for him to not know about it, and wrong for them to both have like completely different memories on their past relationship together. So I personally headcanon that she does tell him and restore his memories eventually. When they get to the Everglades, Andy notes how happy Mia and Daniel look, and Emma concludes that she thinks she did the right thing. She then asks if they should go say hi, but Emma doesn't think so. She doesn't want to mess with things, she just wanted to make sure that he's alright. But then Daniel sees them and calls over to them. The girls panic before saying hi. He apologizes but says that they're closed. Emma says that that's okay and that they were just leaving. He then tells them that they should come back another day and he'll give them a tour. Emma says that maybe they'll do that. Daniel then says that he hopes to see them again and introduces himself.
I'm Daniel, by the way.
I know.
You do?
Yeah, your mom said.
I didn't know she's my mom.
Are you kidding? You look just like her.
Yeah, I guess people say that.
Bye, Daniel.
Bye, Emily.
Emma.
Oh, right.
And here come the waterworks again. Like, this is just so perfect. I was not expecting this to be how they ended the series. But honestly, I don't think any ending could have topped this for me. It makes me emotional. It's like the perfect full circle ending to the season. Yes, it sucks that one of our main characters is now living in this other timeline and doesn't remember anything that I just summarized over these past 6 hours. But I also feel like that's part of what makes it so good. It's the fact that it's so heartbreaking, but also so satisfying at the same time. And it's also just like so incredibly validating that like this is what Emma should have done from the beginning. But then of course, to top it all off, he is finally free, and so I am happy. Outside of the sanctuary, Emma says that she's going to miss him, but that it was the right thing to do. And then back at school, everyone gets together to say goodbye to Andy, as she's going off to Wits Academy to train to become a guardian. After everyone leaves, Emma tells Jax that she feels like part of their lives is ending.
It's true, but it's also a new beginning.
What do you think it'll be like?
I'm not sure, but I do know one thing. As long as we have each other, it'll be okay.
And that is how we end things, and I just have to say, as much as I love the moment with them visiting Daniel, I am so happy that they ended it with her and Jax. It solidifies that they were the love story that this series was all about, and I feel like it gives the fans what they really wanted. And I feel like oftentimes in these videos I'll be disappointed with the last scene, but that was definitely not the case with this one. I found it to be perfect, and I still cry every time I rewatch it. And I also feel like it's a very telenovela ending to have a moment with our main ship to wrap up the series. This one is a little bit short, short, I will say that, but I do still love it. So with all of that being said, that wraps up our Emma, Jax, and Daniel love triangle. And if you are still watching, I just wanted to say a huge thank you for that, because I know that this video is going to be very long. I really didn't expect for it to be this long, but I really should have. When I watched the show for the first time, I thought to myself that I was never going to make a video on it because it would be just like way too much to cover. And then on top of that, there were also so many aspects of it that made me feel so strongly, and so I knew I would have so much to say, which obviously I did. And so I just wanted to say again, thank you for watching. I worked very hard on this video. I love this show with my whole heart, and I am a little bit sad to be done talking about it now. But I have also heard a rumor that there's apparently a third sequel series in development. I'm pretty sure I just saw a tweet about it, so I'm not too sure how valid that rumor is, but if that is true, I will be very excited to watch. But as always, be sure to let me know what ship you'd like to see me cover next in the comments, or you can leave an official request in the Google Forms link in the description. But with all of that being said, that is all I have to say for today. I hope you all have a wonderful day, and I'll talk to you very, very soon. Now, this may be like a weird thing to plug, but if you did enjoy this series and haven't checked out any like actual Spanish language novellas, I would highly recommend checking those out. Disney has a lot of great ones, like I've mentioned Soy Luna, Violeta, and Bia, and all of those are available for streaming on Disney+. Nickelodeon does have some too. Like I said, this one is based off of Grachi. I personally haven't watched it and haven't really been able to get into it, as I said, but I have been really into Callie's Mashup. If you speak Spanish, you can find that on Netflix in Brazil, I believe. But yeah, if this was your cup of tea growing up, I highly recommend you check out those shows as well.